Okay. I think that's live. I better make sure that I've got some audio. Hello? Hello? Yeah, don't want to listen to myself. I'm just going to share the stream and then I'll get into things. If anyone is here in the chat, please let me know. I'm happy to talk to myself for the time being anyway, because, if I'm just reviewing hands, don't necessarily need to get any feedback all the time, but I'm going to go for as many hands as I can. Just share this over there. Get my timestamps ready. Okay. I do have there's a hand that wasn't on the stream. I was going to quickly go up first, and there was a lot of interesting hands actually on day one. I played all three day ones in this tournament: day 1A, day 1B, day 1C, and almost like 8 to 10 hours in all of them as well. So there was a lot of interesting hands on day ones. I played on stream briefly on one day one. Only one hand showed up, and it wasn't really that interesting, so I couldn't be bothered to go grab it. I thought I'd stay with day four onwards. Um, Obviously, I can break down, all the hands I saved myself, but it's not as visually engaging as being able to show you something like this, where it's like actually playing the hands on stream. I think this will be what I'll stick to for this stream at least. Otherwise, I could be here all day. Literally, I've played 8 days of poker, uh, but I'm gonna grab one of the Poker News screenshots first because I thought this was a cool hand. If I pull this over here. I mean, this is I've just screenshotted my Instagram story to grab this, but yeah, it kind of gives some context for some stuff to come as well. This is a hand that I played on day four, and at this point in the tournament, it's almost like stuff starts to get real, I guess, at this stage where there's like 60 players left, maybe less, maybe 50 or 40. Um, Obviously, it's still a really top-heavy tournament. ICM's still always important, but you know, you want to give yourself the potential to be chip leader approaching the bigger jumps because being chip leader last few tables is worth a lot. Being chip leader at the final table is uh, worth exponentially more. So even though I respect the ICM, I still, I'm not looking for ladders at this stage in the tournament too. Um, so this was a hand I played where essentially I had Ruckus and Zoo, who were like the two chip leaders the whole tournament, on my left, like immediate left and his immediate left for ages. And I had like average stack with 3 million. They both had like 6 to 12 million the whole time and just kept busting people and winning more hands. So I had to play really tight for quite a while on day four. And obviously, I know Ruckus, I played with him before. He probably knows I'm like not a tight player, but Zoo, I haven't played with him before. And all I've seen him do is be like pretty out of line aggressive, like, kind of running people over, playing pretty good, but we don't have any history. So he's got no reason to assume that I'm, aggressive or capable of finding creative bluffs or anything like that. And these are the sort of people who, if the spot comes up, I'm going to be a lot more inclined to take it. Uh, let's just move this out of the way. Okay. So yeah, essentially this hand was I open Queen Jack suited. The flop Zoo calls, who's the chip leader. We're playing 30k, 60k. I think I start the hand with just over 3 million. Um, so yeah, the pot's around 400k because I've min raised and he's called. It comes Queen Jack 2. I flop top 2. I think I could see that. I think I could check call. I think I could check raise. It's like choose your own adventure with this sort of hand. The one thing with top 2, like bottom set is a lot more secure. Top 2, if the turn is an ace, a king, a 2, a 10, a 9, a heart, like a lot of sort of texture changing cards can, impact the value of my hand a lot. So even though Queen Jack's a strong hand, I don't always just want to, start blasting money in and, creating a big pot out of position when it could go horribly wrong on a lot of runouts. So I don't mind playing a little bit coy at first. So I check, he bets, it looks like he bet a quarter pot and I just call. Obviously, check raising top 2 bet is always going to be a good thing to do. Uh, I can see someone's in the chat. I think I can make this a bit bigger so I can read that. Gareth Boyce, how's it going? I can see the chat, so it's nice to actually be streaming live where I can interact rather than, when I'm playing and I can't show my hand in real time, obviously. So yeah, any questions along the way, feel free to ask. This is just basically a hand before I get to the stream. I've got the stream ready. Uh, is it this one? Yeah. So all the hands I go through are basically going to be the live stream hands, except for like this first one I'm just going over. Uh, which is over here. I know I had it as a screenshot over here. But yeah, essentially I check call versus the small c bet with top two. This is like EP versus MP, or it looks. I know he's cut off. I'm middle position versus cut off. Turns an ace, so I might even be able to have some leads because I can have King 10, I can have Ace Queen, I can have Ace Jack, I can have aces, like loads of good hands. He's stabbing the flop. He has like some hands that miss. My hand is reasonable to lead as well because then I can go for a river street, go for like a bet on a clean run out. Whereas my hand's no longer strong enough to check raise when the turn's an ace because obviously I have way more better hands than Queen Jack now. Check check on the ace turn. Now the river's an ace, counterfeiting me, so now I lose to King Queen. Obviously, I lose to any ace X, and ace X is actually a hand he's going to stab the flop a lot, in my opinion. So like ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 suited. These are hands that make sense a lot. Maybe an ace 10, maybe even like an ace 6 to ace 9 suited, and then they turn the ace and they're like, okay, pot control, and they're going to go for value on the river. So when he checks back the ace, I'm actually not thrilled because I think he's going to barrel. Sure, he will barrel with like pocket twos and king 10, but a lot of time he does have a better hand when this is the river. Obviously, I can have an ace a lot too. I can have ace 10, ace king, ace jack. I can have like ace x of like ace 9 of diamonds. I might check call the flop versus his size. Ace 5 of diamonds if I don't check raise. So the ace is like good for both of us. So on the ace river, my queen jack is now it's kind of iffy. Like he could stab a jack on the flop, but I block it. So my intention on the river was literally I want to put him in the spot where I can make him fold an ace. That was what I thought before I even bet. And like if I had kings or king queen, I think it would make sense to go for small value. If I had an ace, like ace X, I could go for small value. And I just think he's the type of guy to absolutely attack it. So I block the river. I bet 75k into a pot of 600k, purely thinking like we haven't got any history yet. This is going to look really weak. He's going to jump on it. Like he's obviously going to go for value when he can kind of free roll go for value with an ace when when I choose this size. So like any ace he can value raise because it looks like I have king queen or uh, maybe pocket kings, maybe a hand like I've got. But he's not going to expect me to find the free bet bluff. At the same time, he's also going to just have bluffs himself. So I think if he has like pocket fours, pocket fives, pocket sixes that stab the flop, he might see this as a green light of like, you've made yourself look weak. I'm going to jump on it. So he raises the river to 800k. And my whole plan here is make myself look weak. And now I could even call the raise because I beat his bluffs. But I just think he's just like, what is he going to call if I free bet this river? I free bet to 2.75 million, and I just think he's just going to easily pure fold every time he has an ace. Even if he has ace 10, I think he's always folding. I don't really think he can have ace king, but I think there's a chance he folds ace king just given the history and the context and everything about the spot. He folded pretty quickly, so he might have been bluffing. He might have snap folded an ace for all I know. He might have been value raising Finn with king queen or kings. That's the thing that would hurt the most if I call the river, if I get wrecked by pocket kings, king queen. But I just thought it was a free roll. Like he's checked back the turn, he's not that strong. He's raised the river. He's either got an ace or a bluff or a thin value bet, and he's just going to fold everything. Was literally what I thought. Maybe and like having a jack is nice because ace jack is maybe one of the best hands he can ever get here with to not bet the turn. He might pot control the turn. So yeah, I thought this was a nice hand, more for the context. But then I showed my hand, and I wasn't sure whether to do this, but the reason that I did it because obviously it's almost like you blow your cover in some ways by doing that because he's going to assume I'm not bluffing until I show my hand. Uh, the reason I did it is because I have the two chip leaders on my left. I almost wanted them to know that I'm, capable of fighting back, and I think that's going to get me more EV in this case because they know I'm going to be more likely to four bet light. They know I'm going to be more likely to check raise, and like they're not going to try and run me over as much. And it's sort of nice to set a precedent in that way. So I think there's some future EV to be gained in that. I don't necessarily. It's always hard to know if showing your cards is the best thing because you're giving people free info. But if you've got good intentions for it, it's not just like, haha, I bluffed you. It's like you need more to it than that. I'm not trying to tilt people by bluffing them and showing in this case. It is just like a not don't mess with me, but don't run me over too much because it's gonna hurt you. And like imagine for example if it falls to the chip leader in the hijack, and they're thinking about opening king nine offsuit or a7 offsuit or some of these closer hands, and I'm sitting there in the cutoff with king 10 offsuit or a7 suited or a hand where if they open I'm probably gonna fold. Them not opening that hand gives me EV because now I get to open this hand. Same thing with like if they don't just range c bet, it kind of lowers the variance for me in that way if they're not going to be running me over as much. So I think there is something in that. That was my logic in game. It wasn't like haha I got you. It was like you can't. I'm going to find creative spots. You can't just like run me over. That was the method in the madness at least. But let's get into some actual streamed hands. This was looks like the first hand that I had on stream since day one. It's pretty trivial hand. I've got a lot of history with this guy, Spirins. He's a really good player. We had a really sick hand. We played the 10K six max in Vegas, and he opened the cutoff. I free bet with ace three suited on the button. He four bet non all in. I just really was thinking like he's capable of finding like ace five off bluffs and like these other hands, and I ended up five bet jamming my ace three suited. And based on the sizing was more like he would have just jammed based on the stack depth if he had ace king. So the sizing was really like he either has queens, kings, aces, ace king suited, or a bluff, and he ended up folding that spot. And I think I showed. So again, like he probably thinks I'm a bit crazy, but he is very good. He actually got me in a pretty big pot on one of the earlier days. So I had two pair against his two pair. Um, yeah, I respect his game a lot. Sorry, just looking at the chat. I need to do this more in these spots. Find a call too much. Not enough raises. Yeah, like sometimes you kind of free roll in if someone is in that portion of their range where they've capped their range, they're either over bluffing, or they have something value bets. Unless they're ever going to find the calls or the rebluffs, then yeah, it's nice to raise these spots sometimes. Experience plays high stakes online. Yeah, I seem to play with him live quite a lot in the last like 12 months. Yeah, this hand's kind of cool, I guess. I mean, he's limped ace three off. I cover him. There's 40 players left at this point. I wonder he might be going for a limp jam, but he probably has slightly too many. He could go for a limp call. He could go for a limp raise. My 6-5 off is, I imagine this is a pure check. If I had to guess, it's just a hand that kind of plays fine. Like it's reasonable. You want to ISO with worse hands. So I'm gonna look at some hands on GTO Wizard when they become kind of closer. For all I know, it might have some frequency, but whatever. I bet the flop here. When I looked at this again, I was thinking I should probably be 40 because I don't really want to bet very thinly. Like if I have a five, I don't want to bet. If I have like 6-7, 6-9, these sort of hands, I probably don't want to bet very often. So I'm probably mainly saying I've got top pair or like a higher equity hand. So I was thinking B40. I did actually B50 in game, which is a bit greedy. It looks like it makes a hand like his already indifferent, if I had to guess. I actually think he should probably just fold his hand because I'm not betting that wide. And think about the hands he can have. He's limped and checked. He still has obviously all his pairs are never going to fold. But then he also has hands like Queen Ten of Hearts. That's like a nicer hand to continue, where he still like has Showdown, crushes hands, it just plays better. Or like Ace Three of Spades, Ace Three of Hearts, Ace Three of Diamonds. So like Ace High with a backdoor flush draw, I'm never going to fold. Ace Ten plus like Ace Ten, Ace Queen, etc. Never going to fold. King Queen, never going to fold. And then this is like the next kind of category of hands, like Ace Three. Ace Four is obviously way better because it's just more likely to hit a straight. Ace Seven is way better. So I think I would not fold Ace Seven, Ace Eight, but then even like Ace Nine, I might even fold. I guess maybe that hand's too good versus B50 actually, but maybe I call ace nine when I've got, two suits on the board because having the ace of clubs is bad because I'm more likely to barrel, and it's more likely that a flush is going to get there. Like the ace of clubs is the worst ace to have to continue. Uh, so yeah, I think he should fold, but I'm not confident with this to be honest. Blind v blind's crazy, and if it's close, like ICM, he's covered. It's not like nice thing. Like even if he turns a four or he turns a seven, or he turns a three. Like they're kind of the good turns for his hand, and they're not great unless he turns an ace. Like it just feels like a tricky hand to play moving forward. Like if I've got 7-9, 7-8, or like a random, like I might start bluffing the flop with say Queen Four. I'm just going to get to barrel a lot, and he's going to mainly just have to fold. My hand is probably just a check on the turn. Obviously, it's one of the worst turns in the deck. I get counterfeited. I lose now if he has any six, pretty much. And obviously, I've sized up the flop, so his range is a bit stronger. Like I said, I thought he would fold a hand like he's got. I still think he has ace highs. I still think he has 5x, but I block it. He still has some pocket pairs, like he has like a pocket tens. River's a king, so this is kind of a good card for my hand, but he now gets there with king 10, he gets there with king queen, he gets there with ace king. Uh, but it's nice that now I chop if he has a six. So all of his, 6, 7 through to queen 6 is going to be a chop. And he checked the river quite fast, and I remember thinking this is a close spot for me in game. Like if I had a different six, I would always value bet, but having the five blocks some of his calls. It also blocks, I guess, pocket fives, which is a hand he might play this way and raise the river. Uh, but I think I have got a good reputation against him for finding bluffs. So based on his speed to check the river, I felt like he was in like showdown mode, and he might always value bet the river with better. Obviously, he has some, like, if he has King Jack, sure. If he has, like, kings, like, there's some hands he's going to find traps on the river, but most of the in-between hands, for example, a random Jack 2, or, like, even Ace 6 or Pocket 7s, I think these hands kind of know they're the best hand, and they probably just value bet. So I think I have the best hand. It's just, like, I'm worried about being blown off my hand sometimes, or him not having enough hands that can call the river. Uh, but yeah, I felt like I had the best hand, and I think I have a good image against him that he thinks I'm going to overbluff a lot of spots, so I did bet, and because it was a thin bet, I think I bet half pot. But yeah, I was very close to not value betting this spot. Against some players, I wouldn't. Some players are just going to play check call on the river with like pocket sevens or ace six, or if they're river a king, they might even play check call. So I think a lot of this is about the history and the player type. So if I had a different image to him as well, I might not have value bet this spot. Listen to some commentary.
It's the old back check bet line again, my friend.
Six.
And look at this, he's going to get value out of this.
Yeah.
Nice little bet there from Brandon.
It was nice this time. Like, still, I am gonna be wrong sometimes here. He's gonna find a check raise, or I'm just gonna run into like pocket eights that didn't value bet. So obviously, I'm happy with the way this hand went. But it is. I still think it's close despite the result. Next hand is at 5.59. This hand was pretty trivial. I've opened pocket fours, not always opening, but I felt pretty comfortable at the table. I think even though it says on +1, I think you can see there's like a player missing here, so I think it's more like on maybe the low jack. I don't think we're a full table. Well, there's 38 players left, and we're playing 8-handed, so I guess we're probably 7-handed, and I'm +1. So yeah, I wouldn't always open, only because I feel comfortable. This guy that called on the button, I think, had been playing too tight based on what I'd seen so far. So the logic for c betting with fours here is he's just going to pure fold every combo of pocket fives through to pocket nines, even though like nines or like even like eights with a club is probably not what he's supposed to fold. And obviously fours is like it's going to achieve the most. It's also a hand that has some equity. I have the club, so I block say like 4-5 of clubs, ace-5 of clubs. I have weight. If I turn a set, it doesn't complete the flush. Like there's kind of better properties to the hand in that sense. I think he's just going to pure fold ace high too. So like ace-5 of diamonds, even like ace-5 of spades is probably not supposed to fold, but I think this guy is going to overfold. So I was pretty content that the flop bet is just almost too good of an option not to take. And yeah, he has ace queen, which obviously is not a hand I'm trying to make fold, at least not yet. And then the 10 is a terrible turn because if what I did on the flop was making fold his pocket pairs and his ace highs, then he literally always has a 10, a queen, or a king, or a flush draw. So I don't think I'm achieving anything of a barrel this turn. Even if I had ace king, I'd be like, I'm kind of worried that there's not that much to be getting value from anymore. So pretty standard check fold. I'm surprised he bets ace queen on the turn as well. Don't think it. I mean, I guess it denies equity, but I think like I might have king jack or ace king or aces or some traps. I don't think his bet does that much. And like, if you check back the turn, there's some chance I bluff some rivers. But now I have to fold. I mean, he did bet pretty small, kind of playing his hand. Next one, 6 hours, 8 minutes. No, this is a beautiful hand.
Oh, I can hear.
So as a as a side note, this guy's name is Giovanni, and I've been playing more Pokemon lately, and like basically the big evil guy, for anyone that doesn't know, in Pokemon is called Giovanni. So I even made the joke when I saw his chip leader before I was at the table. I was like, I've got to defeat this guy. He's the leader of Team Rocket.
A chat about to go mad. I heard that table being told they're going back to the main floor after the dinner break. And
What?
everyone.
So I defend King 9, pretty standard. Big blind versus cutoff. We're pretty deep. How many bigs deep am I here? Like 70, over 70 bigs. He's chip leader. I don't have that much intel on him at the moment. We had quite a nice atmosphere at the table. I accidentally put in the like the big blind and the ante under the gun, thinking I was big blind. And obviously everyone made the joke saying like straddle, like oh you trying to straddle. So I took the chips back when I realized, and then when I looked at, I had an open under the gun, I had like king jack off or something, and I went straddle and put the chips in, and everyone was like laughing and joking, and then like speaking a lot during the hands, and the the atmosphere was just not like a high stakes like deep tournament. It was almost like a cash game the way everyone was speaking and jovial, like oh like show one card and like what's going on here. So I feel like this hand, everything kind of flipped and got serious, and the guy even ends up pointing that out during his tank on the river. He's like, "I thought we were having a friendly game." uh, Brandon, you didn't play Monte Carlo. I saw you in Blackpool stream. Yeah, I did. I didn't play Monte Carlo. I've actually never played there, just because I'm going to Vegas in what day are we on? I'm going to Vegas in like 3 weeks. And I've just been traveling so much that I was like more looking not to be flying around and going from event to event as usual. And like playing in the UK is a little bit different. I just thought I'll play the events I kind of feel like playing as and when, and I can be in a better routine at home. But yeah, maybe I'll play Monte Carlo next year for the first time. And I don't know, maybe I should have played. I felt like I was in good form, but I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it for whatever reason.
Everyone wants to see Sheen.
See, I'll leave the commentary for this hand, but the only thing you have to know leading up to this is he checked back the flop really fast, so I don't think he ever has like a trap. I mean, it's not impossible he has aces, not impossible that he has like queens, but I really just thought he was in like the weaker side of his range with how quick he checked the flop. So my hand on the turn, I was like, I could obviously bet the turn, bet the river, and I get value a lot that way. But with this exact kicker, there's a world where he has like 9-8, 10-9, Jack-9, 9-7, and I really want to make sure I get as much money as possible from those hands. Or if he does have a queen and he check back the flop, he's always going to reopen the action, and it's going to be really hard to fold if I check raise. So I'm just being greedy by going for the check raise here, and I think if I had a worse nine, I might just start betting. To be honest. Oh, is that Tom Hall in the chat? We're gonna get to a hand that we play together at some point, I'm sure. I hope this tournament doesn't bring back bad memories. It was
Sorry, chat.
pretty rough for us once we got to 10 left.
You got the end of this level for your Okamoto.
She's very charismatic. I can certainly understand their thought. Playing chips.
Yes, this was a min raise from the threes. Defend from the king nine, and looks like a delayed c-bet. Shills with absolute powerhouse. No question deep these two are. Does he think his opponent just has loads of bluffs that are going to follow through?
He's going to check raise.
Yeah, I like it. I think we've got to try and win a really big pot when we've got a hand this strong, especially like if we
So make it 690 because the number's right there. I don't know. I guess I'm only repping a 9, so so it's important that I don't raise too small. I mean, if I raise smaller, I might be saying I've got a queen, but I don't think I really want to check raise a queen here. Yeah, interesting. That I think if you are going to have this spot, it's important just to be aware of what hands you could bluff with. In this case, obviously, anything that's kind of a straight draw, your Jack 10, King Jack, King 10, 10-8, Jack 8, they're all candidates, but you might just bet with them. You might do this sometimes. I think it kind of makes sense to do this because he looks weak. And it's really hard for me to know what I would do. Like if I was in this spot with 10-8, would I be thinking check raise, or would I be thinking bet, or would I be thinking mix? Not sure. Might depend on the suits as well. I think if you have just a 2, that could be an interesting hand to check raise. Try and make him fold a hand like he's got, like pocket threes through to pocket jacks, but I mean, it doesn't look like he even wants to fold with this one. Just reading the chat, sorry. Bonus, the Swiss guy called all in something like 5-3 suited, blind be blind for 11 big blinds, yeah. Yeah, there were some wild hands going on, which will, as I get to like deeper in this tournament, you'll see as well.
that deck our opponent and they have a 9, it's just we just have a better kicker,
And even the times your opponent has a queen, he's not going to just let it go, right?
Right.
Right away.
The queen's less likely because obviously
So he calls so fast here, and I don't have that much info on this guy, but it didn't strike me as someone that is trapping, that has queens or aces, or a hand that like it felt more stubborn, like I'm keeping you honest. That's the sort of vibe I got. So I actually did think he had worse than a queen. I was actually thinking he might have a hand like ace king or ace jack, maybe a 2. I wasn't necessarily thinking he had threes, but I was thinking maybe jacks or tens, even though, you know, they're not the best hands because they might block bluffs.
Check back
Whoa.
on the flop, but ooh, and look at
Look
this.
at this. You just get somebody to call with threes.
Yeah,
Just not believe you.
a non-believer because he checked back the flop. Feels like his range looks a little bit weaker, so wants to defend by calling the threes.
It's always funny to me. Sometimes the best way to get just put some chips in the pot.
Yeah, just raise. And wow, like Shills may feel this is a great card for him because Zanetti may have, you know, bet and got stubborn with an ace high. You know, ace high makes almost a better call than the two threes because
Yeah, the Dempsey's commentary spot on there. I think I'm really thinking he has an ace here sometimes. If he has a queen, maybe the ace doesn't look that great, but I'm still super polarized. I've got a 9 or nothing, which is why I might like in these spots, just like how the theory would go is, you know, I'm really polarized, so I need to bet really big because if I am bluffing with Jack 10, King Jack, 10 8, Jack 8, and my only value bet is, let's say Jack 9 and better. Sometimes I have pocket twos, sometimes I have Queen 9, sometimes I have Ace 9, or obviously King 9. Then there's going to be like a perfect solvery way of doing that, where you know you've got the right amounts of each, and he becomes indifferent with bluff catchers, and he needs a sophisticated way to respond. But honestly, my thought in game was this guy is just going to be too stubborn. I don't necessarily know I would have followed through with a bluff, being honest, and I bloody love a bluff. But if I got here this way, the way I think about poker isn't I need to, you know, balance my river bluffs and make sure I've got bluffs here. I never think about the hand that way. I'm always thinking, how do I think my opponent is going to respond? Even though primarily, obviously, I know you can't value bet if you don't have bluffs and vice versa, but it's ultimately about the perception. And I really thought that he just might be getting stubborn with a queen or an ace, and the bigger I bet, the more he's just going to be like in the bin. And he might be inelastic, as in like if I bet pot or if I bet 60% pot or if I bet 1.3 times pot, he might just think I'm bluff catching. He might even be more stubborn versus over pot because like would you really be that greedy, or vice versa? He might just always call if I B60 because you know he's getting a better price. And it's hard to know the right answer to these questions without having the history. And that's what most of poker is, just being like, I'm going to decide a number and kind of hope for the best. Sometimes you get a tank fold and you're like, ah, maybe I should have bet smaller. Sometimes you get a snap call and you're like, maybe I should have been greedier. And you can kind of course correct based on your experience. But that's just whatever. My brain just told me the size it told me. Actually, you know, I always choose like the 6-9 bets, like when it's close. Not like always, but if I think I was going to make it close to that amount, I'll lean towards 6-9 because I think it's funny. Well, this time I actually went 2.25 million because I'm born on the 22nd of the
we can
5th.
improve to
So
a hand like this.
the randomizer is that random. It's just like I like these
Surprised, by the
numbers,
way.
you know.
Called that check raise pretty quickly too.
Yeah, it's almost like a seen enough from this kid. I'm not letting him do this to me.
I
We
mean, I
had
do
no
want to point out
history.
to our audience.
Well, like not no history, but he hasn't seen me bluff yet or anything. Or I haven't. Maybe I like won the last hand that was tiny against him, like a c-bet win, but nothing crazy.
That while we are jumping from table to table and giving you some of the better hands from each table, we are genuinely showing you all the tanks. We are not editing the tanks whatsoever.
Right.
So Giovanni acting that quickly was just that. That's how quickly he acted.
Yeah, and an overbet here from Brandon.
Now, Giovanni is not acting quickly here. So pot is pot was just under 2 million, and he's gone.
Side note, I just live for these spots when your opponent is like this, like, what do I do here? It's just great, isn't it? Obviously, it's nicer when you've got it, but even when you don't, when it's the sweat of are they going to fold?
2.3, so 2.3 into 1.7.
That was his reaction. I thought this was a friendly game because we had a very friendly environment before this hand.
Love it.
That was well played.
That was
Well
great,
played, sir.
That was great. Wow, he's really thinking about this. He's
He's
just
got a deck of cards there. He could take an hour.
he's just putting shills on like a king jack type holding, king 10, jack 10. I don't think.
I can't remember how long he tanks, so I'm just going to like 3 times speed. Yeah, from my point of view here, I just try and Get into a posture that's comfortable, so you don't need to move, and try and keep it universal. Uh, so obviously, like if you don't want to be playing with chips. You don't want to be, uncomfortable because you might be sitting there for a while. So just get into a posture you can hold. Oh, there's the call.
Oh my! Wow!
Wow.
I am I am really surprised.
Yeah. I mean, nice from Brendan Shields, obviously polarizing with the bet size, saying, hey, I've got like a 9 or nothing, but he also just has a 9. I mean, it's
Go
just.
back to your point from just a couple moments ago, and he said, "Hey, raise it up on the turn, try to play a big pot." We didn't think it would work out there. We're like,
Right.
well, maybe you coolered him. He's got a smaller 9.
Yeah,
Maybe he's got a queen. You can get paid. Who would have thought that you could get paid that much with just threes?
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked there. But exactly that.
Honestly, I didn't think he had freeze. I didn't think he would call that wide. Uh, there's different kinds of run good in poker too. Like my run good here is not only to make a good hand, but to, you know, everything to align together perfectly for him to call really loose. Because I'm sure on another day he would fold freeze here. Um, sorry, I was catching up with the chat. Must put you on a draw like Jack 10. Yeah, or maybe like a 2, or like he just like maybe for all I know, I haven't played with him much. Like maybe it's just like I'm sick of being pushed around by these kids that are always over bluffing every spot. Like it might just be like that hand where he's just lost the discipline to make certain folds, which is another kind of variance that like people you don't feel it as much. If I get it in kings versus queens, and they hit a queen, you really explicitly feel it of like I'm running badly. But in reality, the only thing that kind of matters is the chips and where they're going. Like you can win aces versus ace king, you can lose aces versus ace king, but if you finish the day with over average or you make a tournament in the money, you're running good. Like being at this stage in the tournament is just objectively running good. This hand is objectively running good, even if I played it well. Uh, it's still like there's unforeseen variance. And like he could have bloody rivered a free. I'd have never forgot it if he rivered a free in this hand and I just got stacked or something. I'd have been so upset. And it's still, it's gonna happen, what, 4% of the time. Um, I think across the board in my experience, those big polarized bets do tend to be value more often than bluffs. I think it depends a lot. It really depends, and I don't want to like give away too much of the secret sauce, so to speak. But some spots when I'm overbetting, I've always got it. Some spots when I'm overbetting, I've never got it, and it really depends on how I think my opponent's going to respond, and that changes a lot based on the stakes, based on the opponent, based on the context. Some spots when I'm overbetting, I'm pretty balanced, and I'm just like, this is the size I choose here, and I've got these bluffs and I've got these value bets. So um, it depends. I think at lower stakes, like people are just they play a bit more scared, and they're more likely to, I've got good hand, I'm going to be greedy, as opposed to, I've got big bluff, I'm going to risk losing this many chips. So I'd just say that at the lower stakes or mid stakes, I think it's massively value heavy in every spot, and then at some stakes in some spots it's massively bluff heavy. There's some opponents in this field where if they overbet, I think they're massively over bluffy. Some opponents in this field that just don't even have overbet in their game. So just something to always, you know, don't have definitive like if your population read is people under bluff and you don't know anything about your opponent, that is what you should fall back on. But still be open-minded sometimes, especially if you're playing with someone that has got some accolades or played some higher stakes or like has won some stuff. At least like maybe give them the potential for credit at least. Maybe not quite credit until you've seen it, but at least the option that maybe that they're capable of overbluffing some spots, especially if it feels like a spot to you that you should be overfolding, and there's someone that plays higher stakes than you or like knows more about poker than you. Maybe you're feeling that way because they want you to feel that way. That's just something to kind of toy around with. I think I've only got one more hand from this day, and then we'll be moving on to day 5.
About the ace blocker, but
9
7-6
hours,
suited, like
45
that's
minutes. Oh yeah, beautiful hand. Absolutely love this one. This was like very close to the end of day 4. I opened king 9 of clubs. The small blind calls this guy. Shall up. I see bet the flop, which I think is fine. I think I sized up the flop too. I either B40 or B50. Now because I have king 9 of clubs, the way I'm deciding what to do on the turn, essentially I don't ever want to bluff with spades, because I want him to have spades. So if I had King Jack of spades, that would not be the hand I would want to barrel the turn with in this case. I want to either have a heart because then I interact with his flush draws, or I want to have diamonds or clubs. Like they're the suits that I want to bluff. Also, based on the stat to pot ratio, I don't necessarily want to bluff with equity because if I go betting Queen Nine of Hearts on the turn or Ace Five of Hearts on the turn, and he jams because he could jam with a 10, or he could obviously have like some good hands. If I'm being made to fold my equity, that's the last thing I want to do. So betting a hand like King Nine of Clubs, pretty nice on the turn. Obviously, you have an over. You kind of you have more clearance as well. So like he's gonna maybe float one on the flop with King Queen or like King Jack offsuit with a heart, but then he folds the turn. So then if I river the king, I can value bet now. Uh, I guess like the nine is arguably bad to bet the turn because I want him to have Queen Nine Jack Nine or like 9-7. So that's like one thing that kind of takes away from this hand as a bluff. A nicer bluff might be Ace Six, I guess the Ace Five and the Ace Two. Uh, Tom says this one seemed pretty pure. Yeah, I mean I could have a quick look. Because I cover him in ICM, obviously that gives you more reason to do more. Like he's supposed to check raise the flop if he's got, I imagine, around King 10, maybe Ace 10. Oh, I can't remember how deep we started the hand. Maybe I could work it out. Uh, it's my 5.5 million's in the pot. So the pot's 4 million. So I think I probably gone like B90 Geo on the turn. But so the pot's 4 million. He's got 3.6. He probably started the hand with just over 40 bigs. Uh, Yeah, he's going to get to the river with Ace Jack of Hearts, Ace Nine of Hearts, Ace Five of Hearts, and he gets to the river with more hands like King Queen of Hearts if he doesn't end up check raising the flop enough or jamming the turn enough. He also has like an eight that goes call call, and I'm in a tough spot. If he has a 10, he's still in a tough spot on the river because we don't have history. He doesn't know that I'm finding the right bluff frequency, and if I'm not, I have a lot of value here. If I have King 10 plus, it's just easy to go bet jam on this run out. Um, Ace High has some showdown. Yeah, that's a good point as well. I would guess that like a hand like Ace Deuce is always kind of blasting off, and then Ace Six is probably blasting a lot because the six is kind of an out the way card. And then yeah, I'd be a little bit more controlled in general when I have like a nine or a hand like this. But at the same time, because like it's easy for me to overdo it, right? Like I have a King Nine offsuit when I'm opening from the cutoff, and that was what I was worried about with this spot. Is like he can easily put me on Queen Nine offsuit, King Nine offsuit, um, Jack Nine offsuit, even though I would be mixing checks. I guess like Jack seven suited. Like there's so many hands that it would make it easy to overbluff here. And to be honest, I'm massively overbluffing here because I didn't randomize at all. But all that matters is if I think my opponent overfolds, and based on my study of the spot and the fact we're really deep in the tournament and we don't have that history, like from his point of view, if he's got 10-9 here, he's thinking, okay, I'm bluff catching. The 10 is a nice card. Maybe I'm not supposed to fold a 10, but he's close to indifferent because he's bluff catching. He just happens to have a good card. And the 9's a bad card because it blocks bluffs. Like he could easily just go over folding 10-9, like even pure on the river, or even like Jack 10, same logic, right? The Jack's going to potentially block bluffs, and like is only bluff catching. And then maybe he held on twice with 8-9 suited or ace 8 suited, or I don't know if he can have king 8 suited here. Uh, Maybe he could have pocket nines to go like call decide. I don't know. It's a shame that I don't get to see what he had really, because it would give you a lot more indication if this was a really good play or a fine play, or even like if he's tanking for ages with ace high on the river, maybe it's even a bad bluff, and he's just like he thinks I'm over bluffing and he's thinking about calling with ace jack of hearts. Then that would tell me he's like he's kind of like one step ahead here. So shame that I can't see his hand. But again, these are the spots I live for. I didn't realize it was staring me down a bit. He did. I think he used like 3 time banks. Did he run out of time banks? No, he still got some. And again, I I didn't know again whether to show here. I hesitated here because even like when someone's tanking the river and I've got a bluff, I'm already thinking like if they fold, am I going to show? Because the tactical side of it. At this point, we're near the end of the day. This is like a new table of people where, honestly, this one I don't know if I should have showed it. I really don't know. Um, I think there was a lot more good reason for the other bluff that I showed. This one, I had so much adrenaline. I was so happy when I won the hand. It was almost like like a big release of like I can't believe I got that one through. This is amazing. And then like once I composed myself again, was like I what was that more like a ha I got you as opposed to you know don't mess with me or like I'm capable of finding this stuff. And yeah, you don't want to reveal yourself too much. Like I've showed the table there, I'm capable of finding a triple barrel bluff. So then, does that mean I have to underdo it against these players later? Like, what if I just find the good bluff spots against them first, and I want to take them? Because I have got a decent stack leading up to the last two tables, but there's still loads of pressure on people. It's still hard to call down, even if you've seen that. They know I've seen it. It's kind of a level. Um, Ali says never show. I don't think never show. I definitely don't think never show. I did. I've had that. I definitely have went through a phase like that, and I've kind of we didn't see flop and turn sizings. I've actually got that hand. I've got the info. I can find this flop and turn sizes. What's your preferred method of randomizing live you feel comfortable sharing? I just use chips. I literally just I'm like if it's 1 in 4, I'll grab like 4 chips. One's a different color, and I'll just shuffle them until I don't know where it is, and then I'll just like look at whichever the top one is. So I always do it. I mean, I don't randomize before like a river call fold, to be honest. Um, I literally never do it for any other decision. It's only when it's like I'm calling or folding the river, or like facing an all in. You end up leveling yourself. At least I do. Yeah, I guess that's the danger of it. If you're going to level yourself the wrong way, or you're not as confident in the meta game there, then you should definitely never show. But yeah, this is I think it was Alex Foxon. I think I heard him say this where he was literally like, because someone was asking him about the fact his hands are always on stream. Like it's going to show strategy. Like you see him what he does, you know what he's capable of, and I think his response was like, well then it's up to me to figure out the right counter to that, given that I know they know that. Um, I guess the only annoying thing is like you don't necessarily know who knows. Like for all I know, like random people have seen this stream, and then when I play with them in Vegas this year, uh, like they're gonna have that info on me, and I'm not gonna know they've got that info on me, so they might be able to use it to their advantage in some way. Like maybe they hero me down when I triple barrel, and then they're like, ah, it's because I saw you show that king nine of clubs, you know. So it could definitely hurt me, in ways that are unforeseen. But like I just at the same time, I'm always like, I would love if everyone had to show their hand every time, and like we always got all the info if I had to choose. Um, just catching up with this. People never fall to me anyway. Yeah, I've started to get like that, you know. Although the sick thing is, people never fold to me, but every now and again, someone does some absolute cracker of a fold against me when I've got it, and it really tilts me now. When I'm like, come on, have I not done enough for you to not be able to fold two pair in that spot? Like, even like it's worse if if I'm leveling myself if they got a live read when they don't even look at me, they just snap fold like a set or two pair or a good hand when I happen to have it. Yeah, that happened to me in Glasgow earlier this year, where I flopped a straight with I opened 6-9 in the small blind, obviously. Flop came 10-8-7, check check, turn king, and I've just gone like B65 with a straight, and the guy folded top pair a king. And like objectively, I can say I think it's a bad fold, but he's absolutely wrecked me because he was drawing dead with top pair, and like I should be getting two streets, but I hadn't played with him before. And that's usually the dynamic you get with people you haven't played with before, that they'll just kind of give you benefit of the doubt and they will still overfold spots. So knowing who knows you, I guess, is really important if you're ever going to show hands. But when you play on stream games, like it's always impossible to know who knows what. Especially for you, Ali. Like I saw your Irish Open hand. Who knows who else has seen that Irish Open hand? So, uh, like yeah, some of these spots that you got to control your frequencies, or you got to have a way of not over bluffing everyone no matter what every time in these spots, just in case, and or at least figuring out who knows who you are. Like maybe that's actually part of the strategy now when we play live poker is like speaking to the table more and trying to get a vibe of like who actually has a clue who I am, and if they do know, what do they know? Do they think I'm too out of line? Do they think I'm crazy? Do they think I'm under bluffing? Maybe I'll take the Ian Simpson strategy and I'll start bringing a book and reading a book at the table, and then maybe people won't. People will keep folding the rivers. Like you put the book down, you free bet your king six suited, and they're like, yeah, this guy's probably got it. I think that was the last hand from this day. I play with a bunch of randoms and I get called. uh, I mean, like maybe even ask them sometimes. Like if someone range calls me in a spot, I'm kind of interested. Like, is it them or is it me? You know, are they range calling me because they think I'm crazy, or did they think they had a live read? Did they actually have a live read? Are they just a massive station and it was my fault for not knowing that? Um, but yeah, I'd say always just try and be accountable and just assume that there's something you can improve in that department, whether that's true or not. Maybe you'll conclude that there isn't, and there's nothing you could have done to know they were going to range call you, and they just did. And sometimes that's just how it is. So on to day 5. Good old Bibov, my nemesis. How do I get rid of this chat? There we go. Oh yeah, everyone knows this bloody hand by now, don't they? I think we were actually on a. Were we on a page jump? We might have been on a page jump. So there's no small blind here. I've min raised the button. Uh, E-chain has got the queen 4 off, and I know Bowie's done some sort of work on this hand. I haven't seen it, but yeah, for anyone that hasn't seen the result, I'll. I do honestly, I do. I think there's justification. I'm gonna have a quick little look at it now. My immediate thought is like King 2 off is a hand that is often in these ranges. Like there's no small blind here, so we're like, it's kind of blind v blind, right? If my raise fold gap's too big, he can definitely jam any 2 cards. I don't know if it is. Like, I think he might have a read that is wrong because when I'm going to induce really wide here, like I'm going to raise call with like ace 8 offsuit, ace 7 suited, king queen off, king jack off, maybe. Like king, definitely king jack suited. Like I'm gonna raise call pretty liberally, and obviously the pocket sixes. And then I'm gonna open jam a lot of the middle because there's ICM pressure on him. I can see myself jamming like 6-5 suited and like a lot of suited hands. But as if the raise fold gap is at a certain point, then his jam is gonna absolutely print. And he obviously just thinks I'm opening too wide. Like if I'm opening king 2 offsuit and I'm not jamming king 2 through to king 7 off, there's 12 combos of king 2 to king 7 off each. There's a lot of hands I could end up raise folding that could make a jam with any 2 good. And then the hand, like obviously the hand's chosen, end up like you want a queen because it kind of blocks some hands, and the 4's like an unblocker. So I haven't looked at the maths of it to see how big my raise fold gap needs to be for this to be profitable, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's thinking. I like to think it's quite respectful that he wants to be creative. Like I think this is a high variance line that I wouldn't take in a field where like I don't like taking the marginal spots if I think I've got an edge in the field. So I wouldn't take this unless I was like this table's really tough and I need to take really high variance spots. But if you had king 2 off here, I'm sure a lot of people would sort of be like, yep, that's the solver hand. And this hand doesn't seem that far apart. Just catching up with the chat. I assume you make any effort to balance doing the one color chip randomization method. No, I don't. I literally only do it when it's like I don't randomize before. Like I'm always just doing what I think is the best thing to do based on my intuition until it's like, should I call the river? If I really feel like I'm indifferent, sometimes I'll just be like, I'll call 1 in 4, I'll call 1 in 2 times. If I feel like I've got a bias or something, but I won't randomize before it. Uh, Bo said seemed alright. I think it's just a mega punt in this comp. Yeah, I think mega punt is strong, but I'm gonna once I look at the maths in a sec, I'll grab GTO and maybe I'll convince myself it's a mega punt too. I try and be devil's advocate as best I can because obviously he is a reg. He is like he's won stuff. He's clearly like a good thinking player in at least most aspects of the game, and obviously good players still punt sometimes. But um, trying to do my best to strongman it. New to live poker, and I've been leaning a bit RNG to help me along the way. Most of live poker, I'd say try not to use an RNG. I literally only do it more when I feel like if I'm tanking on the river and say like 2 minutes have passed and I don't feel like I'm getting to a good reason to do something, but I might like say like I've got a hand that I think is supposed to call in theory, but I'm not sure if they're bluffing enough, and I've got some reason to think they might be. Then rather than pure call, it's nice to be like, okay, I'll call half the time, like alleviate some responsibility or something. But I wouldn't be like, Jack 9 suited, it's 50-50, I'm going to free bet sometimes. I'd just be like, I've got a good image, or this guy's a fish, or the big blind's good, and use that sort of context to make the decision for me, because there's always enough variables to help you make the decision without needing an RNG in most spots. Uh, Maybe it seems you don't play any limps in the and play a small blind V pit range. So yeah, that's actually the main thing I was thinking, Tom. He should just free bet fold if he thinks I'm overdoing it because it's going to achieve the same. Because like my bottom opens are going to be trash and they're going to really struggle. And I'm probably supposed to 4-bet jam some trash as well, like king 2 sometimes if he has this trashy free bet non all in. But that's one of the hardest ranges to find. So yeah, I think that's probably the main thing he should have done. I think that's what Karai says in the commentary as well.
Big blinds. This is a close one. Should he defend? Should he let this one go?
He said, should he defend or let this one go? Little did he know he had a third option.
Does he maybe even want to consider a small?
I like that he's staring me down here because I genuinely did at least two things that I think people think mean that you're weak. So I hope that that influenced him, even though it didn't go well for me this time. But there's two things that when I was like, I'd open the button, the way I was like posturing, like playing with a chip or something, I was like, there's some chance that he might see it as weak if I do this, and he's going to jam wider.
Bluff 3-bet with this one, with this high card, low card.
It's pretty funny that his patch says defy the norm. It feels pretty on brand.
Button open from the chip leader. This is of course a very wide range.
Interesting too that to me, he clearly looks like he's thinking. And if you're thinking, you don't have ace king, you don't have ace queen. Like there's a lot of hands where you just like maybe you could be thinking with aces or kings, but most of like the good upper medium hands are just have an easy jam. Maybe you're like, should I induce with kings or like should I have a flat with eights? Like maybe there's some good hands that might think, but I think it's mostly like oh I've got a looser hand. Can I take this jam? At least that's the vibe I was getting.
Interesting pre-flop tank here.
Oh, wow. He's elected to go with it here. Shields had the genuine article in the ace-jack. No hesitation, of course.
And I will say fair play for not being afraid to look stupid, because I think a lot of people might think that this might be profitable, but then be scared to, show it with queen four off like he has here. So like a lot of people wouldn't have done this even if they thought it was the right thing to do, just because of that like shame. So I think that's like a nice trait to have as a poker player, even though sometimes you're gonna punt it and you're gonna look silly. Yeah, payouts are very top heavy, so not as much ICM in that sense, or more of like good future game to try and run up a stack. I didn't read into the time bank, I guess. Like sometimes, usually when people time bank, it's genuinely thinking because it's like a commodity. You don't want to waste them. Some people will time bank to look weak. Two time banks is almost always like genuine thinking because like they're just too precious, right? Like you can't be using two. There's some people that had no time banks at some point on day five, and that can really put you in some tough spots. I think it was actually him. Actually, I think Echain had no time banks, and so he got six more at the final table, but he had none going into the last day.
That size for him to give the spin and chance to potential. Oh, and he's the broad. Holding his breath and avoiding elimination is Thomas.
Proud of how I felt after this hand. Obviously, like sucks to lose when you're favorite, but it sucks more to lose in really unique situations that you don't necessarily think should happen. Because like it's only probably he's one of the only players in the world that would have jammed this spot, so I'm not supposed to lose as big a pot as I have here. But I felt like pretty fine. Obviously, you do have that little like this fucking guy, but I think I felt pretty composed after.
And nobody likes to see that Asian, very talented player. You might think, what's he doing? And of course, this is definitely not standard, and I'm surprised.
Did you have thoughts of what's he doing with the queen four off when it happened?
Yeah, I was thinking, is he just considering between call and fold? Does he want to 3-bet small? I didn't really expect the jam, but if people aren't calling you enough, then this can get profitable.
You saw some of the profits earned in the.
So he's got 2.7, 13.5 bigs. Let's see if I can find something vaguely familiar. Are we last three tables? I think we're last three tables. 21 players left. And obviously this, whatever I find, isn't going to be perfect. Also, the problem with this spot is that there's no small blind. So I'm definitely not going to be able to find the spot, and I can't be bothered to run a HRC sim that will take 10 years. So Yeah, first of all, I guess I just look at this one. So this is like, I'm effective chip leader, opening the button. The small blind being there is going to massively, massively impact how this is, but I'm still going to have a jam range here. Um, just interested to see what sort of hands the big blind might be jamming or pre-betting non all in this case. So yeah, you can see a lot of my like trashy ace-x makes sense to jam. Obviously, I'm gonna be jamming more of these in practice because this is 19 bigs effective. He's 13.5, so like pretty different spot. But yeah, a lot of like the medium strength stuff. So my jam range is gonna be way wider than this because like anything that I can't raise call like in this section is gonna jam. Like ace two, obviously, it's just gonna jam. Uh, and then some of this stuff, and then maybe I even jam some of these like offsuit nines. Like if I can't raise call king nine off, it's like I might as well jam it, right? Especially if he's going to find jams like this, but not that I would know that. But he's definitely going to find jams from pairs and ace-x, but he can't call, as wide as he can jam necessarily. But yeah, a lot of these suited hands definitely jamming straight in there. 6-5 suited, I think pretty sure I would have jammed 13.5 with one player to act. So yeah, you can see there's a little bit of non-all in off some of these like big little hands, and obviously it's all kind of noise. Like it's there just to offset your aces and your kings. But yeah, there isn't much non-all in this case, to be fair. I guess because I've got a lot more suited hands. Like a lot of these hands would have jammed in my case, and I'm kind of left with a lot more of these. So maybe if I check as the small blind, but then there's a lot more incentive for him to call if I open from the small blind because he's in position. So again, it's not right. But if I check small blind just to see like if there's weird hands he jams, because in this case, you can see that the min raise range is a lot more king two off, queen three off. And yeah, you can see like a lot of like this is probably more realistic of a jam range for me, right? Like way more of the suited stuff, way more of these hands, kind of induce in here. Like queen nine suited, I probably would have just jammed to be honest, but I would have induced from like this portion and like more of these because I'm in position. I can definitely induce like ace queen off instead of jamming. Uh, but I could have raised folded some of these. Like this range might not be too far off, uh, not a million miles away at least. Uh, and look at that, queen four off, all in. So again, I know there's a lot of differences, but the fact that it's a candidate here, blind v blind, when I know we're not blind v blind, but we're the last two players in the pot, I think that is telling. Like the EVs aren't going to be that far off, and yeah, hands like king two off. This is like the magic one that you see a lot from the solver, because the two is an unblocker, the king's a blocker, and it's like it's almost like too good to fold, but it plays the worst. So this section you do see a lot, and obviously like I think it shows he's done a lot of studying to be capable, because I don't think he's obviously not a punter, that's just like fuck it, I gamble. Like he put a lot of thought into it. Um, it might well be if we had a perfect sim for the situation that queen four would be a jam. Um, and this is obviously 12 instead of 13 and a half too. Like there's a few more differences. But when he jams, in this case, there's like 64% folds for the queen four suited to be indifferent. So like if I could probably build my own range and like figure out the maths, and there's a world where um, like it does become profitable. Uh, like I'm probably jamming queen nine, jack nine. I'm probably jamming this section, but like jamming this section hurts. Like makes his queen four better because this is hands that, except for these, I guess. But yeah, like me just jamming queen 10 suited, king 9 suited is better for him because it's less raised calls. It's because these hands went into the jam instead. Uh, what would I have done with these hands? It's hard to say. Like 7-4 suited, would I have raised folded? Probably. 7-3 suited, would I have ever opened? Interesting question. Not 100%. I don't know. Like I genuinely, I think there's a world where it's actually like just the play, and like it's just gonna make so much EV that like all of these hands will just go into jam, like this section here, and then yeah, he'll obviously have to call a lot because he's just getting a good price. I don't know. I don't think it's a mega punt. I think it's somewhere between a punt and fine. more like going back to what you said, Tom. If you've got an edge in the field, do you need to do it? But at the same time, like that you make money from jamming here, which I think looking at that, it looks like it's going to be profitable. And this is the sort of hand where is he really going to make much EV from playing post flop if he calls? And it seems like it's pretty close. I guess without the small blind in there, his call range is going to change because these pot odds aren't as good. Uh, I don't know. I'm team. This is fine. I don't think I would have done it, but if he had king two off, I wouldn't really think much more about it. And I just don't think the hands are that different. Next one at 119. Needs HRC. Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to have a perfect answer, but I just think with the tools we've got and the of stuff we can look at, I think it's like you can see where his head's at least at least in that sense. This is just a boring old flip. Obviously, at this point, I lost the ace jack versus queen four, and I've lost tens for the ace jack. And then not too long after that is this hand. And I forgot about this hand actually. This is quite an interesting spot. I guess I'll have a quick look at this one. Uh, Keller Bashvili, this Georgian guy, is the guy at this point I haven't played with yet. Again, like I think I had a very maniacal image to most people in this tournament, but this guy I've played zero hands with until this day, and he's seen me raise call ace jack. I don't think I played much else in this day yet so far. Like nothing interesting, nothing out of line or aggressive. So he's got no reason to think that I'm aggressive here. So I was almost like gunning to take a spot against him, and this felt like one that could be one. But his sizing's a little bit big. He's 3x'd it. I think if he less than 3x's it, I'm very much like my hand's too good to fold. Do I call? Do I 4-bet? But when he 3x's it, there's not that much room for me to do much else. Like I could 4-bet to like 2.5 to 2.8 million ish, which I think is fine. The 10 might block bluffs. Uh, I guess jam is just way too big, right? Just over 40 bigs. Like jam, yeah, I think jam's too big, but might be a thing for all I know. 4-bet non-all-in probably achieves a lot of the same because a lot of people don't find the 5-bet bluffs enough. So 4-bet non-all-in is probably what I'd choose over jam if I was going to play it aggressively. And like the more hands he has like ace jack, he's in a really tough spot with ace jack. I think he's just going to pure fold if I 4-bet, but could be wrong. Uh, Yeah, I'm going to look this one up. So this is, let's say he's got 40 bigs on the button, I cover him. Hijack versus button. At this point, we've got 19 players left, so we are maybe even 600. There's 40 bigs symmetrical, but really I want to cover him, which it doesn't look like there's a sim for. Let's look at 7 players. 45 against 50. Not perfect, but let's have a look. So I'm effective chip leader opening, which is true. The chip leader had folded. A lot of these free bets probably aren't being found. The mix ace-2 to ace-9 offsuit. The good hands because they're just blocker oriented. They're going to block my continues and my in 4-bets and in calls. Ace-X suited. Pocket jacks, happy to go for value. So yeah, this a lot of this doesn't seem too crazy, but like he's probably not finding enough of these. He's probably not finding enough of these. In 8 max, this one with 53, 37. Oh, thank you. Yep, that. I mean, he had slightly more, but that still seems better because of the stat gap. Some of these ace-X disappeared. You can see how sensitive a lot of these sims are. Like the king X suited have swapped to ace-X suited. Like that's why a lot of the time when I look at these ranges, I'm not thinking I need to know it perfectly. It's just what hands kind of like to do what, and it's more important to know, you don't free bet nines because you're not happy to get nines in. I mean, there's some like kind of mergy stuff going on here, but usually there's a clear value threshold, which in this case is ace queen suited pocket tens. And then there's like the bell curve effect where ace queen off is like at the bottom end of get it in for value. Ace jack is like the top end of the bluffs. King queen bluff, ace 10 bluff. These are all obviously bluffs. And then like the middle hands are usually your calls. And obviously suited hands play better as calls. Average stack has a huge weight on these stims, yeah. So the average stack here is only 25 bigs when our average stack was bigger. Queen 9 suited is an interesting one. Like why Queen 9 suited and not, Jack 9 suited. I'm sure there's some cool reasons for that. But yeah, he goes 3x. Interesting what everyone else would have done with King 10 suited here before I look at what this sim says. I thought it was an option to do honestly all four. All in, 4-bet, non all in, call and fold. I ended up going with fold this time. Like King Jack suited, I definitely never would have folded. Obviously King Queen suited, I never would have folded. Ace 10 suited, I never would have folded. Anyone experiencing quality issues on the stream level? If you are, I would like to know if it's just you or if it's me. It might be me. I mean, I'm plugged into like a wired connection, which I'm optimistic is going to be decent, but 1080p, but it's a bit blurry. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that, at least for now. I'm on quite a widescreen monitor, so that might like stretch some of the output here. But yeah, if anything's like not clear enough to actually see, maybe I can just say it. The moment of truth. King 10 suited is actually never 4-betting. Interesting. I mean, obviously, it's very sensitive, these spots, and some spots it definitely will. But yeah, it's mainly folding, which is what I did. And to argue more for that, like if he's not free betting enough of these, because obviously ace jack's there, but there's a lot of suited aces. Maybe he calls some. There's some of these hands, ace 8 off. It's probably easy to underdo it. Then all of these hands are just going to be wiped out. Like these like indifferent 4-bet bluffs, ace 10. Ace 10 being chosen over ace jack, some like solvery cool stuff. Yeah, king queen suited, never folding, can go all in, because then you fold out all the ace highs. King queen suited usually only goes all in when they bluff with a lot of ace x that then has to fold. King jack suited, makes sense that it's like a pretty decent equity hand, got blockers. Rather than play out of position against king queen off and ace jack off, it wants to make both of those hands fold. Yeah, all the pairs are like indifferent until you get to tens, and it makes sense that tens is the first one worth something because that's where the value threshold starts for him. He's getting tens in, whereas he's not really getting nines in. Ace 5 off, magic bluff, always shows up in ICM stuff. Every time I 4-bet ace 5 off, it goes badly for me, but I still keep doing it. So if we did, so king queen off, ace 10 off, ace x suited, sure. If we make it 12.5, he's supposed to 5-bet jam ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, some ace 3 suited, some pairs, some ace queen. So he might be responding badly versus 4-bet, but if he's under bluffing in the first place, it's still like pretty ropey. And if we go all in, you're going to see the value threshold that we spoke about. Ace queen suited pocket tens. Yeah, ace queen on that line of indifference. That's why it was being pulled both ways. But just because ace queen doesn't necessarily want a 3-bet call, but it can 3-bet to then be a good 5-bet bluff as well. And obviously it plays great when you 3-bet and they just call because you crush a load of stuff. So I think that king 10 suited's fine. Next one is 227. It seems like my internet might be going a bit slow, for all I can tell, because it's like YouTube struggling more to like load when I'm putting it on a spot. This is pretty standard. He opens hijack. We're playing. He's got like 20 bigs. The big blind's got like 11 bigs. Tens is always going to jam. Can have a quick look which other sort of hand reconnecting. Oh, it said I was reconnecting, so there's some chance that it's just my internet and maybe see what's going on. See if it looks blurry on my phone. Okay, yeah. It looks like it just blipped. Um, yeah, sorry, that's my internet. It can be temperamental, even though I'm literally wired into it, which is pretty silly, really. Some days it's fine, some days it will just blip. But yeah, this is the jam range, just to like, in case it didn't show. He opens hijack off 20 bigs. The big blind's only got 10 bigs. This this is not perfect sim, but just like roughly, you cover them. You're playing 20 bigs effective or less. You jamming suited broadways, jamming the big stuff, jamming a lot of pairs. King nine suited, and then free bet calling jacks plus sometimes, queens plus ace queen suited, bluffing with some offsuit stuff, bluffing with some suited aces, non all in. So I'm guessing he's going to call with nines and eights, even sevens as a pure call. King queen suited seems pretty loose. I think a lot of people won't find that one. Sixes being indifferent. So yeah, if you think people overfold, which king queen suited, ace 10 suited, ace jack off, maybe some people overfold some of these bottom hands, sixes, sevens. The jam's going to be even more profitable, but call in, non all in might be more profitable as well. And at this point, I've literally gone, get it in good, lose, get it in good, lose, and now get it in bad. And I'm like, man, is this just not my day? Uh, this is for like half my stack now. Puts me down to 20 bigs if I lose. Obviously, most of the time I'm going to lose.
Is drooling over, but look at this. 8-9 queen, both parties interfering with the gutters. Shalom, of course, doesn't need to hit. Shields very
I
much
was so happy to
does.
see that turn.
10 on the
So
turn. Now
happy.
gives him a pull at a full house. Note the straight now for Shalom. And he does fill up.
Wow.
A queen on the end.
Yeah,
That is savage.
they didn't show me at this point, but I was standing up, literally going, yes! I was so happy. I felt like, like I was just on the way down, like I'm losing parts, it's not my day, to then just, yes, maybe it is my day, it's all turning around, and I just shouted like that, that's good for momentum.
Savagery.
Let it run out. Lucky.
He was not happy.
Shalom's disgusted, and
He is not happy. But, we've all been there. Like, I took my fair share of bad beats in this tournament, but sometimes it's like it's almost inevitable if you play for, then it's going to be a 2 day or 3 day tournament that you're going to get it in good and lose at least like once sometimes. In a tournament like this, you're going to get it good and lose like, I don't know, 5 times, maybe more if you make the final table. 3 hours 13. I felt like I was kind of free rolling this tournament too, because on day 3, I started like 100k, like 11 bigs on day 3, and I doubled up with aces, and then I've got like 26 bigs, and it goes button open, who's super aggressive guy with loads of chips, small blind call, and I rip 26 bigs, I think it was, with ace 4 suited, and the button had kings, called me. I've got obviously my like 33% I'm at risk, and I got there. So, I just lose that 33-70, 30-70, and I'm just out on day 3. But I got to play all of day 3, all of day 4, all of day 5, and some of day 6. So you got to focus on that sort of thing when you are playing tournaments because there's always injustice and there's always stuff that absolutely sucks that you could focus on. Like, I got it in Jacks v9s and lost on day 3 as well, and I got it in good, or like someone like River to set against me and like a spot win, otherwise I win a big part on like day 2. Like, there's all these spots you can focus on if you want, but if you cash a tournament, you're running above EV in that tournament. The hardest part of being a professional is knowing the wider context of like, I play 100 tournaments and I've only cashed 10 of them, and say I'm down, like 50 buy-ins or whatever. Like, that next tournament, when you get the bad beat, even when you're in the money, still might feel that much more painful because you've still got the almost like the baggage of the recent run, where you're like, like I'm still running badly, I'm still cursed. Like, when am I ever gonna get XYZ? Um, and you just gotta, I don't know, somehow retrain your programming to just focus on the stuff to be grateful for. Um, a tournament like this, I feel like maybe it's easier because it's very like grand and there's all the lights and like there's a lot of more stuff going on. Whereas it's just like, local tournaments where you're out and that's it. You're just driving home or you're just going to the reg desk or the weather's bad, and like there's so many different contexts where it's definitely harder. In Vegas, it's probably not necessarily so bad because there's always another tournament and the tournaments are massive and the expectations are low. But if you're playing small fields and you're losing repeatedly, like sometimes it is just going to hurt, and you need different ways to calibrate your brain.
Puts Manas is big blind, the big stack, so that's always
I guess I'll show this one in its entirety, and then I'll talk you through my thoughts.
going to be taken into consideration when deciding whether to open or not. Pocket Jacks, of course, going to open either way.
So this hand obviously goes either way. You can call, you can free bet. Kalabashvili, as I said, in the King 10 suited spot, he's a guy that is maybe one of the only people in the tournament that doesn't know I'm a maniac, and I think he's aggressive. So he might, go after me a little bit, take a few extra spots. He did free bet me with the ace jack, right? He has been playing quite active. I think he's capable. Like, some people are playing a bit more scared. I think he's not one of those players. So I decided to free bet, not necessarily thinking ahead at this point. Just like my hand is a good free bet candidate. I think it's profitable. I think if he calls or folds, like I can, play post flop. I'm happy with my hand. Call in's fine too. The reason I didn't call in the end as well is I think the small line was short, and it sucks if the small line jams and then I, have to fold. Like, I lose my equity with this hand, but call in's definitely fine.
Shields with the tempter.
The
Yes.
powerhouse.
Occasional booth colleague David Lappin was kind enough to send some support. So he's watching the show out there. Shout out to you, David. Often refers to it.
The small blind has just under 8 big blinds, 1.9 million. And also the big blind's a good player. Like, if I call, I'm more likely to play a hand with the big blind, who is, not going to probably make many mistakes. I'm not going to get much post-flop edge, if any.
I like that. The tempter.
The tempter, yeah. Ace 5 suited almost always wants to play, sometimes as a flat and very often as a 3-bet as well.
Looks like here that I actually have 37% equity because it takes into account folded cards.
The reasoning is that a lot of better aces, ace-x hands, have to fold. And it has some nice board coverage as well.
Kalabashvili is contemplating how he would like to proceed. He knows that Shields can afford to lean on some folks with a broader array given the depth of his stack. He is opening from the hijack.
3 million.
All of this on his mind as he makes the decision, and he comes with the 4-bet to 3 million. Your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward stack.
So he 4-bets, and with any spot like this, as Kalabashvili, you just want to draw the line at where you think your stack off threshold is. In this case, he thinks it's jacks. He's playing 9.2 million, which is what, 30, just under 35 bigs, like 37 bigs. So he's decided jacks against chip leader 3-bet in the button hijack versus the hijack. It's a good enough hand to get it in. To me, I think jacks is close. Like, you could call, you could jam, because once you induce, you open the door to I call in position, and then you have to play jacks out of position in a big pot, and that's not the nicest situation. So if I was him, I might have just jammed given that we didn't have the history too, a lot of people aren't capable of finding 5-bet bluffs. And if I'm not capable of finding 5-bet bluffs, he's just going to run into a better hand when I jam here, because I'm not going to 3-bet jam tens. Uh, I would just flat tens pre. If I did 3-bet to get it in, I guess maybe now at this stage I might call or something. But basically my jam range is going to be some bluffs, maybe king queen suited sometimes. I'll probably just call on that, to be honest. Maybe ace queen sometimes, but it's pretty much going to be ace king, queens plus. And jacks doesn't like being against ace king, queens plus. It needs more. So it's nice he gave me the credit for finding bluffs. To be honest, even though I've got ace five suited here, I recognize this is a spot that, to be honest, I'm under bluffing, because as in the 5-bet, I'm going to under bluff because it's just really hard to actually execute, and I don't necessarily know what the other hands are. Like, I know for sure ace 5 suited is a hand that absolutely loves to do this for numerous reasons. Um, and obviously it just has loads of equity when it's called as well. You have an ace, it's like blocker on blocker, it's got the extra wheel equity, like tons of reasons why ace 5 suited is a good bluff. But the context of the field, I'm not like, this is a GTO player, that's why I'm doing it. I need to have a 5-bet range. I'm more thinking, I think he's capable of 4-bet in light based on our history and dynamics, and I don't think he thinks I'm going to 5-bet enough, and that means his value range should be, in my opinion, tighter. So I expected him to have queens plus, ace king suited, but then maybe not always queens, maybe not always ace king off. Those hands might jam. I did think jacks was going to jam, and I was wrong. Like, he went pretty liberally last two tables. Like, he's like, it's pretty brave what he's done here with jacks, is to 4-bet induce, given the history. And I think fair play, he was right against the hand I've got. But just because I had ace 5 suited here doesn't mean he made the right play. Like, it still might be better to jam. It still might be better to call, because if I'm only bluffing ace 5 suited, that might not be enough hands. That's 4 combos. You know how many other hands that there actually are. I guess he's doing fine against ace king, but it's not an ideal situation to be on a flip. Yeah, my other bluff might be ace queen if I ever find another bluff in this spot. Uh, so yeah, let's see if I can find something semi-similar. 37 effective, last two tables. But I don't want to be results oriented, at least until I see what the bluffs I'm supposed to find are, because as much as I love a bluff, I think I'm under bluffing. That's like 38 against 46. Not perfect. We kind of want chip leader on the button, really. But out of interest, I'll check this one. So yeah, this open range semi-realistic. Maybe he doesn't open king four suited. Maybe he doesn't open pocket fours. People love opening pocket fours. Maybe he doesn't open ace five off. So, my free bet range, some ace x offsuit, a lot of ace x suited, some suited of this, like some of these offsuit hands, sure. So yeah, I think I'm probably free betting semi realistically. Tens, to be honest, I was more team flat. So that's probably a little bit different. That my value is probably jacks plus, but we'll see if that ends up being a big difference. And now, yeah, you can see he likes to have a jam range. So ace king, pocket jacks, pocket tens, which is what I was thinking. I didn't think ace queen suited would induce. So I thought he's more realistically going to have aces, ace king suited, kings, queens, and then some ace king off, maybe some jacks, and then tens I think is just going to jam or call. I don't think it's going to induce. So that's the value range we're looking at. But look at the potential bluffs that he can choose from. King queen off, ace 10 off, maybe he has ace jack off sometimes. All of these suited aces. Maybe sometimes instead of jamming the king 10 suited, king jack suited, he does something different, like the size that he made it. Interestingly, it looks like the king 10 suited likes to jam in this situation. Remember the situation I looked at earlier was very similar to this one, like hijack against button, but I was the hijack with king 10 suited against his 3x. And I was saying, does king 10 suited jam? And it didn't, and now it does. So you can see how sensitive these spots are. King Jack suited seems to be one that the solver likes a lot. This is like something that I always knew it was there sometimes, but I've consolidated that it's there more. So I'm going to find it more, at least in these spots in the future. But yeah, maybe he makes the mistake of not going all in and just making it 3 million with King Jack suited. It's easy to overdo it with some of these suited aces if he wants to, and I thought he might be leaning on me in this spot based on the history. So yeah, if he goes 12, 12.5, and ace 5 suited, absolutely slam dunk, pure 5-bet jam, like let's do it. It can call, in fact. a little bit if you want to have a call range. There's actually more calls here than I would have thought. Ace queen suited seems like a nice one. Aces seems like a nice one. Maybe king queen suited if you get there with it. I'm definitely not calling ace jack off. I don't really free bet these pairs much in this spot, to be honest, but if I did, I would probably fold. So yeah, ace 5 and ace 4 suited. Maybe I would have ace 4 suited sometimes, but ace 5 suited is the one I was confident to take every time. So this is only 4 combos of bluffs of ace 5 suited. Maybe I have some ace 4, ace 3 suited, but I'm more likely to just call them versus the open sometimes, or like not to take the extra step. And then ace queen is the other bluff. So yeah, if I don't, this one's got 9s for value, and this one's got 10s for value. If I just call pre with these hands, which I think I do, his jacks are not wanting to induce here, because when I take the extra step, I've either got a flip, ace king, ace queen. I've got you crushed because I've got jacks plus, jacks 2 aces. Or I've got, in this case, 4 combos of ace 5 suited, which is what I had. And I had 37% equity. I should have around 33% equity. Like, it's just not an ideal situation when your last 2 tables for jacks, in my opinion. Even though I can see I had the bluff, and don't get me wrong, maybe I have some ace 4 suited too. I don't know if I would have ace queen. Like ace queen, I might have flatted the button more than this output does. Ace queen suited, I'd probably always flat the 4-bet in position, to be honest, rather than jam it if I get there this way. The 9s, I would just flat. Like knowing my own strategy, I think playing jacks this way is a mistake, even though it looks silly because I had the 4 combos of the bluff and I found some bluffs, but it's just not enough. Look how many bluffs I'm supposed to find. Well, I guess it's more the value threshold starts sooner. Like 9s and 10s is not a bluff here, but I'm just not having 9s and 10s here. So yeah, I think it's optimistic, let's say, from his pocket jacks, just given the strategy I know I'm playing.
Size just south of 40 big blinds to start the hand.
Honestly, when he made it 3 million, there was no like I need to do this to solve it. I literally quickly was like, I think he's going to slightly overdo it. I think he doesn't think I'm going to 5-bet enough. I think ace 5 suited is the right combo to bluff with. Therefore, I'm just going to execute it. I didn't even use a time bank. I was just like, this is the one, you know. Like I don't need to. I'm gonna. The fact I'm not using a time bank might make it look stronger if he has some weird hands sometimes, but it doesn't matter. Like you should have a bluff or value, and he
Eventually
went
just have
wide.
30 big blinds, he would definitely just 4-bet jam or get it in. Now this is kind of in between. He does decide that it's just good enough against a capable player to get this in here pre-flop.
All in.
Shields stuffs it. Kalabashvili is prepared, and suddenly Brandon has bloated one. He is the covering stack on his feet just due.
That's. I felt so comfortable, even though like some people might be really hard on themselves in this spot. You know, I've just 5-bet jammed a bluff into a value threshold, and I've got 33%. I thought I have 37. Most of the time here, I lose a big pot when I was in a nice spot, nice situation. But the reason I'm able to do this is because I'm just confident with the decisions I'm making. And that's why I'm even here. I'm like, I know this is part of the equation. When I got to, I mean, most stages in the tournament, even when we're like 100 left, 80 left, 50 left, my whole notion in this tournament is if I think it's the right decision, if I think it's making money, even if it increases the variance, I'm going to do it. I might have reevaluated that if I got to say 5-handed, 6-handed, but to be honest, I just wanted to win so much, and I know being chip leader, like taking as many spots that are profitable as possible, leading up to the final table. At this point, I'm table chip lead, but I'm not. Well, actually, I'm about joint table chip lead with Marius, who's a good player. Um, like nothing special is going on. Like we're kind of passing chips around. Like if I'm not pushing the boat out and finding spots that I think, despite what the risk is, are good spots to find. A lot of the best spots to find are if you're the one willing to take that extra step. So if he, for example, he's like got this notion of, yeah, I'm free betting a little bit too wide, but I'm not going to 5-bet bluff enough. Me 5-bet bluffing is actually the thing that counters him the best, even though I know I would have underdone it because I don't think I would have found King Jack suited. I don't think I would have found enough Ace 4 suited. I'm never finding 9s and 10s. Like I still have that notion in my mind of like I think this is a profitable spot. That's the only reason I took it. It's not for balance. It's not so like my bluffs get called next time. I just think I thought he was going to overfold given the dynamic. And like, if this situation happens and then I get there, I've then got what 30 I guess like 26 million if I win this hand. So it's also that potential to then go chip leader, and that gets consolidated when you're playing against good solid players where you can like, take it home, like run people down because the ladders are important at that stage. Everyone has to play tight when you cover them.
The gravity of the moment, not being at risk, that reality is, of course, the one that confronts
Karma is coming out. I hope so.
Kalabashvili.
That was him. I said, "Do you feel lucky?" He said, he won the reverse situation. He won ace five suited versus the pair earlier in the tournament. So he was saying maybe Karma's going to get me, and I'm going to lose it this time. And I said, I hope so.
This is it. This is it.
Prepared to accept his fate.
Eight of spades. You cannot be that on the turn.
Biggest hurdle cleared
Oh wow.
by the jacks. Spade on the turn. Now all of a sudden, we need to fade aces and the flush draw. 19 million in the middle and send it to the Georgian.
Yes, I'm
And this might look a little bit like a punt to some, but believe me, it isn't. The ace-5 suited wants to do this sometimes. It has equity against almost every hand. After 3-betting, you sometimes just want to 5-bet jam this.
Now, you mentioned that it was an awkward stack size off of which to kind of operate. Is everyone clicking call with jacks there in Kalabashvili's spot for that?
So once you 4-bet jacks, you're not bluffing. You're 4-betting to call. If you're going to bluff this spot, you have like ace X yourself or, suited Broadway. Jacks is too much hand when I'm going to have ace king every time. Probably, yeah, I know. If I hit that, we're laughing our way to the bank, even though, I found the way to regenerate the stack. But yeah, I did think the poker gods were going to reward me for being willing to go for it. But, I'm never, for example, the best way to analyze the spot really is never in a million years am I going to jam ace six suited here because I don't think it's valid. It's not got enough, doesn't have that extra bit of equity. It's not a candidate that should be used sometimes. So you need your ways to balance your frequencies to kind of keep yourself in line in like the higher variance spots. And if I was 100% sure he was going to overfold and that it was profitable to jam with like any two cards, maybe I push the boat out a bit, but you can't know that, and you have to give weight to your assumptions. And my assumption is he's going to overfold a little bit at least, maybe a lot, but I'm not going to be confident enough to just send it every time there with, ace three suited or like whatever the other bluffs are. It was just like this is the one that I'm always sending every time. The other stuff then I guess I would have had to think about it and decide. But like this one, I didn't feel like I had to do it. I was just like, this is a hand that that is doing this because it's the candidate and it's the exploit. If my read is right, and that's the way my read leans. If it was against the tight player, if it was against the Spanish guy that was still in, I never would have dreamed of taking the next step with this. Not in a million years. So it's like, it doesn't matter that the solver does it. It's the context. It's not like this is how I play in my range no matter what. It's the context every time.
That much more? Was that a given?
I think after he 4-bets, he does that with the
Okay.
intention of calling it off.
Okay,
But I think he definitely just could have called it pre-flop, just called the
Yeah.
3-bet pre-flop.
sure.
So yeah, Shields recognizing that Kalibashvili is capable of having 4-bet bluffs here. This is of course key for the hand.
I think oftentimes we can be very tempted to be critical based on the outcome there for Brandon, but just consider that Kalabashvili had to really have a lot of hand to be able to call the heat, and yes, the 4-bet makes it look like he's there in that narrow range, but I think
I will say the chat was really dumb in response to when I did this because obviously everyone, for some, I don't know if it's just some level one thinking that they'll see that you do something and it goes wrong, and they would never dream of doing that because people don't 3-bet enough and they don't 5-bet enough. Sure, that you do it and it goes wrong, but it's the biggest punt in the world. But like, if you think about it from the other guy's point of view, if I'm not doing this, he can't do that. Like, poker's so circular in that way that if someone else would be like, I'm going to play jacks that way, but you should not play ace five suited that way, then playing jacks that way is bad. And that's the step that people often can't seem to take. That like the reason that you can actually get it in here with ace king and you can actually get it in here with queens, it's because sometimes I have ace five suited. And if I plug in a range where I never have bluffs here, and then my range is literally, when I 5-bet jam, is literally ace king suited, queens, kings, and aces, his jacks can fold, even though he's put 3 million in. It's only the fact that I, sometimes have ace king, ace queen, or in the solve range I have tens and nines, which I don't have, or like ace five suited in this case, that he can actually do this profitably. So, yeah, oftentimes people just think very level one of like it didn't go well, therefore it's bad. But
Some of that associated with credit being given to the Georgian for also having a cheek.
and for what it's worth, like I might be wrong. He might be not four betting enough. His four bet range might be on only value here. He might think, you know, this guy's crazy. He's going to have five bets. He might think, I'm just going to induce with jacks, but he might look down at ace jack off, king queen off, ace six suited, ace four suited, all the plethora of bluffs he might have. He might look at them and just not take it here, and therefore my bluff is bad. But all you can do in poker is go with your assumptions, go with your read on what you think about the situation. And the more you play, the more you trust in that, which is exactly what I did to get myself in this position in this tournament. The more the game just seems to go better, at least in my experience. Like time and time again, you know, I have a hand that you're supposed to call with because it beats value, and it's a hand that you just quote unquote can't fold. Like a solver would never dream of folding this, and you fold because you just have an inkling for the spot. You just feel like you know, it's a losing call for whatever reason, and it's making those decisions, which to me is what being a professional poker player is. It's literally deciding I'm going to stray away from what I think the theory would do, or I'm going to lean into what the theory would do for reasons. Like it's just, you know, that's why it's a strategy game. It's deciding what to do, when to do it, and if you got it right every time, you you know, if well, no one gets it right every time, but like if you let's say if you never punted, it's probably a better way to say it. If you never did this, like quote unquote punted, you're probably playing too tight.
Your range.
Yeah, and we've seen so many 3-bet bluffs and 4-bet bluffs today and
Yes, you're
yesterday,
right.
so I understand the decision with the ace-5 suited.
Boy, and I think we need to keep an eye on Brandon Shields in the back end of that one just to see how he's processing it, because not everybody deals with the trauma the same. I think
It's interesting that the commentators hone in on that. Obviously, like this is maybe the biggest part of the tournament so far, that hand, and I like it, honestly in game I didn't feel like I made a mistake. I felt like I ran into it, but it still sucks to lose a big pot. You know, I still have my equity. I'm still unlucky to get zero of the pot because I had my on average 33%. I should get 33% of the pot on average. Um, so I'm still unlucky, even like that he had it and that I lost. But you do need to process it and you need to keep playing. I'm still at this table. And I remember for the next hand, I actually play this hand. I purposely took 30 seconds before I opened, and then I purposely took 30 seconds before I c-bet because I didn't want to make a big decision at that time. I was like, my head is not straight. My head is not, you know, in the best place right now to be making the best decision still, and it will be again. But at least for the time being, like I'm going to kind of coast like until I feel like very comfortable and confident again. And I think it didn't take very long for me to feel composed again. But there definitely was. I don't know if it was two hands. I don't know if it was like by the end of the first hand, or maybe I had to just stand up, like have a drink, like do some breathing exercises, until I then was like, yeah, yeah, I'm zoned in again. I'm playing my best. But if this next hand put me in like a really horrible, tough spot, I would not have been confident. I would have made the best decision. You know, like if I end up with a bluff catcher on the river and someone puts me all in, I would have been in so much pain because I would have been like, like my head's not in. I don't have as much clarity as I would have if, you know, I was fully composed and like the other stuff hadn't happened. So you still got to recognize that's part of the game. You're gonna get unlucky. You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna punt, and then you have to recompose yourself in the most efficient way possible. And I think I was very good at doing that in this tournament because a lot of really big pots did not go my way.
he's very much a well-established kind of
Yep.
don't worry about me character, but again, the heartache is real when it doesn't work out. Now for Kalabashvili, let's call it, in front of him. Clearly thinking through it. Now, perhaps the deck has mercy on its mind for him.
Yeah, you always question.
You always need to recalibrate for the stacks too. So now I'm only playing, you know, 26 bigs, and that's a completely different setup. Like I was chip leader, like ready to like play more parts, play a bit out of line. Now I'm like a lot more conscious of, you know, people might play aggressive against me. Like how does that affect my range? So the more time I give myself here, the more I can adjust to the situation. So I wasn't going to use a time bank, but I was like, I need to, you know, take as much time as I can.
Questioning yourself after a hand like that.
Sure.
Did he really have enough bluffs? But yeah, he knows that that can happen. Sometimes you're just gonna run into it.
And what's curious is this is the very next hand being played by Shields. Everybody bore witness to him going hard with the ace-5 suited. Now here he is suddenly opening off of a much leaner stack. And that does play a role contextually in some of our perceptions of range moving forward. Bebov, the only patron, defends his big with the suited jack. Doesn't find anything of interest on a queen 10-4 board. Overs and the Broadway gutter for Shields.
Good flop for his range as well. I expect him to c-bet. He has more of these high cards, so a queen and a 10 out there does help him more often than it does the big blind.
Yeah, so I usually would have see that in, I don't know, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, but I was just like, I'm giving myself the full time.
5 seconds. 375.
It was free. It was 375.
375. 4 win.
I was so relieved to see a snap fold here, to be honest, even though, yeah, my hand can call a check raise and like play more streets, but I didn't want it. I didn't want to have like, like I've got to really think through this hand spot at least immediately after. So yeah, I would have overfolded the cutoff here with some of my like marginal opens. I would have been like, it's just not the best smart. That's not the smartest play for me to be involved with, you know, the normal range. Like the cuspy hands are just going to be folded. Whereas normally I'm all for like, let's play all the cuspy hands and let's get in the mix.
Formality, as Bebov was never interested, regardless of the size.
One-sided interview.
Appreciate.
This one I wanted to look into because now this guy, Georgian guy, Kalabashvili, his new chip leader, was interested where like my free bets come from here, how many calls I want to play. Like Jack 10 suited here, would I just be going all in? Jack 10 off I thought was just always a fold, and I did fold. But you know, what about Queen Jack off? Is that going to be a free bet? So I remember thinking I want to educate myself more on this spot at least. So I've got 27 bigs facing chip leader open in the cutoff. This one looks reasonable, not perfect. Yeah, as long as he doesn't have open jams, like, yeah, he's opening pretty wide here as the effective chip leader. And yeah, Queen 10 off getting in there at some frequency. Queen Jack off never being a fold. Jack 10 off being a pure fold, but still like on the line, right? It's really close. So if you're playing against someone who is open and loose, but then you have a post flop edge on, calling Jack 10 off here could even be reasonable. Yeah, some bluffs from the ace-x offsuit, a lot of jams, suited Broadway, this stuff, some suited aces, a lot of pairs. Even though it's quite a lot, right? In this case, 26 bigs, I had 27. King 9 suited can just rifle it in because he's just going to open, like he doesn't have an open jam range, his raise fold gaps are massive. Ace 10 suited with the induce. Yeah, ace 10 suited can free bet call because there's enough 4-bet bluff jams here, but maybe in practice ace 10 suited you want to call here. Ace jack suited even, maybe you just want to call. Yeah, the bluffs from the cutoff being suited aces, some suited broadways. A lot of these hands are just going to be called, in my opinion. 3 hours, 54 minutes.
Boy, Garcia really, despite the double there, looks like he's a man who's had the weight of the world on his shoulder in a main jet lag.
Like the 5th consecutive
Oh,
day.
this is a nice hand. Big fan of this hand. Yeah, obviously I raise with aces. My Georgian friend in the big blind is going to call with ace 9, pretty standard. Don't think you really want a 3-bet bluff. Might be in there sometimes, but I think you want a worse offsuit ace. This one like plays almost too well as a call, I would say. And now on this flop, as the early position opener, so we're playing 8-handed, I'm under the gun +1. I think I want to have a bigger size because it's a 9-high board. I'm not necessarily range betting. It's kind of a connected board. I do have Like all my overpairs are kind of wanting to get money in fast. The stat to pot ratio is what, like just under 5? Yeah. I'm not sure if the best size here would be like B40 or B50 or B60. I could have a quick look at that. So I've started this hand like 27 bigs. Let's have a quick look at an ICM sim. 800. And we need a big stack in the big blind. So I'm going to look at, in this case, I'm opening off 26. Yeah, this sort of range looks pretty reasonable to me. Ace 9 not in there, but yeah, all the other aces in there sometimes. Offsuit kings, jacks plus for value in this case. It was 9-8 of diamonds, and then was it a 2? 3 of clubs. He has no leads. And yeah, the solver likes this like B56. I'm just going to AI solve it. This tournament was more top heavy, but I'm not going to get too specific with this. And now the one size it likes overbet. That's pretty interesting. I actually see this a lot in ICM stuff, and it does surprise me that at lower stack depths, often the best protocol is like, let's just blast money in as fast as possible and not let them realize their equity. Whereas Chippy V is like happier to play a free street game. If you're so deep, ICM is often more cautious, but if you're at the right stack to pot ratio, it's almost like, oh, we got to get it in fast. What's the best way of doing that? In this case, this is 2 EG, 105% pot to set up 106% pot. So it's pretty cool actually. I wouldn't have thought to be betting this big in game, and I'm just gonna throw in the size I used. I imagine that like you could have a multi-size strategy if you wanted, but did I be 40? I don't remember. Maybe I bet too small. I knew that I was sizing up, but my ICM size up might have been to like B40. Maybe I bet 550. I don't actually remember.
Would certainly be the standard play. He could consider checking back here sometimes. Maybe you don't want to see bet you
550. So that size is just over B40, if I had to guess. It's exactly B40. Why did my brain not tell me that, man? I must be tired. So yeah, I think B40 is fine, and if we look at that, if we give it the B40 strategy, it's obviously just going to make it work. You're going to be able to bet more often, which is fine. The EVs are going to be pretty much the same. Yep, now we get to bet 77% of our range, and ace is mainly bet. His ace 9 wants to raise sometimes. His ace 9 had the ace of diamonds, so interesting that this is the ace 9 that likes to call. The reason for that is it plays the most comfortable in the call line. Like the other ace 9s are kind of like, we want to protect, we want to get it in against the nut flush draw. If a diamond comes, that sucks for our hand, but this one is more like, I can play streets. You can't have the nut flush draw for me to protect from. If the diamond comes, I'm always seeing a river. Like nothing bad's really going to happen to me. I'm going to realize my equity better. So I think that's the reason for that. But you can see it's mainly just calling with the ace 9. Not really wanting to raise much at all. Literally like 10s being the only kind of value hand. Pocket freeze. 9-8 mainly calling too. So that makes me feel a bit better about the ace 5 suited, right? That he's more, I guess in this case it's thinner for value like the jacks, but he's more like aggressive. He's more loose. He's more like he's happy to get it in with top pair here, which is questionable.
standard play. He could consider checking back here sometimes. maybe you don't want to c-bet your whole range, and aces is one of the hands that sometimes would want to trap here. He decides to c-bet 550,000.
Versus a different opponent or a different depth or a different dynamic, I would check aces, at least sometimes. But against him here right now, and I've got, you know, 5-bet ace 5 suited vibes, like, I'm like, let's get value. He might have more check raises.
And now, not a super obvious decision for Kalibashvili whether he wants to just check call or check raise this for value and equity denial.
Well, he goes with the check raise. And Shields doesn't mind it one bit, especially given that board texture where
I pretty quickly came to the fact that I need to free bet this flop with my hand, because he's either got, I mean, I've already decided if I die, I die. If he's got 9-8 or freeze, I die. Yeah, I was thinking he could have tens. Some chance he could have jacks. I guess not. Not knowing him, he'd probably just free bet to get it in pre. But yeah, maybe more ace nines than he should have, like he did. But the bluffs could just have a lot of equity. You know, 3x of diamonds, that's never going to fold to a free bet. Ace x of diamonds, even a hand like 6-7. The thing with ICM is like 6-7's only got 8 outs, but if he calls or folds versus my free bet, I don't mind. Well, you know, him folding a gut shot is actually fine. Like, he has 4 outs. Aces with the ace of diamonds, I would call, because it's just that much safer to play the next street. So if I had like obviously a set or something like that, I would just call. Kings with a diamond, I'm not sure. I'd probably call. And like overpairs without a diamond, I was probably looking to always free bet for right or wrong. Let's see what the solver says. What was his size in? I think his size in was a bit small, right? Yeah, he's gone like 2 point. So he's 2.5x it, because I think they would do like weird rounding things here. So his free bet being smaller is going to allow him to free bet ace 9 more and have more linear value hands, which also means that I can get more linear value by clicking it back. So yeah, you can see ace 9 frequencies going way up here. The ace 9 with the ace of diamonds starting to crop up. And yeah, sure, he still has potentially some bluffs, but a lot of the bluffs are hard to find. Giving him the rope with some of these hands makes some sense too, like ace of diamonds 5, which might be why a hand like mine might flat to the raise. If I have like 10s, jacks, queens, these are always going to free bet. Yeah, his 9-8 starting to raise more as well. Now brought the size down, pocket 8s. Yeah, this is the effect I was expecting to see. Like 10s through to kings. Like, let's go for it. Aces. Doesn't seem to mind the ace of diamonds, but it's not always doing it. Maybe I was doing this too much in game. Maybe I was a little bit too excited to try and play for stacks fast. Maybe calling might be better in some worlds. I mean, given the hand he had, I'm pretty happy that I did free bet because he jammed. Obviously, if I could see his hand, I guess I would free bet, because there's so many bad turns. Like if it's a king, queen, jack, 10 diamond. I mean, S diamond isn't so bad for him with the diamond, but like it feels like there's too many turns that change the texture of the board. And if he's happy with his hand now, but yeah, maybe I'm just optimistic that he has ace 9 or pocket 10s, and maybe letting him bluff would yield a lot of EV here too. But yeah, it looks like 10s through to kings. They're like, get it in fast, too vulnerable. And then, yeah, he's forced to just run it with ace 9. He's actually supposed to jam some flush draws. Yeah, a lot of flush draws are just sending it at this point, which is fine. And then, yeah, some other 9x, like 10-9, queen 9, if he ever has it. So the more he raises top pair, the kind of nicer it would be for my hand as well. We make him fold gut shots. He has to call with jack 10. We make him fold queen jack. I guess, yeah, these sort of hands, I guess it would be better to let him improve. If he has queen 10, queen jack. I don't know, maybe I just thought that he had it based on the history that we had, that he wasn't going to be over bluffing against me, and that I was just like, let's run it. But yeah, aces feels like it could still go either way.
It could just be a man asking questions of a couple of overcards.
Yes, clear what he could just call as well. He thinks his aces are just a bit too strong and vulnerable, so he flicks it back.
Yeah, and I think also you kind of remove 9-3 and 8-3, so the 8-9 certainly is on our minds as the one to watch and be worried about, but there's so much texture, as I pointed out, that I think Shields is looking to just get more chips into the middle as things stand. 2.3 million of them to be exact, another 900 being pondered. And Calabash,
He could potentially even call the click with his hand with the ace of diamonds because it's got that little bit of playability. It's like let's see what's going on, and then maybe there's worlds where he could bluff me or like some weird other stuff could happen. Or like if the turn's clean, he can donk jam and then make me fold if I've got a hand with equity. Could put me in some horrible spots. Like imagine I've got uh, ace five of diamonds. I guess I can't with his own. Let's say I've got king queen of diamonds, and then the turn here is like a four of clubs, and he just donk jams, and then I have to fold my equity, my two overs, and my flush draw. So I think there's some like stuff that could happen, or like Jack 10. I'm not necessarily sure what other hands I would free bet.
really decides to do the work for him, and this is, of course, the upside.
Yeah, I know I'm snapping here, but I'm just making sure because we're on a direct pay jump. If someone's at risk at the other table, or they're playing like a big pot, I'm going to use some time banks to see if someone busts over there first. I've got a lot of time banks. It could be worth like I don't know what the pay jump was now, like at least 10,000. It might be 25,000. So I'm just checking the other table. If they're not playing a hand or they're playing a small pot, I'm just like I'm not going to waste time.
To what Shields has done. He's on his feet because it's uncomfortable, and he knows that there's a pay ladder right now. He's looking over at the other table to see if one is in progress, whereby using these time banks to allow someone else to bust could prove profitable. Once he decides that's not going to be on the horizon, he does end up making the call, and you see him rubbing his palms together as he can taste this 14 million. Sweet things can turn.
He's still got his 14% here. Like this is still like it's like the reverse of the other spot. I'm not entitled to 100% of this pot. I only get this pot 86% of the time. So me holding here is like it's still lucky because I got 14% more of the pot than I would on average.
Sour quickly though. A 9, the immediate path to victory for Kalabashvili as he doesn't pick up those backdoor diamonds.
And look what the turn was. The turn was 10 of clubs. That would have completely killed my action in this case. And it would have been really awkward to play the turn, to be honest, for both of us, I guess, in this case. But I would have gone from like, I'm thrilled, fist bump, happy to get my hand in, to, ah, like, as he just turned us straight. Am I ever going to get value with my hand now? Do I need to just get it in and pray? Like, it would have just been so horrible playing this turn. Like, I guess I would have called if he bet, because then I'm just praying that I'll let him blast off with ace of diamonds 5 or 7-5, like something, or like a 3, I don't know. And then like if the river came 4 to a straight, which it did, I would have been either folding the best hand if he jammed, or I mean, in this case it was a diamond as well. Like look at that run out for my aces. I would have been absolutely in the bin. Like maybe he would have even bluffed with his hand. Imagine if the turn goes check check, and then he just jams the river as a bluff. Like I would have to fold, or he just bets the river. So yeah, this I'm really happy with how this hand went this time. But as much as I can see the solver is like quote unquote brave enough to call with aces, it's a lot of bad things can happen. A lot of really bad things can happen. Uh, yeah, and like if like the solver's not playing aces like that to get away from them, it's not like I mean yeah, I guess on some runouts it is, but the solver's still accepting its fate on a brick runout. If they have 9-8 or threes, we go broke. So I just kind of did that one step earlier than the solver would every time. But it's a big learning for me here that the solver would have just gone 2E Geo 105% pot. That's actually really cool. I want to look at which other hands it was bluffing with. And which hands I bluff 3-bet the flop with. Jack 10, no. King 10, so yeah, hands to fold. King 10 with a diamond, blocks bluffs, blocks like the rebluffs. Ace 10 with a diamond, makes sense. Yeah, some random 2-overs with a diamond. Nut flush draws to run it, like click to run it. Ace for a spades. That's interesting. Is ace for a spades getting in? Yes. Yeah, bottom pair, click it just to run it. That's kind of interesting. I guess you crush all the bluffs when you have a pair, but then that must be part of the reason why he's happy to get it in with top pair sometimes. But, you know, if I would never have done this with ace three suited personally. Maybe I would have jammed sometimes versus the check raise. I don't know, maybe. That's kind of an interesting hand to play there, ace three suited. But yeah, let's go back to the original sim. What's the fastest way for me to get back there? Or I could just tell it to bet 105. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, that's once I changed it. So I'm gonna tell it to go back to the original 105% pot. Let's see what we think of that strategy. King 10 of spades, king 10 of hearts. I guess because we just make him fold an 8. King jack, ace 7 sometimes, although a lot of nut flush draws. Ace 6 of spades, ace 6 of hearts. So it's almost like the hands which don't do anything else. Like ace 6, no backdoor, king 10, ace 10. Yeah, pocket nines, top set, two. Like if you're gonna have a one size big bet strategy, top set is almost always gonna check. Yeah, we start to make him fold with an 8 if he has an 8 without a backdoor flush draw. Even with a 9, he's supposed to fold some top pairs. So that's kind of cool. That is actually kind of cool. I might have a quick little node lock here to see something. He's supposed to call ace jack. Yeah, I think he's going to play really badly against this size. I think everyone will. Especially like this deep in a tournament. Like 8-6 with a diamond. That's such a hard hand to continue with. How are we doing for time? Do I want to node lock this? I kind of do. I don't want to spend too much time on it though. That's the only thing. I am curious. Uh, let's have a quick little node lock. Why not? So I'm just going to say that he never folds with top pair. Not letting the raises happen until ace 9 in this case too. And I'm going to say he folds ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, ace 3, 6 8, 8 7, call in the 8. Maybe we should give like the low frequency all in. So like 20% jams from the top pairs that are like, oh that's two pair from the top pairs that, oh don't fold. The top pairs that are like, let's run it. Something like this, jack 10, sure. 10 9, sure. 10 8, you can call 10 8, sure. Something like this, and then they're all like flush draws, so yeah, they can go either way. Why not? People probably just get it in too much with too many of the draws, but let's leave that. 7 6, sure. Yeah, we left in Queen Jack and Queen 10. There's definitely like some hands there some more hands I could have got rid of. So now I'm gonna unlock this strategy and then see how does our strategy change when we made them play pretty badly versus the overbet. Yeah, we overbet like 10% more often, which is the sort of thing I would expect to see. Not a crazy amount more often, to be honest. Yeah, I'm more interested in like these sort of indifferent hands, like whether they went pure or not, and they didn't. So the global frequency went up, but it wasn't like, let's take our trash every time and do it every time. Alright, I'm gonna stop being so nerdy and get back to the stream. We've got more hands to look at. 3 hours 34, 4 hours 12.
one that's growing. Do I?
No.
Here in the main.
Oh, I
Meanwhile,
know why I kept this one on because I want to give you some information on our friend Bibov.
Will someone find a calling hand? It's down to the blinds. Kuzmanos can't indulge. Bibov, queen 4 of hearts.
So he asked for a count. The way he's looking at this jam is like, oh, that's not many chips. He hasn't. I don't think he's looked at his cards yet. And when he looks at his cards, he snap goes to reach for chips. Like, yeah, that qualifies. This is facing like a over 6 big blind jam from early position, and he calls a queen 4 suited, which is this to me. This is a mega punt. The queen 4 off, I think, is like questionable. I think this is actually a mega punt. Just to give you some intel on the player type, because people do this a lot when they're facing small big blind jams. Sometimes they just end up calling with everything, or they call way too loose. This is a good example of that. The chips are worth way too much. Like queen 4 suited does not play well enough, especially in ICM. Chip EV, I still think this one's close, to be honest, but I wouldn't be confident in saying that. But I mean, let's just check a chip EV first. If everyone had 6 big blinds, the guy had slightly more than 6 big blinds. So symmetrical stacks, 6 big blinds. So if someone jams 6 bigs, queen 4 suited is a torch call in chip EV. So this is kind of what I didn't think it was this bad. Like maybe I would have flicked it in with some of these closer ones too, if it was chip EV. But in ICM, his range, I mean, his range won't change that much, but his range might be slightly tighter. But your range also has to be tighter. So it's just going to be a massive losing call, and I think everyone else at the table knew that based on how they reacted to the call here. But he looked pretty like, yeah, that's a snap.
Big invested already, 5 more to take a peek, and he's going to give his man a spin.
And I literally said to this guy, like, does he not like you? Like it's like he's trying to bust him, right? Like, why would he call that loose? Or like he likes him a lot because he's calling with a hand that's too wide, so maybe he's more likely to double him up. Yeah, no offense to Bibov, like I think he played well in most spots. Like this is just, if you don't know it, you don't know it. If you think this is a call, you think it's a call. But everyone else was like quite perplexed, and it does show that he's willing to play loose, which is obviously going to come into my head later when I'm playing hands against him. Like he doesn't mind putting in a lot of chips or like splashing around somewhat.
Oh, I'm surprised. How much is that? 7 big blinds?
You don't like
yeah,
me, huh?
6 and 10.
Yeah, he likes you very much too. Yeah, we're that.
Yeah, right. He does like
I
them
know you're.
on this and
Why do we do this?
Experiences you can have.
I mean, I'm glad that happened because the butterfly effect was good for me.
A lot of Tom on
with a full house as well. Bit of a cooler actually at this point.
yeah, as played.
Oh, this is a big one for Tom Hall.
Yeah.
4.6 million in there. Paul
Haven't
now
seen that
at
hand
11
before.
million. Chris down to 14 million.
That's what you get for opening queen 2 off on the button, who knew?
And poker novice. This is the exciting point. It's just, your adrenaline is going. Brandon chills.
Yeah.
So looking at the stack setup, I'm now table chip lead, which is obviously nice because I wouldn't be at the other table. But there's only a small gap. Like all 3 of these guys are like right behind me. Like it'd be really nice to run away with it.
He's leading this with 14 million.
He's had a hell of a day so far, hasn't he? Obviously,
Yeah.
5-bet jammed ace 5 into the jacks earlier, having had a very big stack, but then has now recovered and built that all the way back up, and is now leading the way on this table. Obviously, you don't want to be on the same table as you. Over there with 30 million, you come over here, you get to be the one who applies most of the pressure, and look at this.
Yeah, certainly more chips over on the other table, table 1.
This was first hand after a break as well.
Yeah.
And look, Garcia, he was such a nit, but this doesn't surprise me. This isn't even that tight. Like, it's fine, but this guy played so tight.
Moto fans.
Yeah, my table draw at this stage was incredible, and that's why it's such a shame actually. I mean, this hand's really nice, but what happened afterwards between then and making the FT, like, just didn't go my way.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, I figured we were going to fold, but we know Briner gets after it, and he may have elected to use that as a bluff, the king-queen off combination.
Yeah,
You're
well,
sub 20, at this stage, and therefore.
Your hand here for Kravez.
Oh my word! Oh my word!
Oh wow! Look at this.
Oh wow!
Still don't know what Kravezi has. He's all in. We could get a double.
And there's absolutely nothing you can do here with the queens. You just have to put them in. My range is really loose. This guy's crushed. Like jacks, I would be fist pump putting in here as well. Ace king, fist pump put it in. Hands like ace queen, where it gets kind of close. Like maybe ace queen off's a fold, ace queen suited as a call fold or a jam. Like you could call with aces to then have a call fold range. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe you just want to play everything as jams. Depends. Like if you have a call fold range, like imagine you have ace queen suited here, you call this jam to fold if I jam. And then I jam a hand like ace jack suited, a hand that plays well versus this guy and then tries to make you fold. But then sometimes you have aces, so there's like a weird equilibrium that could play out as where maybe he does want to have some calls, but queens is just like, he's not folding no matter what. It's too good.
Elimination here in theory.
40
kings.
It does, but I mean for the gun who covers you, yeah, he does go in.
Go all in.
I think I do the same.
Kalebashvili.
Wow.
Shills calls. Kavezi at risk. Kalebashvili at risk. This is a 26 million chip.
Shout out to my jumper
What
being
have we
too small.
walked into, James?
Lucky 7? Yes, I
Yeah.
agree. That would be a very good start.
What
No space.
How much?
and have a massive chip stack.
Yeah, I've just been talking about that spin up he's had. Remember it was against Kalebashvili that he
Shoots out there. That.
Nice.
The sevens drawing dead, going to the river. Kalebashvili does not hit the queen on the river. The kings hold. Wow. And what a hand right out of the gate.
GG, man.
Brandon
I mean,
more than doubles up and eliminates two players, and just like that, we're down to 13.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that for Kalebashvili and for Brandon Shields, that's going to be the biggest pot they've played in their lives.
29 million. I guess the pot was slightly smaller. Pot was like 26 million. In EV, I guess that is the biggest pot I've ever played. Yeah, maybe I just thought this is too good to be true. I accepted my fate. Obviously, I'm gonna just lose the side pot or lose the main pot there so much of the time. So it's still like you just got to be grateful for these holds. And I knew obviously what it meant for the context too. That now we are like 12 left. I'm going to be playing as chip lead on my table unless I get moved at some point, which like we're going to get a new player. It's unlikely that I just hope it's not the chip leader. I think I'm actually chip leader now, but we have about the same stack. I'm just going to be able to play really loose and like make some moves and make more chips and like go into the final table as chip leader and compound it. Like it's like very good things are going to happen is how I'm feeling at this stage. And now I have a big gap between my stack and the next stacks, but to be fair to everyone's credit, everyone was like kind of going for it. I wouldn't say that other than maybe the Spanish guy, no one was playing like far too tight. If anything, a lot of people were playing far too loose, which it seemed to be the case even when there was like 20 players left. At one point it went like raise 3-bet and then someone called 4-bet jammed ace jack off in the big blind with like no fold equity and like 8 bigs and they somehow got it in good. Which is just like I don't think it's a good play, but he got it in good, and he only did it because he just didn't care about the ICM, obviously. So sometimes it pays off. Yeah, people were playing very speculatively, to say the least. Yeah, king queen off. I guess I'm mixing in this spot between call and 3-bet. I go for the 3-bet. It's annoying because on the one hand this guy plays too tight, but that means he opens too tight as well. And he just snapped 4-bet, jammed it. This hand's against you, Tom. I remember what I said to you and what I was thinking in this hand as well. So yeah, this is an example. Like I get to open. I would say this is a standard open, king 3 suited and the hijack. I would have probably been more out of line than this, to be honest. But yeah, suited kings, pretty good. And you call with king 8. I wouldn't be surprised if this hand could 3-bet sometimes because it's like getting to the bottom-ish. Like king 6 is usually the threshold, but king 6 probably just folds. maybe this one free bet sometimes, but we're like over 40 deep, so your stack off threshold is like Jacks, Ace, King probably. And then I'm going to be c-betting more in general than all of the global frequencies usually, but 10-7-4. This is a board you usually want to check a bit more, size up sometimes. My hand is like so trash, so trash because I've got spades for one. I've got an under to the board. Um, but I just thought my hand is just always going to be a check to be honest, and then mixing checks with like sometimes a 10, sometimes a 7, sometimes pocket 9, sometimes two overs, and like kind of put like buckets of all hands all over the place. Like maybe check with a set sometimes, check with aces sometimes. Um, and then to be honest, like this is a hand I'm going to be blasting off a lot if it goes check check. If the turn isn't if the turn's a spade, I'm like pretty much blasting this hand almost every time as played because I've just ended up with one of the worst hands I can have, and uh, once the action's not opened, like it just feels like one of those hands that is nice to do that. Obviously, if the turn is like a 5 or a 6, that gives me some equity. I guess if the turn was a 3 or a king, then I wouldn't blast it. And because of the ICM, there's always like it's just tougher for Tom to continue. So yeah, I remember thinking the turn's a spade, even though it's not the nicest spade because there's a lot of connectivity as Tom. But I just thought I was going to bet, and as long as the river wasn't like a Jack 9-6, then I was going to bluff the river as well. Like I'd already made up my mind at this point. I'm just going to like B60, B60. Just put max pressure on one pair hands, and this is the sort of hand I would have put a lot of pressure on, to be fair. But Tom stole the opportunity from me by taking the aggression here. I think you like bet a third. I remember closer to a quarter. Yeah, which I guess like you're probably just going for two streets on a clean river. A little bit tricky if I call the turn on a lot of rivers for this hand, but it does feel good enough to go for two small streets at least. I wonder what would have happened if you check turn, you check call, and then there's a lot of rivers that would have been tough. 531. This hand was pretty lame. Pretty lame. I opened. I think this is a nice hand to open. I want to put more pressure on. There's a big difference in our stacks. I have like 2x's stack. He's more pressured. He's going to overfold. Maybe no small bets allowed, but wasn't trying to follow any rules in this comp. Yeah, fair enough, Tom. Um, yeah, I could say maybe you want to reopen with a bit stronger, or maybe your hand's worth a bit more. Maybe like B40 or B60. But I still have auto folds like the hand I had, where you still I think like if I've got like king queen, it's still your side still puts me under a lot of pressure. I think, or like ace queen. Uh, yeah, like any ace king queen hand or any like ace x that doesn't have a straight draw like an ace five. So I think the small bet still it's still going to do something anyway in terms of like bluff stand value, which I guess is all that matters. Uh, yeah, this hand I opened 3.5x. I think it's just a good hand. Like I'm going to fold out 3x and 7x that dominates me. My hand's like it's nice, but I don't really want to limp call or limp raise, so it just feels nicely as an open. Uh, he calls Jack 7 suited. I think yep, nice hand to call. On the flop, it's like I've got 3 to a flush. I've got 3 to a straight. I've got good hands on this board, but my open range is really wide. That's why like these spots are difficult against good players. Like I'm basically if I've got like 7-3 of hearts, I would have just checked. 7-3 of clubs, diamonds, and spades felt like reasonable bets to me. But it is easy to overdo it if I'm always, if I have 5-6, 7-5, 7-6. Like there's a lot of hands that have got 3 to a straight and are kind of low hands. And my value hands are probably only like king X, right? And sometimes I might want to check if I've got like king 2 or like a random king 6 sometimes. So I did see bet here, but I was conscious that it's very easy for me to overdo it. I wasn't c betting my range by any means, uh, but yeah, like blind v blind is just Wild West poker. It's really difficult. I haven't ran this one actually, so he's like 40. 43 bigs deep. We're 11 players left at this point. I think I don't remember if we're 5 or 6-handed. 70 against 50. Not perfect. But sure, let's look at this. Average stack 50 bigs. So yeah, I think I'm opening too much in this spot, to be honest. It is hard to respond correctly, but I respect Marius's game. I think he would have 3-bet bluffs here and like call a decent amount and play well post flop. So yeah, it looks like limp is more valid than I was thinking in game. I was raising like most of this kind of okay stuff. Maybe I was limping some of the like this stuff. If it's not quite like 7-2 suited, I'm sure I would have limped. But like these hands, I'm probably raising too much. 6-5 suited, I could have gone either way, to be fair. Like if they're good enough to limp call, like I'm kind of content to limp. It is like this threshold of like, oh, I kind of want to play it, but I don't want to limp fold. And then yeah, raising a mix of all this trash. But that's why these spots are so hard, because if I'm not randomizing, how am I deciding? A lot of it's just game flow. I probably would have been overdoing it with most hands at this stage in this moment if I had to be honest, but that doesn't mean I'm overdoing it every time. And why is the raise size only 2.5 bigs? That does not make sense to me. I made it 3.5 bigs, so I'm not sure why that is, to be honest. Maybe this sim just got given the wrong size if I had to guess, because it feels like it just gives him an easy life. Like yeah, like you're not getting many folds of your 2.5 exit. I'd rather get more fold equity. Um, yeah, like from queen free off. Like I don't want queen free off in there. So obviously my strategy was a bit more polar, so maybe that means I'm overdoing it even more than I realized, because you can't raise as often if you raise bigger. Yeah, I'm sure he would find some of the threshold 3-bet bluffs, and yeah, maybe I think he would have always probably 3-bet with like jacks, maybe even tens, and had like a wider value threshold as well. Club, diamond, spade. That's why blind v blind is so hard. Just look at this. I like this combo pretty. Yeah, I think this combo feels natural for the properties and whatnot. Uh, this is a multi-size strategy, a B25 and a B80. 7-3 suited likes to, yeah. This at least I was kind of on the right lines with this. 7-3 hearts not good enough. 7-3 backdoor pure bet. This was what I was executing. Yeah, some of these hands with like just backdoory type hands, like 10-2 of hearts, I wouldn't have bet, to be honest. 10-4, not sure. 10-3s. Mm, yeah, a lot. Yeah, like hands like just 10-8 off. I guess I would have bet if I had two suits on the board sometimes. But the bet frequency is very high, which is at least kind of reassuring. I won't change the range. I'll just change it to one bet size. Wow, 162% pot. No, that that is a big bet. Man, that would have been the right answer too. Oh, 7-3 hearts bets now. Now that we want to bet this big. Crazy. Yeah, that is some strategy. I mean, it's polar. It's like ace king plus for value, right? Even king jack is not always betting for this greedy. It's literally like, yep, leverage ace king, king queen, aces, two pair, and then the random trash. I was thinking like I do choose some bigger bets sometimes if my hand doesn't have good barrel properties, but I was thinking any club, any five, any six is a good barrel. Or I guess if the turn was like a heart, like a two of hearts, maybe that sort of turn I might have barreled as well. You prefer the AI two size sims. I guess I'll just throw in a B40 with it and see what that does. Yeah, the big bet size has been like almost completely disappeared. What bet size did I choose? I feel like it was about B40. Yeah, that looks close enough to B40. So let's get rid of the overbet. Yeah, indifferent, but likes to bet my hand. Makes sense. I guess there is a lot of trash that maybe it is hard to find bets with. Some of this, like a random 9-8, it's literally like no backdoor, just stab in the dark. He had Jack 7 of diamonds, which is a good call to find. Double backdoor. And I'm not that incentivized to bet with ace highs, so his Jack high is kind of nice. I guess like I could have Jack 9, Jack 10, or even like Jack 8, but yeah, his hand is like just a little bit too good with the backdoor flush draw to fold, sorry. So he calls. And then I thought this turn was just terrible because, like I said, there's not that much reason for me to bet ace X on the flop, but he's going to have so much ace X to call pre and call flop that honestly, I'm under bluffing this turn like absolutely crazy. Like I would need a flush draw, maybe like 2-3, 2-5, 3-5, maybe Jack with an unblocker like a Jack 5, 10-5, but I'm not really finding the bluffs. And like if I had Jack 5, I need probably the Jack of diamonds. But I'm not finding a bluff from like 9-8. Maybe 9-8 with the 9 of diamonds. I don't know. Like I feel like I'm under bluffing this turn because I just felt like it was so bad for me. Uh, that a lot of marginal hands I was like, it's such a horrible turn. I know I can have Jack 10, I can have Ace King, I can have aces. Like it makes sense for me to barrel sometimes and be polar. Uh, oh, the solver's actually saying like keep barreling King X. Interesting. I would have probably thought to be more polar and maybe bet King Jack, but not really bet some of the worst King X. Probably mainly just been betting, yeah, Ace 10 plus. Obviously Ace King. Good hands. Yeah, hands like, yeah, Jack of Diamonds 8, maybe I would find. Or Jack of Spades. Like Jack X with a diamond. I think I could find that. 7 for a diamonds, yeah. Flush draws. I mean, maybe my barrel strategy on the turn was actually quite accurate, except it wasn't. I probably wouldn't have found like 10-9 of hearts, 10-8 of hearts, like some of these type of hands I would have just gave up. I wouldn't have found as wide King X. I would have been probably King Jack or King 10. Yeah, Jack 7, and then I guess I had like 10-7 with. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was doing alright here. And then he can get away with a small bet on the turn because I've got so many auto folds, and his hand doesn't mind either way because he's got showdown. And then I didn't know whether to bluff the river. I kind of felt like I was in no man's land on the river here, to be honest. Like, I know sometimes you can use the logic of I'm at the bottom of my range, so I bluff, but this didn't feel like one of those spots because I'm at the bottom of my range often, like way too often. I genuinely think he could call me with Jack High or bluff the river. So yeah, I'm happy to see this. That we yeah 7-3 gives up most of the time, and like most of our even like 6 high, yeah, we just give up this river like crazy. I did give up the river, but it just sucks to check lose to like Jack High because it's one of the worst hands he can have. But yeah, we can value bet with a king. We can have some all in 4.4 times pot. Man, that's a big bet. Uh, yeah, maybe I would have had like a pot and a B25 instead, but uh, yeah, I mean it feels like a cool all in size. Like people are really capped when they check back these turns. Like this 4.4 times pot all in. I'd say good luck calling Queen 10, King 10. I guess King 6 is a good hand. Pocket sixes, yeah, like I think you would probably overfold versus the all in, but I'd never considered it. And yeah, we're only doing B25 to make him fold a jack. To be that, I guess that's kind of cool. I wasn't I wasn't thinking enough of these sort of hands. And B25 even makes pocket sevens fold. Maybe he doesn't fold sevens because it's just a good price and it's like I don't know. I feel like he would be very sticky. But even yeah, just making him fold with 10 high and jack high, it does something. So yeah, going for a cheeky little B25 bluff with like, 10, like 9-5 of hearts sometimes. Yeah, like it makes sense that hearts are the best bluff as well, right? Because that's the suit that didn't float the flop. So when we have hearts, he's more likely to get to the river with jack high or 10 high, which are the first folds. So if we go bet, check, bet. I mean, hearts are the ones I wouldn't have bet the flop often, so then it's easy for me to end up under bluffing if I only choose hearts on the river. But yeah, I guess like a hand like 10-5 of hearts, I probably would have found that, but I probably would have sized up the river, try and make him fold a 4. But a 4 is actually indifferent versus B25. Hmm, interesting. Alright, I think I've beat this hand to death enough. But yeah, I did check lose. Is he supposed to bluff the river? Because he didn't versus my check. I'm guessing, no, of course he's not. Given that I'm supposed to give up with so much, his jack eye is going to have showdown. Oh, no, I'm wrong. That's pretty cool. Because yeah, in game, I actually thought like if this is one of the worst hands he can have, is that a reason why he should bluff? Uh, and yeah, it looks like it does. It does bluff with jack high and 10 high as him because he just has so many good hands. He has loads of ace X, he has loads of king X. But even like jack 9, like nothing essentially. So he's trying to make me fold pairs by bluffing the river. And his worst value bet is queen 10, roughly. Yeah, he's trying to make me fold. Because I mean, he beats all these hands anyway. He's trying to make me fold a 6, and he's trying to make me fold sometimes a queen. Yeah, there's a weird stuff going on here. Like his check might be better in practice if I don't have some like my range is a little bit different. But yeah, I would have probably bluffed the river as him, not that he needed to. 43 minutes. I think this is a bloody fun one. I thought this flat was so standard, to be honest. Like you just got to draw the line somewhere, and it's fair enough. Like me and Tom have definitely got the dynamics where I could get jacks in here and know he'll find bluffs, but I don't necessarily think he's just going to send 50 bigs, 52 bigs with pocket tens. Maybe sometimes, but the times it all goes in, I'm going to run into queens, kings, aces, ace king a decent amount of the time. Uh, I just think it's pretty standard flat. I would have a lot of free bets here, but I'd just be polar. Like queens, I'm to be honest, even mixing flats with here. I would ace king. Ace king's a nicer one because when you free bet ace king and they four bet non all in, you get to five bet jam, and you have like the really good properties for having the five bet bluff jam. So ace king off, I probably free bet most of the time. Not hoping to get it in, but hoping to five bet jam and get folds. And then like it's like if we have to get it in, I have to get it in. But jacks is like I don't know, just not as nice to be the one that is the one to say all in this case. Because if I make it 1.8 million, and Tom then makes it 4 million or 5 million or 4.5 million, and then I go all in, it doesn't feel very nice. It's almost like a bluff. Maybe I'm supposed to call the four bet sometime. I don't know. It's like the weird threshold. Like you want to be the one to say call versus the all in when you've got jacks. So if there's more buttons to click, you need them to be super aggressive with crazy dynamics. Or like the positions are late enough, like the value threshold is way lighter. Like if they're going to induce nines, like obviously, button versus small blind might be different. But yeah, here if I was 30 bigs deep and I can free bet and Tom can say all in, then I'm free betting jacks every time. But as soon as there's room for the four bet and the value threshold probably doesn't have tens or nines, then I just don't see much of an option than flatting jacks. I can try and find something. What were the positions again? Cut off against. So I guess we're the six-handed table. Cut off against UTG6. So you have like 50. I mean, I'll look at 50 symmetrical, but that's not going to be perfect because I covered you by a lot. But I can, that's 60, 70, 50. Yeah, I'll just look at this. Yeah, you can see queens flat sometimes, jacks flat most of the time. The fact it's free betting jacks sometimes means it does want to get jacks in sometimes, but look at all these bluffs. Look at all these bluffs, like 6.5. I guess that's because we're a bit more polar. And yeah, there isn't any all-ins. It's always click back. And 10's already starting to fold. That's baffling to me. I guess 6.5 is a bit bigger, but I don't think 10's ever folds. I mean, that's a nicer perk for jacks. 10's, I think, is always going to at least call. A lot of these 4-bet bluffs are really hard to find. King Queen suited is probably never going to fold as well, whether it jams or 4-bets or calls. Yeah, I was flatting honestly queens more than half the time, whether or not it's pure. Yeah, if we get there, we end up running it with jacks. 10's, yeah, this is what I was thinking. 10's is even going to have to call versus the click. Like, it's still not happy to run it at this point. These lower pairs are more like semi-bluffs, I guess, that unblock more of the bluffs, and it's kind of a solvery thing. But yeah, the ranges are going to be so much different. A lot of these 4-bets are really hard to find. King 5 suited, I kind of like because of the 5, but King 9 suited, even in these seats. Ace 10 suited could call. Ace Jack suited fold is kind of crazy to me as well. There's some really tight folds here. Yeah, all the pairs being indifferent. Yeah, I just think flat's the answer. There's actually like there was jam stacks afterwards. Like the Spanish guy could have jammed, and I would have been in such a horrible spot if it went Spanish guy jam pre and then Tom rejams. I would have been absolutely crying. I don't no idea what I would have done in that spot. And now Kuds Manas gets the call with twos. Not many spots you get to call with these sort of pairs, but we're deep enough and he's on the button. The people afterwards probably not squeezing enough. Garcia gets the call kick Queen 9 suited. I'll let this one play out. You can see how fast he jams the
11
flop.
players remaining.
If there were 38 blinds deep, for sure he's 3-betting. But at this depth,
You want to play a little bit safer.
he's just playing that little bit safer. Because he doesn't want to get in the guessing game. Like, I'm the chip lead. Does he think I'm just doing this because of this? Blah, blah, blah. And,
Garcia's all in. Garcia, by the way,
This is actually slightly more than pot against three ranges that are so strong and have sets and straights and like really strong hands so often. I mean, I think he makes. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Tom, but I think if you've got like King 9 here, you would just fold, or even like Ace 9. I think you would probably just fold with two of us behind. I wasn't happy calling with jacks. I was like, I know I have to call with jacks, but it's so often that Kudzmanash just has nines, eights, or sevens, or tens. If he jams tens, I probably have to fold. Or like ace 10 of hearts, he jams and makes me fold because he can just have all the sets, or he has 9-8 suited. Like I'm not living the dream here with jacks by any means. I mean, it's like lovely when I see his hand, but I think he's kind of overplayed it in ICM to jam more than pot. Like if he checks and then Tom checks and then I stab small, the button folds, then jamming is a little bit nicer. Still like not exactly amazing, but then the button's gone. Tom chose not to bet. I've got some bet folds. I have some hands you run it against which are like okay. Like it's like just feels nicer that way. Because if it ever goes like Tom C bets, I call. Your Queen 9 suited here is pretty trash. Or like if I stab and then Kuzmanas calls the button, your Queen 9 suited here is really like almost never good. Like it's just, or its equity is just nowhere near enough in ICM. So I can see why he did this. I think it's a little bit of like a rookie error, so to speak. If he had like 2/3 pot, I'd always be just whatever. I've got a 9, I've got to send it. Even slightly more than 2/3 pot maybe, but once you've got pot, I mean, he's got a backdoor flush draw. He can get called by like 10-9 suited, and yeah, that's a good point. Pre isn't the best spot for Queen 9 suited here either. I didn't think about that enough, to be honest. But it's, yeah, our ranges are so strong. I guess we're a bit deeper. We can play a little bit more hands, but still, the ICM's so heavy. Like, we're not like calling 5-6 suited or anything, are we? I mean, 5-6 suited's a good hand here, but you know what I mean. Like, we're not calling super liberally. We don't have King Jack offs in the call ranges, or like Ace Jack offs.
That brought Garcia in. He would not normally have for Kuzman be in a line.
Thank you.
It's a pretty ugly flop for Ace King.
Interesting. What would happen if I free bet my jacks here? If you would have just jammed, and if you just jammed, I would have had to call. And then we would have played a huge flip, where I guess I would have been big. I know I would have won. We got to the run out, didn't we? I would have won the flip. So I wish I bloody did that in hindsight.
Heart.
Maybe you would have clicked it. That would have been like if you 4-bet non-all in, I would have been in a really weird spot with jacks of like, do I jam or do I call? And then I guess on that flop, I would have been obligated to get it in. Maybe you would have folded the flop, or maybe I would have got it in pre even if you 4-bet non-all in.
I think what Tom's doing here is just using. He's not thinking about calling. A little bit freer. He wants thinking about calling.
Yeah.
Against you.
He does make the call. Kuzmanis out of the way, and Garcia.
I'm so relieved that the button snap folded there, because if he starts tanking, I'm like, oh no, no, don't have a hand that plays.
At risk, we could be at 10.
3, 2, 2, 5.
Do we make it to the dinner break now? That's the question.
Yeah. Big pot.
Antonio Garcia, the Spaniard, stands up. He needs help. Any 9, any queen.
Right in there.
There's a queen. And now it's Brandon Shills who needs help. He needs a jack or a 10.
Oh, he's given him a nice hand before the river's dealt.
Overkill.
Oh, wow. Look at that run out. Garcia.
Wasn't
Full
nice hand.
house.
You got there twice, eh?
The big sigh there for Garcia.
That was another pretty chunky hit. Like I'm running away with it a little bit of a hold there, but now it's like me and Kuzmanis are pretty close stacked again. Next one, 7 hours, 8 minutes. Oh no, 58 first. 3 more hands on this day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-1 ahead. Look at that. 3 at that.
You say, oh, like that.
Yeah, Big Uni's not always.
This one was pretty interesting because we both have kind of similar strength, pretty good hands. Again, like I don't want to free bet get 8s in, so I think flat's pretty standard. I can flat kind of liberally on the button, cover him by so much as well.
Yeah, it's just
Like Tom has to play kind of in the box post flop.
having a lot of folds. Big Huni has a lot of folds.
I think I can call even like 8-9 suited here. A lot of suited broadways, some suited aces.
Folds me 3 bets button to cut off when they're that deep. And
Let's have a quick look if I can just find like a much bigger stack. Button versus hijack. I mean, this obviously isn't right, but just as an example, like the low jack here, if he opened off 30 blinds, average is 50. I'm on the button with like a massive stack. Yeah, even 8-9 suited. I mean, this is a bit more shallow. 8-9 suited's not as good a hand, but yeah, I can call. Still not crazy, but like, you know, pairs.
to fight that, you have to have some 4-bet bluffs. And we always say the ace-5 suited loves to bluff.
Brandon Shills. Still a lot of chips, but not quite where he was. He was up to about 29 million at one point. Courtesy of that enormous hand. And look at this. We got a raise, we got a call, and Kuzmanis with ace king.
Oh yeah, baby. Here we go.
Time to tango for the Lithuanian.
I'm going to go fairly sizable here against these 2 stacks.
Yeah, he's got over 50 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, not just with this hand, but with all hands you favorite from small, you just want neither of these players to really get to play peels. So, like 2.5 million seems like a good number.
Yeah, it's a horrible spot for both of us here. We've both got the hands that are like can definitely raise call free bets in most ICM dynamics even, but then versus the squeeze is just like annoying to have such a bad price.
2.8. 2.8 million.
Even bigger.
2.8 raise.
Like it.
Nice to see that he had it. I mean, obviously I had a better hand, but
Tom's like, really? Like, kind of got the hand that that really does want to play. Ace Jack suited. You got Brandon just flat the button. Now again, we just saw Brandon flat a moment ago, just jacks. This is slightly different, obviously, the hijack the button, but not massively so.
How often is Kuzmanis getting out of line here?
Oh yeah, yeah, he will be. He will be. Like, not as much as he can do when there's like 60 players left as he can when there's 11, but he can be getting out of line. That's a nice fold from Tom. But it just shows the power of 3-betting in this spot as Kuzmanis, right? If you can make Ace Jack suited fold, and you probably gonna make the 2-8s fold. It's a weird one because Shields may just go for this though as well.
Yeah, to your point, he just flatted with jacks. This time he flats again with 8s,
Yeah.
but
I'd like to see
does put it in the muck.
if he had 10s there, if he didn't 3-bet.
yeah, that's an interesting one. I thought about jamming. I did consider it. Not for long enough to use a time bank, but sometimes like a hand like eights might be even better than tens if he's bluffing with ace 10, king 10. Kind of depends, right? Like if he's probably gonna call in nines and tens himself. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's might be better that maybe sixes as a jam sometimes as me there, but then like ace queen's probably the main one that I'm finding as a jam, which would have ran into it. Uh, 50 symmetrical again. This is not perfect by any means, but let's just see what sort of hands might be in there. It was hijack button. Yeah, no reason to free bet this sort of stuff. Fives, I guess, is nice because it blocks some of the four bets, but yeah. Ace jack off, that's a hand I'll make fold. Ace queen off, I think, is a hand I'll make fold if I back jam. Ace king is in this case supposed to even just rip it sometimes, which I guess is fine for my eights if he has pure ace king off. Yeah, hands like these. Yeah, tens. This is what I thought. Like, if tens is flattened as him, then tens is not a good jam as me. I mean, there isn't that many bluffs that we block either, I guess. There's some like noise around some of these. Like, I don't think people squeeze with these sort of hands, to be honest. But whether he's doing these too much, it's really hard to say. Yeah, the stacks aren't exactly perfect here. Ace Jack suited, mixing all three in this sim where it's 50 symmetrical, uh, which wouldn't surprise me if it's kind of all over the place. Call is very awkward out of position versus. Oh no, you're in position actually. Small. Yeah, I guess, but then you got me behind. If you called, what the hell do I do? Imagine if we play a multi-way hand here. My eights being indifferent if you call. Uh, yeah, so ace five suited, the magic hand as always. Jacks because it interacts with the value threshold, and then yeah, queens plus, induce aces. Some of these blockery hands. King queen suited preferred over ace jack suited as like a solver magic thing because the bluffs are mainly from ace x. Loads of suited aces. Yeah, even ace queen off more of a fold, I guess, because of the equity when we get called. Ace jack suited plays a little bit better. My eight's indifferent, but it's got that little bit of jam. This is what I was sort of feeling. Like I think I was like, this is pretty much what my strategy felt like it was in game. Like I kind of want to call a little bit, and like, oh, that devil on my shoulder saying like, I could just stick this in his eye, and like he's gonna fold a lot of hands, or I'm gonna run into ace king sometimes, and being able to dispatch this guy would have been pretty good as it happens, or at least I would have been favorite in this case. Wish I bloody jammed it now, given what happened. Uh, yeah, Thames being jammed more, but all these hands are just indifferent. Jacks is where you interact with the value threshold, so that's when it becomes like never a fold. But yeah, all your tens through to fives. That's why I was saying sixes might be used more because he might have ace eight suited bluff, but not ace six suited bluff in practice. I'm not sure. Ace queen looks like it would have been a punt if I jammed it. Maybe I would have. Really hard to say. I like the idea of this kind of click back. I feel like that achieves a lot of the same with ace queen, and then he probably doesn't find a 5-bet. So maybe I would have found this like min click in position, and it's not crazy to think I might have aces or ace king there myself to do this. So I kind of like that, to be honest. The little click back, like let's see where you're at. Back jam king queen suited sometimes, ace 5 suited sometimes. Clicking it with queen sometimes to try and re-induce. Yeah, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. But yeah, you can see how like I'm folding 69% of the time. Tom's folding 72% of the time. Like the squeeze achieves a lot, but I don't think a lot of people find it with as many suited aces as here. Like a lot of people probably call too much with some of these and don't find the bluffs, or like king 5, some of these hands. Ace jack, ace queen, I think people probably do find, or maybe king queen, but like king jack maybe not enough as well. Maybe I'm projecting. When is the next hand? That was at 6 hours. We've got 2 more hands on this day.
2 5-handed tables. The blinds come around real quick.
Oh yeah.
How do you
See how things have like squashed together now. Well, I guess well, this is where Tom moved to the other table, and now we're 2 tables of 5.
How do you adapt as the chip leader? How do you adapt if you are the short stack?
They get to raise on there. No, Shields has slightly more chips because Manus loves this situation, and they get to
See, I just limped the 5-4 here. I guess I would have folded to an ISO.
push on the other stacks at the table. And then you know, 85k, it's so crucial at this stage.
Yeah, we are at the
Yeah, my hand is just such trash. I'm just dead even against bottom pair, so I'm just at this point checking to the river.
point now where
And stuff you see.
Kuzmanis has got to love this. The fact that it's kind of him and Shills, but that he's got position on Brandon.
Yeah, he'd rather sacrifice a couple million chips in the chip counts and be on the left of Shills. Like he's got the slightly better position in this tournament, and that that few blinds can change so quickly.
Right, like when Shills folds, Kuzmanis can really get busy, huh?
Yeah, and Shills has to be aware that when he does open, he has to deal with Kuzmanis behind who can play hands because he's got that 50 big blind stack.
1.45.
Shills is going to go 1.45.
Overbetting.
Because that don't have that.
But yeah, it could be in a spot if you run out of time cards now, because there are going to be some difficult situations in the near future as we get towards this final table. Because Mana's really not a believer with just like the worst hand he could ever consider calling with, right? The lowest pair he can have.
The fact that Shills went over pot, you mentioned he doesn't necessarily just need a 10.
No,
what's the worst hand here then?
I think aces up can do
Aces
this
up,
size.
okay.
Like, and it's he's going to limp a lot of those hands from the small. Not ace king, ace queen, but he might do sometimes just go for limp raises. But ace 6.
Yeah, this one's pretty interesting. Another blind v blind one. I think mandatory bluff from my hand on the river as played. It's just deciding what the right sizing should be. Whether I want to bet small and say I've got 1 pair, whether it's a king or an ace, or whether I want to have like a medium size, which might be starting to be 2 pairs, or like the size I chose was I thought around just having a straight. Maybe I could have a set or like ace king, ace queen type hands as well. Yeah, mainly saying I've got a straight, 120% pot. And I think it's a bit leveling. Like he's got a free. A free is probably a card I mainly have in my bluffs in this sort of line. But obviously a 6 is good. He knows he can obviously have some queen X and some jack X and some ace X and some 10X. So deciding how he wants to deal with this overbet. I think this was my answer to, it's easy for me to overbluff these spots. I at least need to give him a really difficult price if I'm going to do it, because he might just, call with too many hands. So it's possible I'm overbluffing. I mean, obviously I would have had bets on the flop with some hands, bets on the turn with some hands. This sort of hand felt like it kind of played itself. I just wasn't confident with the bet size. So see if I can find a quick look. Uh, I mean, we both had like 50. Both had 50 bigs. I'll just do it at 50 symmetrical, even though it's not perfect for the other stacks. I limp, which is pure with my hand. 6-3 suited, raise sometimes, but he checked. King, queen, 6, jack, ace. Jack of diamonds, ace of clubs. So my hand is actually a bet a lot on the flop. I was not betting this hand enough, to be honest. Again, I'm just going to say blind v blind, Wild West of poker. I would have bet a lot of hands. Maybe too many of a lot of the other hands. Like a hand like 7-8, I might have bet pure, for example. Jack 7, I probably would have bet very often. But a lot of merge bets, you know, second pairs, bottom pairs, like it's just all over the place. It's just a lot of betting from kind of most hands, except exactly pocket jacks through to, and then like your pocket fours, threes and twos, some ace highs. Yeah, most hands want to bet sometimes, so it's pretty hard strategy to get right. And then his hand should bet sometimes. Looks like he has some overbets, which is not intuitive to me. Jack of diamonds on the turn. And now I want to have some bigger bets if I'm going to choose to bet, which makes sense. Like I don't want to reopen the action with a loose range. I don't really want to bet with a jack. I'm kind of saying I've got a good queen or better when I bet the turn, and that's why it's choosing half pot. My hand now betting a little bit with a diamond, but pretty much over it. Not deciding to bluff yet. Bluffing a lot with flush draws. Bluffing some like 10x. I guess that's one of the problems I have for the river. A lot of my 10x starts betting the turn. It's going to discount some of my straights. So when I check, he pure checks his hand. Then on the river, the solver likes 76% pot and it pure bluffs my hand. But what if I mean, it's kind of being pulled a little bit into. You can see it's pretty much indifferent between the other. It's got a 202% pot size here in this case. Like it's kind of a choose your own adventure. It's just it's going B76 because that's how greedy it can get when it's got just ace X. Pretty greedy for top pair. But then the 202% pot is just. I mean, it's even got some king queen and 202% pot. Crazy. It's going to be long for me to AI this and like get it to choose a different river bet size. So. Just say if I B76 the river, yeah, his hand's indifferent. I thought he was going to slightly overcall if I don't bet big enough. That's why I put some juice on, as we say. I guess it's nice that I could have more than just a straight potentially. It's hard for him to find some of the bluff raises as well. It's very counterintuitive to find a bluff raise on a check down 4 straight board. Hands like Jack 5, hands like 6-9, nice, 9-5. Yeah, I think my play is fine. Felt like the best way to navigate it. And he was very suspicious. One more hand.
Years ago, and
So Andy Tillman, our tournament director here in Prague.
This one, Bibov misses a jam with pocket nines or a free bet call. I've opened the button as like effective chip leader. I think that he should just be getting this hand in most of the time. Calling's probably okay. I could get away with a range bet here. I probably lean towards that now. Given my suits and given the fact that King Eye's got a bit of showdown, my button range is really wide, that's why I checked. Seems fine. And then turn, same logic, check. And then unfortunately I river a 7, which is like, how is this hand not the nuts? He bets a million. I'm like, yeah, I should beat even value at this point, so I can't fold. And he rocks up with pocket nines, which is not the hand you want to see. yeah, that's it for day 5. So let's get to the last hands.
This group of players, 9 players, survivors really, who have managed to find something deep within against the most challenging of adversaries and allow them to rise above the rest here in Prague, placing themselves in position to realize their long sought after goal. They gave everything because they'd give anything to become a World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. The final table dream is now reality.
I've never seen that before.
Bring you the exclamation 2 bracelet. Now Kings could bracelet. Table is entering this final table. Final table. We hope for the United States
Oh, it was really.
of America.
He did like a really nice presentation for everyone, and it's really funny about what he said about what he says about the Spanish guy.
In the mix, the winner of the 2024 World Series of Poker Wire, and what a ride HT in chips. Not forced to be reckoned with. I saw somebody in the elevator today, and I said, "Hey, Antonio, good luck today at the final table." It actually wasn't Antonio Garcia. It was just somebody that looked exactly like him. But the Spaniard looks to become the first player from his country in the last 9 years to win this World Series of Poker Europe main event. We focused on Shinya Okamoto throughout most of this stream. Could we be seeing the next Japanese, only 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner? Manis is in the mix, as is Brandon Shields. Not just your typical GG Poker qualifier. He's won with more than 120 World Series of Poker cashes, and today he looks for his first World Series of Poker bracelet. That is your final table. This is the World Series of Poker Europe main event, and to help get things started, let me hand the mic over to tournament director, Mr.
Our final 9 players. We have 200,000. Everyone, deal. Good luck, guys.
C3.
Good luck, everyone.
Many times you preside over a final table from here inside the booth, the butterfly.
Yeah, my thoughts going into this final. Obviously, I want to outlast 9th and 8th. They're quite short. Then the stacks are relatively close together once you get to like 7th through to 3rd, and then yeah, E-Chain's a little bit ahead of me, but then the chip leader's running away with it a little bit. So mostly it's like, you know, play solid, but like, and you need to sort of get busy at the same time. And once it gets to the last 5, having a runaway chip lead is going to be worth a lot. The tournament's very top heavy, so it's like solid, willing to make moves. That's kind of the vibe. I've not played with Big Hooney before. I played with everyone else. The Spanish guy was too tight. Bibov was a bit loose in some spots. Nyholm seems to be playing pretty decent, like bluffy. The Japanese guy, pretty creative, like random crazy bluffs at times, but like other than that, pretty tight, solid. Marius, I thought, was playing tight, solid, good, sticky. E-Chain, yeah, creative, decent. And then chip leader, I respected his game a lot. I think he played really well, especially for the experience that he has. Like he's finding a lot of stuff that I'm like, you have to be pretty well studied to find that, and like not scared at all, willing to like go for it. So yeah, I thought it was pretty solid final table. If I was being honest, I probably thought I was the second best player, maybe the third best player. I mean, I might genuinely be the best player there, but that's just what I honestly think. I'm probably second or third. So that also means, you know, I'm not like way better than some of the guys here, even if I'm slightly better. So in terms of the variance I need to take, like it's not sit back and, you know, wait for the chips to come to you, or if people are going to punt it. Like, you got to get busy, and that's like an overall notion to kind of when you're playing what's going on at the table. The structure's obviously really slow, but you know, you fold for a few orbits, suddenly you're like in 7th place. You lose a few altercations, suddenly you're in 7th. So
Are oh so real when it's a World Series of Poker main event. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final. Who knows this feeling? 2021's World Series of Poker main event champion Karai Aldemir, as Andy Tillman mentioned, 2, 4, and 4. The blinds, every orbit, a costly 1 million in chips. Of course, these are issues that befall the shorter stacks in the field. Garcia, very much among them.
Appreciate the love for the sweater. Got it from TK Maxx. I feel like someone randomly came up to me in Asda when I was wearing it and was like, "Where did you get that sweater? I want that sweater." So, but a lot of people in the chat seem to really hate it, which I kind of like. I like that it's polarized.
Jona Nyholme, the other, is the
Yeah, it's got interesting. This is the first time of the final table. First time we played nine-handed in the whole tournament because eight-handed usually. And obviously, you kind of want to sit back a little bit, relax, like calm your nerves. I didn't. My heart rate wasn't going that fast at this point. I was still feeling pretty calm. But you know, it's a new day. We've all like had all the media stuff going on, and it's like finally like back down to the poker stuff. And you don't really want to be playing the first hand, to be honest. You'd rather like chill out and like spectate for a little bit if you could. But straight away, I'm down ace queen from another gun plus three. Is that high low jack? Or, I don't know. Which obviously I need to play.
cards are in the air. Here we go, Karai. Shields with ace queen.
Yeah, really cool final table that we have here. Couple short stacks, couple big stacks, some superstars, some newcomers. I'm looking forward.
And looking upward is Shields. You heard Jeff mention the colossal number of caches that he has at the World Series. 10 years removed from an article written about he and his family quitting their day jobs to, as a family, play poker for a living, and it's gone well since, but it is not going well at the moment, just given that your chip leader, Heng Tao Zhu, who has looked so strong throughout his run, now with the very strong ace-king in the small.
3.2 million.
Yeah, Juth just has it here in the very first hand of the day. This is a little bit different, I think, because it is the first day, as Brandon Shields.
I hate to see it. I really hate to see it. I was in so much pain in this spot because I was like, is he just trying to set a precedent? Is he like, this is my table. This is, you don't get to open that wide. I know you want to push the boundaries. I'm going to push them back. Like, do you really want to play a big pot first hand of the day? Like, what if he's just got ace two off and he's just decided he's going to be really out of line first hand? And ace queen is such a good hand. I know it always has options. Like, I've got too many chips to jam. I mean, yeah, I would never jam. But call. If he made it a little bit less, it'd be more viable. But yeah, I should crush loads of bluffs with this hand. I'm in position. But if he's got value, the value threshold is going to be ace king, and even like jacks is kind of ropey to get this many bigs in. He doesn't want to lose his spot at the table too, right? Like he can afford to free bet fold. He can't really afford to like get it in jacks versus ace king and like lose a big flip or jacks into queens. So he might even flat queens sometimes here at this sort of stack depth. So yeah, I'm just hating life here. Like, obviously, I block queens, I block aces, I block ace king. Like, my hand's got loads of good properties. I know he's capable, and I genuinely was tanking and deciding what to do here. I think I used the time bank.
You might think, is he just going for it because it's the first hand?
In the very first orbit, you're really looking to kind of take the temperature of the table and figure out who's trying to send those messages early, right? And for Shields,
Seat two is just rooting for a cooler. He literally is going cooler, cooler, and I can hear that when I'm in the hand as well.
without a doubt, as you hear people rooting for coolers, but he's questioning, as you pointed out, is this a chip leader looking to assert himself, or is this the genuine article? Ace Queen, we've talked about it before, the parking lot hand.
He's actually staring me down this whole time, and I played with him quite a lot. And the first hand I reviewed in this stream today, which I think I've still got over here somewhere. What do I? Yeah, the very first hand I reviewed, which obviously it was a few hours ago now, was this hand that I played against the same guy on day 4, where I've blocked the river, free bet jammed, and then showed him the bluff. So I wanted to set a precedent against him then because he was on my left as chip leader on day 4 is like, not don't mess with me, but I'm capable. Like I'm gonna have bluffs, check raises, free bets, like whatever the kind of bluff is. Um, so don't fight me as hard, or don't, because it's gonna give me more EV if you do. So I know that he knows that I'm capable of four betting light here, and I'm capable of playing quote unquote fearless and stuff like that. So that's all in my mind at this time. Like, is he really gonna pick me, or is he gonna think this is the guy that's most willing to fight back? And it's kind of true, because the whole time I was looking at that 6.9 million bet going, you could just make it 6.9 million here. He's going to fold all his bluffs. And like he's not going to have it sometimes. And what if he's overdoing the bluffs? And I'm really like really deeply thinking this through and trying to talk myself out of potentially, like, if I make it 6.9 million and fold here, um, that's like a third of my stack, and then I go straight from like third in chips down to, like seventh in chips if I'm wrong and have to fold.
Yeah, and Nieholm has under 10 big blinds here, and Shields knows that, is considering that. Yeah, he's using his time banks. He has over 50 big blinds, third in chip.
I think this is one of the only, like, I didn't use two time banks in a spot until the final, and then I had multiple tough spots, like, almost immediately. It's good I had a lot of time banks, but annoying when you get tough spot after tough spot.
Against the chip leader.
Worthy of note, the immediate pay ladder of 45,000 euros is the difference between a 9th place finish and an 8th place exit. And with Nieholm sitting there alongside Garcia, so many fewer chips than Shields, there is a measure of responsibility he is supposed to be demonstrating in terms of the ICM. And he lets it go, Karai.
That's a really good fold. Oh, ace queen off, of course, an awkward hand to play. He could have called in position, though. He could have decided to 4-bet small, maybe use ace queen as a bluff. He comes to the right decision, though.
Hughes rail activating, putting a smile on his face, and that pot putting him up to 30.
I asked him if he looked at his cards, because I genuinely thought there's a 1% chance that he's just going to free bet first hand of the day, no matter what, almost. Yeah, I was super suspicious, to say the least, in this spot, and I'm obviously really happy to see that he had it. But I can give you some interesting extra context. Look at the chat. Was this the hand where the rail could see the screen? This was that hand. Appreciate the love for the pink jumper. I'll look at Zoo's final hand after if I get a chance, because I don't quite remember it. I think he bluffed, and then Marius called, if I remember right. But yeah, to give you some more context to this hand. So I obviously then didn't know if I made the right fold there, and I was really close to 4-betting as a bluff. And straight away it was like, like that might have been my spot, it could have been a big pot that I won early in the day. Maybe I made the bad fold. Obviously I'm content with the decision that I made, if it was the right decision. But if you can see where the table is here, I'm facing, this screen here. Most people are facing outward to the rooms behind us. There's two more feature tables. And then down the stairs is a seating area, or like the whole room where people are playing, but there's a seating area with a TV screen showing the stream, without the cards, just showing the action live. And that TV screen is facing the opposite direction, so it's facing, if I was turned around, this TV would be facing the other way. So we had like 52 minutes left of this level. When I went on break, I saw a friend almost straight away. I saw Raza, and I was like, I had a really tough spot first hand of the day. And he goes to me, oh, when you had ace queen. And I was like, oh, thinking, well, look when this hand finished. There's only 52 minutes until I went on break. I thought that the stream delay was longer, because it had been 2 hours on some days, so I thought it was at least an hour. I was like, oh, was the stream delay less? And he was like, no. And basically told me what had happened, which is during this first hand of the day, on the live stream, which was being showed at the bottom of the stairs, they had hole cards for the first hand. So when I opened with ace queen, they could see I had ace queen. The cards were being revealed, which obviously is absolutely terrible that is allowed to happen in any context, especially for somewhere like WSOP. Like, this data should be encrypted, so it should be on a delay, so like even no one can see it in real time. Only the commentators on a delay, or the only people that can see it are like, so far removed and secure that cheating's impossible. But the whole cards were being revealed in real time to the spectators. So technically, someone could have shouted like, he's got ace king, or you've got ace, or like something that would have alerted me. As it happens, like, the room's really busy and loud, and we're quite far away, and even if someone shouted something, I wouldn't have I wouldn't have heard it or understood it. Because we are just so far away, and you're never going to assume that it's about what's going on now, because you wouldn't think it's possible. But yeah, it turns out that the stream thing was there. They had to immediately go like stand in the way, and obviously then like I didn't get the information in real time, which is a shame because uh, some people are always going to think that there's some way that I did, even though it would have been impossible. As you can, well, I mean, you can see it on the stream. I'm facing the other way. I don't turn my head. You don't hear anything. Like the information is all there, but technically it's possible I could have. So really, what I think should have happened is as soon as that did happen, as soon as there was a breach in game integrity, they should have came over to us and said, "We're sorry. We need to pause. We need to basically cancel this hand because there's been a breach in game integrity, and like this hand is void, and everyone gets their chips back." Even in the middle of the hand, because like why run the risk of it being possible? And we don't have phones or anything, and like there literally is no way. But technically, like he's the one facing the rail. Like if I was the one with ace king and he was the one with ace queen, and some or like it's some sort of like I have aces and he has kings. He's the one that's in this case. Someone could have shouted, "He's got aces fold," like because he can actually see the rail. He can actually kind of. I'm not saying that would have happened or anyone would have done that, but I'm actually the one that can't get an advantage based on my seat. Uh, but yeah, I just think the whole hand should have been cancelled. And it's an unprecedented situation. I don't think it's ever happened, as far as I know, in any situation, let alone a final table where you're playing for 2 million. Um, but yeah, it's pretty ridiculous that it happened at all. And it does obviously make you concerned, like that the cards are available in real time, so they're not being encrypted, given that that happened. So like, what if someone? I mean, I don't think the camera guys could know, or like someone could signal someone, but it just makes you more conscious of like what if there's some way someone could know something, and obviously that's never something you want to be thinking about when you're playing poker. You want it to be 100% above board no matter what, without any even slight concerns about that sort of stuff. Uh, yeah, that's what happened.
8 million, and as if you hadn't already surmised that Shields is top caliber, that muck there should certainly cement your impressions of the young man.
Yeah, very experienced pro. He's been around a long time now, 30-year-old. He doesn't have a huge cash yet. He's still waiting for this 7-figure score, but today could be the day.
We'll break the 7-figure barrier once we get to heads up. Second worth 1.2, the win worth 2 million, and the bracelet. King 9 suited. And Shields, slightly bruised over opening and then folding to the chip leader, undaunted, clicks once more.
Well, this open was kind of close, but after losing the last hand, I want to get momentum back.
Yeah, very reasonable open here with the suit.
Only because like the chip lead is the one on the button. That's why it's like not. I don't have to open it. I think it's like close to indifferent, but if something's close, I'm all for like let's go for it.
The King 9.
I'd say a6 he snap folds. That's a candidate he could have considered free bet, but against me at least he didn't consider it. Maybe he didn't consider it because of the hand, but if he like that is a free bet sometimes. I think a6 off there, but he was just not inclined to even think about it. Yeah, against this guy's big blind, I'm going to be opening the widest as well because he was the tightest.
Garcia here with the 7-5. He's our second shortest player. Yeah, let's get away from this. He wants to wait a little bit. He wants Yuna to bust before him, and the 7-5 off against early positions just a little too weak.
War of attrition without question for the Spaniard, who is north of the Finn. Established straightforward decision making.
Able.
Suited. Decision.
5 big 9 to finish 5th. A little bit tough. Is our shot. Oh, and Garcia has King Jack suited. And he assumes that Ju is open.
This is chip leader open hijack. I think the button a King Jack suited here could well be a jam. It's annoying that there is like a shorter stack than him. Maybe call is okay, but he has like just under 12 bigs. You don't really want to play calls, and there's a big raise fold gap for the chip leader. So I think this is close. I think because the other guy's shorter, fold's probably okay, but jam is completely fine.
A lot of hands here.
Ju and some of his press did talk about the sheer volume of strong hands that he has received, as we've seen him with ace king and ace queen.
Ace 5 off at the small blind could have free bet as a bluff as well. Ace 5 usually a good, or at least a reasonable candidate.
Look at Garcia, just absolutely has a plan. King Jack juicy.
So
precisely what he does. Kuzmanas with the suited edition in the small.
I remember this hand, watching this hand.
There he is, a 2-time World Series of Poker.
Because I had a really tricky spot in the big blind.
Online bracelet winner. Big Hooney, the only other bracelet winner, has picked up in a high roller in 2024.
Yeah, both of these guys have a lot of tournament experience online as well. I expect Kuzmanas to just call here with ace 10 suited. It's one of these middling hands in a way. It's of course too weak to get it in.
I'm going to see if I can find this one. I thought this spot was so So close. Final table. 9 left. Hooney opens from +2. We all have around 50 bigs. So I need the small blind to have. I mean, I could say we've all got 60 bigs symmetrical. That would probably be fine. Or 50 bigs symmetrical. Obviously not perfect because there's a really short stack. That one's okay, but in this case I'm the shortest stack. But let's have a look. Average only 35 bigs here. Yeah, it looks like I made a bad fold. My jack two suited was even though it's like close to indifferent here. There's a 9 big blind stack here, and this is me covered by both. So the fact I cover them, yeah, I made a bad fold here, and it's a real shame.
You also don't need to turn it into a bluff yet.
It is a real shame.
Shields with a suited jack here. He has both of them covered. This is important. He's thinking, does he have enough equity? The small blind flatting range is relatively strong, though.
Yeah, because I'm in position against this guy. I mean, Hooney and me have got about the same stack, but I do cover the small blind. Yeah, I really thought it was. I mean, I'm right in recognizing it's close, but
So, so he knows that Jack 2 would be dominated quite often against a hand like King Jack or Queen Jack, so he folds, he would flop two pairs.
Yeah, no kidding. Jack 3 deuce.
max pain.
She'll say, I feel like we should get 30 seconds instead of 20 here at this feature, but the shot clock stays.
Yeah, it's only 20 seconds pre-flop, so I literally was really on the fence, and then I could have used the time bank. Maybe I should have used the time bank. Maybe I would have called them, but I didn't want to use one because I've already used had a spot where I used 2 today, and you don't get any more. 20 seconds pre seems way too little for a final table. But yeah, it is what it is. I should have known. It was a call, and who knows what would have happened if I called that jack too suited.
It's the same. Unclear how many of the jacks other than maybe an ace jack or a king jack would be present.
Yeah, Kuzmanas can have some pocket pairs as well, though, so I don't expect Hooney to c-bet here every time. He would against the big blind, but not against the small blind. He does c-bet third pot this time, though. Kuzmanas ace high can be good. He has a backdoor flush draw as well. Backdoor straight draw as well. Oh, interesting turn card for Kuzmanas.
Absolutely. Sopping wet king of clubs, giving him the gutter and the flush draw.
And the king is a pretty good card for Hooney here. He can represent a c-bet with a hand like king 10 or so. He, of course, has more ace king doing here. That's in our range, even out of position.
It's a questionable c-bet and a questionable turn barrel from Hooney, especially with the suits he's got. I think it's okay, but a little bit loose.
Both players finding the ace on the end.
Seems fair. Kuzmanas, of course, checking, and no big Hooney. Does he want to value bet? This would be a little bit thin, so yeah, I like the check back.
And this isn't going to feel particularly fair for Kuzmanas given the quality of his hand on the turn relative to Hooney, but we will pay a visit to the carving station.
Yeah, both players don't mind this outcome.
By the way, everyone's eyes are wide open here when those showdowns come in, as they're looking to pile data points together beyond those that they've already got by virtue of having played with one another for a good while.
This point.
Club. On the topic of having it, aces.
By the way, look at all the hands people get, man. This guy's had ace king. Or did he have ace king twice? Did he have it again? I don't remember. But now Hooney's got aces.
Up front open. Queen jack finding the bin. Ace 6 for second thought with the ducks.
King 5 suited could free bet here for sure. My a6 off, I think, is potentially a non-zero frequency as well, but if it's indifferent, it's like not the nicest spot, is it?
A6 for shields, not a qualifier.
Yeah.
Not punking
most of the time. This time, though, doesn't need to play a huge part here necessarily.
I would bet the flop with aces here for sure. I can see why he would mix a jack sometimes, but I would bet. And then E-chain, it's tricky on the turn. I think I would probably bet because it's awkward to check this hand and face a bet.
After the second check from HN, though, I believe now we go for some value.
And with the open ender, 1.6 the price point though into this 2.2.
Yeah, HN. Range.
Honest.
Holds here. Yeah.
The care being given there.
Here.
A lot more than that. He said, man, you're too good.
Yeah.
To it. And too good to put in the bin are these two red sevens for Ashen. point openly has offered 2. Jack.
That's an easy call. No. Fold. We'll check it back this
Oh
time.
my goodness, the K7. Granted, front door flush has arrived, and it's not like middle. 0.2, 1/3 pot from Asian.
Yeah, and this small bet is designed to induce some raises as well. He doesn't go huge just because he has a huge hand. He bets small, which
Is trying to unpack things, or certainly better than 7-8, and you seem surprised.
I'm actually impressed once again. I mean, Drew's opening a
That was a good fold.
lot of hands. He doesn't river a pair here every time, so
Profitable talking to themselves in the
something. Yeah. Yeah, these ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited.
Yep, good candidate to 3-bet bluff, especially against chip leader. Ace-10 suited, probably could consider a 4-bet sometimes, but mainly just going to fold.
Kind of hands. Oftentimes, want a 3-bet bluff. Thought about maybe 4-bet bluffing. While big Hooney.
Same with Hooney, could consider a cold 4-bet, but you know it's under the gun and hijack. Do you really need to take the variance and get involved here? If it goes wrong, it's like you're kind of snug in like 3rd place or joint 3rd, 4th place to like 7th place.
Has the ace-queen suited, and all of these guys are relatively deep. Interesting.
looking to get his bearings here. Of course, just leaves Hooney content. Touch this heart. To be in service.
Jou.
I would have opened this into a different big blind, but it was the chip leader's big blind.
And I think for the... No, a little bit too weak, though.
He is desperately in need.
2 of the big...
Way. Set an over-under.
Okay.
Play on the day. These guys are... You can recall...
The high roller C against Asian a little bit. Asian's playing all the bigs every year.
King 10 now, and it would seem that Niholme has found one. Makes it 2 million in case of emergency in big... Not yet at risk of elimination, by the way, as he does.
Once he can maybe put it in here. He knows he's ahead of Nihon's range. Yeah.
Awkward spot for ace-jack. Fold seems reasonable.
And I think... Well,
Risk of elimination, by the way, as he does have 270. He's going to be behind. Got her in a flush draw, and instead, as Mooney puts it, you've got too many outs, and our first fallen hero is Jona Niholme.
Very good game from Jona. He played so many great hands yesterday, especially a lot of crazy bluffs that have worked out.
Yep, he showed tremendous heart, and I know that heart might be heavy right now, and even broken. To be out, Perts, enjoy this 145.
He has all the reason to win the blind.
It's through the smaller...
He knows when to pick his spots. I really like that about him.
Bibov opening as wide as 8-5 off here. Garcia has like a slam dunk jam in the small blind, in my opinion. He's the shortest stack now. Obviously, he doesn't know he's opening 8-5 off, but even against the normal button range, it's going to be a print jam when you're by far the shortest. But he's folding queen 10 suited versus button open, so this is why you can open 8-5 off.
Yeah, with 7-4 to the cutoff, just expecting to win the blinds. But he knows when to pick his spots. I really like that.
This is not the guy I'm going to ladder against, is it? Folding queen 10 suited versus button.
Nikolai Bebop's...
Yeah, off as a...
Open.
Not surprised, he could have 3-bets, but pocket 9s play really nice in position as a flat, and Bebop here with the dream spot. Especially after this flat call, this could be perceived as a lighter 3-bet.
Second aces of the final table.
It all works in service of a man who is top of range. Third caller behind him, and whether or not that's a hand that could be a problem.
And they both, similar to the hand I looked at earlier with when me and Tom had ace-jack suited and 8s, they both have hands. It's like, they're pretty good hands. Like you could 4-bet, you could flat, probably with both.
You probably think that Drew's range is very capped here, that he would 3-bet his best hands, like aces, kings, queens.
Right.
I think aces has actually gone too big here. Oh, maybe not actually. Maybe not. He's just gone. Yeah, just over 3x actually. Yeah, the size seems fine actually. 2.9 instead of 3 because it's aces.
And Bebop only with 30 bigs to start. I think Big Hooney is the kind of guy who would just jam it in here with ace-queen.
We've already seen him send an ace-queen suited into the bin, and now an ace-queen offsuit, Karai. Maybe other circumstances Hooney is willing to do that, but he made no meal of his fold here.
That's a good fold.
Yeah, that's a very good discipline fold where I don't know. He could have min clicked it. He could have flatted. Could have jammed.
Wow, I'm impressed by him.
Zoo could definitely back jam this spot as well.
It's not a crazy fold, but it's a tough fold to make.
Well, he's no amateur. By the way, Zhu finds the fold as well, and Bebop.
Bebop, when he sees this, he's going to be a little bit annoyed.
Oh, he's going to feel cheated on the square.
Yeah, I mean, both players did not have a monster, but both players could have put it in here.
At least one of them would have
Yeah.
13.2.
Yeah. And all of these players are aces again.
You know, it's funny.
Next player with aces.
I tilted my head a little bit as I looked up and I realized it was not Bebop on a replay, but rather Konishi, as they've been dealt out back-to-back, folded around to the button, and of course Akihiro's open could come under suspicion. Queen 6 is not going to be the one. Shields with a suited combo in the big.
relatively standard call versus a button open range. I cover him. You know, realize my equity better with a hand like this.
VP raised a little bit bigger than Min here, 900k.
You know, I kind of like it insofar as it could make someone feel like, why the extra nudge?
Yeah.
Jack 8 deuce, middle pair for Shields with backdoor clubs. He's got enough to keep him engaged, and that is unfortunate, given he trails.
For him.
1.1 into the 2.4.
Annoyingly big size to face. He's bet more than 40%. So I would start folding here if I had an 8 or a 2 without a backdoor flush draw. But 8x of clubs, I'm never going to fold. Jack X, I'm never going to fold. 10-9, I'm not going to fold. Like Queen 10, Queen 9, I guess. Probably never fold those, to be honest. Definitely not if I've got a spade.
Guy of half pot.
Yeah, he bets a little bit bigger than some other people would have.
And again, it's consistent with that 900 that he brought on.
Yes, about himself. He's not out there to play marginal hands, so he plays some better hands, and he wants to put money into the pot with these good hands.
And his hand has gotten better, courtesy of the 5 of spades, which provides...
I could probably have some leads in this spot, to be honest, because I have a lot of flushes, and he has a lot of reason to check and, you know, play a bit more coy on the turn if he has top pair or an overpair. Aces with a spade, he can probably go either way.
That's enough flush draw. Just in
Yeah, I don't want to lead with my hand. I just want to kind of pray to check down and win.
case the aces were no good, as we know they are very good, as the situation for Shields is bad.
Definitely go. Half pot again, and yeah, now it's a fold for Shields. Good recognition there, without a spade in hand. Just an 8. Just too far behind it. Not enough.
For that, is Akihito step.
Long time.
Postmortem there. Open, and we are doing our best to onset. Well, it was almost aces again. It's the ace 4 instead.
He's going to play.
This is not going to be the one.
He has a playable hand. He doesn't have to. I think the standard would be to just fold.
Just a
here.
fold.
He could consider 3-bet bluffing this one, though.
Did find a 3-bet with an ace 4 suited against Baju open up front.
Yeah, I think King 6 suited a little bit too weak to flat here, but sometimes these kind of hands want a 3-bet.
So he didn't take King 5 suited before. Was goodly well timed because he would run into aces, but now he does take the King 6 suited.
You cannot do this every time. Sometimes decides this is the time, though. 3x for ace queen offsuit.
Third on the day.
Bebop knows he's not beating the value range of Kutsmanas, but he also knows this can be a bluff.
Well, unlike those before it, this ace queen is going to hang tough.
And he calls pretty fast. So again, this consolidates my image of Bibov, that he's a bit looser, a bit splashier, like, you know, happier to get involved, play some pots. He scored a 3-bet out of position here. He could have thought about doing something else, but he could have folded. Like Hooney folded to the 3-bet of ace queen. I folded to the 3-bet of ace queen.
So Kutsmanas has now booked a date to a flop in a inflated 5.8 million chip. Pot, Jack 8-7, one club out there, neither player linking up with this coordinated texture. And whose range does this board favor?
Yeah, both players don't like that flop at all. Bebop just because he's missed with ace queen, and Kutsmanas thinks this could hit Bebop's range. This could certainly be pocket 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks.
Interesting thing here. It could be really cool for Bibov to lead. Sometimes. If he can have pocket 7s and pocket 8s, and Kutsmanas can't. And just folding out ace king is really good for this hand. And, you know, he has 2 overs. If he's against a hand like pocket 10s or like a, you know, a king jack, let's say, I think it could do some stuff. And you have 2 suits, so you block like, you know, ace king of clubs, ace queen of diamonds, hands that might float. I guess 10-9 suited you don't really have is the problem. But I guess it would be more relevant if you covered your opponent. It could become a thing.
And not a lot going on for Kutsmanas. He does have backdoor clubs, not much else. Does he
Remember he
just want to
tanked.
see the range here? I think he can check this back as well.
He tanked a while
check
there.
back, important to mention, wouldn't remove some of the stronger parts of his range given this particular board texture, so the bluff would still be available on later streets.
Yeah, he can check it back here with a good hand sometimes as well. Could do it with aces, could do it with top set sometimes. A hand like 10, so jack 10 suited would make some sense to check back as well. He's not sure about this one. Okay, he decides to bet right away, put the hand like exactly ace queen in a horrible spot.
Sure. 1.8 into 5-8. What are we hoping to accomplish here, other than pray that we see no further barrels out of Kutsmanas if we do peel?
Yeah, Bebop, I think he has to get away from this one. He knows sometimes he's gonna get bluffed here.
Yep. So Marius does a little more snacking. It comes at the expense of the Bulgarian.
That pot's a big swing. Just the fact he ran into the part of the range that folds, which isn't that many hands. Most hands connect. It's pretty much ace queen, maybe pocket 6s. He might have all 16 combos of ace queen, but ace queen backdoor flush draw, not necessarily always a fold too. So yeah, it's just, I'd say he's pretty fortunate to run into the hand he ran into.
Notice that Fahdin Mustafov was on the rail. Have to assume lending are right now.
Amazing experience. Yeah. Heard about the money.
Money, but is that
Game cards.
and then as he has played before?
Populous naming online.
Talented people. high rollers these days.
Right on cue. Board.
More. Drew's gonna continue. When I hit the screen, he decides. Sometimes
You just content to hunt showdown. Important observation.
he does grab chips.
2.2.
Yeah, this is not gonna work, I don't think. 2.2 into 3.4. Very, very great played and greatly played.
2.2's just
Against everything seems. The pocket sixes.
more difficult than average, absent a set, let's call it, to navigate post flop. Really just looking to set yourself queen 3 suited. Now puts king.
More than fletching there. The sense that you can.
Another.
And so you don't want to.
And once more. Unexpected.
Yeah, but oh, he goes big. Pot size betty from Drew.
Ace.
The fold from Asian, but
Comes to a still sits in second, but with greater distance between.
This is the stacks going to the break. It's pretty much like, you know, this guy's right at the bottom, and then all of these stacks are really close together, and then the chip leaders kind of ran away with it. So it is like very contentious at the moment. I'm fully like accepting the fact I'm going to come 7th sometimes. Like I really don't want to come 8th given the stacks at the moment. But you know, if I'm gonna fight, if I'm gonna, you know, get there, like it is just a battle between all of us. Like you can't like let up too much. No one's punting it, other than this guy playing too tight and this guy maybe like playing a bit loose. Like where's the EV coming from? Like people are making some mistakes here and there, but there's not like a very obvious like, yeah, that guy's a whale. So you know, I know I've got to fight for pots.
Himself and the man who now talking about 50.
We'll be back in a little second.
Start with one hand.
it's so far, but now below 10 big blinds, he needs to find a hand.
It was on one. That's
See a flop. Much on top there.
Went to my. Yeah.
on point.
They had a real time like card top swing for one hand. The first time we had.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and then my friend yelled at him, and then they changed it.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty sick.
That was wild. Nearly did something silly.
He had ace queen and I had ace king. So.
Inspire ace king.
Ace 5, yeah.
That hand is your first hand. Yeah.
There's a peek at Big Hooney. If you don't know him, get to know him. Your 100K hard roll. And he's amazing what he does. Mention that, correct? Because there are maximum amount cut from a couple of jacks here. He is ready to go. Plus that big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, this is just 5 big blinds, and Guzmanes knows that this is a good hand, most likely for Garcia, but 10-9 suited. He just has to put.
It's a horrible spot against this guy because this guy's played so tight. It might even be a fold with 10-9 suited, but you can't ever go that wrong. Calling 2 million to win 5.7, like you get nearly 2-1 with 10-9 suited again when you have this should just be hands like ace-5 off in the range, right?
2 million more, 3.7 in the middle already. It's almost getting 2-2.
That goes a long way. Able. Issue to Unfortunate to have a 7 in his hand.
I thought this spot was pretty close. Look, it looks. I don't know. Like, I guess I'll have a quick look at this one. It's not. I'm not going to find a perfect sim, but you know, guy opens off just over 20 in the hijack. 8-handed. My stack wasn't exactly crazy. That one looks okay. There's a 6 big blind stack. I'm playing 35, not chip leader. Yeah, it's not, again, it's not perfect, but reason for the hijack to open pretty solid. Yeah, 9-7 is a fold here. That makes me pretty happy. I thought it was a fold, but after the Jack 2 suited was wrong, I was less confident. But yeah, I think I would have called 9-8. I would have called suited hands. Free bet some of the trashy stuff. Yeah. I would not have jammed King 10 off. I would have jammed some of this stuff, some of this stuff, some of these, some of these.
This is relative. Opening from just over.
On with great interest.
Oh, that's the rail. Oh, so that. Sorry, it looks like the TV isn't quite facing the other way, but if you look where it is, and look where the rail is. So like I guess like we've moved over a bit at this point. I was more like more here, like completely facing the wall during that hand. I've actually moved to the right because we took a seat out. But the players over here, I mean, depends on the angle. But like imagine some of the guys seating here, saw it here. I don't know if the TV was in exactly the same place, or maybe I feel like the arrangement was different before. I feel like the TV was like here and facing the other way at first, and they changed it. Um, I know they did rearrange the seats at one point. Like people here in the rail could have like made eye contact with people over here if they're on the other side of the table to me, which is what I meant by like it's possible that like they could have like made eye contact and signaled each other or whatever. But lucky it didn't affect the game this time, at least as far as we know.
See the Bulgarian flag draped across the seat being root on. Their runners. Round to the puck.
With some higher cards here.
Was shown above average.
There's an open 6-9 suited on the button.
Walked around to the puck.
How does he win the tournament when he folds 6-9 suited on the button?
6 suited for Kuzmanos, who was shown above average willingness to tussle. Not here.
Yeah, you'd rather open with some higher cards here. Just blocking the best continues from the blinds.
8-6 suited is probably going to be a mix. I just thought if I limp and I'm ISO'd, I'll probably have to fold, therefore I raise. And I play pretty tight. So small blind off like 30 into cover and stack. Again, this is not perfect. It's going to be a bit all over the place, isn't it? I guess if it's limping, in this case, it's calling an ISO. Yeah. So that's usually the threshold. You can see like if you can limp call an ISO happily, then it's usually going to be team limp because if you raise, you might get free bet. Yeah, some of the weaker suited hands that are trickier against, like the harder it is against an ISO, but the more you want to realize your equity, that's basically your window to maybe you should open. But there's a lot of reason to limp because he ISOs really wide. And then we limp raise a lot with ace-x. And then, wow, he imagine going limp ISO, limp free bet, and then he 4 bets to 15 bigs, and then we 5-bet jam, and he has 34% folds after 5-bet into half his stack. ICM's crazy.
Brandon here out of position against A-Shen, who's in the big blind. I don't think Shield is going to do a lot of...
I had to use a time bank because you only get 20
Raising
seconds.
Here. So I'd limp this one. He's thinking about it though, I think.
Yeah, maybe I should have limped in hindsight, just limp called.
That's no fucking 40. Okay.
Well, that doesn't look like a limp from here. 1.7 million.
45.
Even north of 3x and catches Asian with big little offsuit.
I could have just like 3x'd it or 3.2x'd it.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon does want to raise it up here with his very strong hands and to balance that one out. He uses the 8-6 suited.
Oh, I clapped for myself because the hand before, like, I think Bibov won 2 hands in a row and the rail kept clapping. So I like gave myself a clap.
Happy with that result. Nothing there for Thomas in the big. Important to me than the money.
This year, all stops will count toward Player of the Year as opposed to just Vegas. Yeah. Players are thinking it's not as coveted as it once was, but I think you...
This hand again, I might have made a mistake.
Wrong to feel that way. Shields exhibiting that. It's still very rarefied air to hold even a single World Series of Poker bracelet.
Yeah, it's one of the first things you get asked about as a poker player. Do you have a bracelet? Do you have a bracelet? Who's the best player without a bracelet? How many bracelets do you have?
That's right. It is the metric by which...
I mean, yeah, this is very valid free bet candidate against chip leader for sure.
Ju with the pocket threes under the gun, he can open a little wider as the chip leader, I think. For every other player, I would like to fold here in early position with a slow pocket pair. Shields picks up queen 10 suited on the button. Good call here, play this one in position.
So again, had to use a time bank.
Looking the time bank out there. I really like Shields' poise at the table. Just deliberate and thoughtful. Never seems hasty or reflexive.
Yeah, he coaches poker as well. He has a YouTube channel under his name where he talks about his play.
Oh, that's some inception right there. So let's have a quick look if I really want to be flat in this very often. Do we have the average stack? No. So the average stack is probably like 30, 35 bigs maybe. I'm playing about average, I guess, maybe slightly. Maybe the average is 40 bigs. Hello, Evelina. Here to learn some poker. So I'm going to see if this is ever going to flat. I mean, versus under the gun, it's iffy. Against another opener, I think it would always be a fold. But against the chip leader, it's like, on the one hand, I don't realize my equity as well. He can like run me over a bit. But on the other hand, his range is really wide. He has pocket threes in his open range, which maybe he shouldn't even open, to be honest. But let's see. So we're 8-handed. I'm the button with 35. And we want chip leader under the gun. Not perfect, but that looks okay. Because he was a much bigger chip leader. You can see like this guy is mixing fives as an open. And in this case, queen 10 suited is a call, although it's worth 0.01. It's like right on the fence. So yeah, if it's someone that you think you've got an edge against, that's definitely a reason to call as well. I wonder if I can find one where it's like a much bigger chip leader. This one looks okay. This one's 85 bigs, not perfect, but still like free is indifferent. Free is just not exactly the hand you want, especially when there's some more shallow stacks. In this case, queen 10 suited starting to mix folds. Yeah, at least my head was in the right place that it was kind of close. But obviously, it's a lot easier to second guess a lot of the close decisions when I ended up busting eighth, because I just made one decision differently. Who knows how different things could have happened.
As well. He has a YouTube channel.
Half bigs. This orbit will be free of charge for Zhu. Level and change. X.
Playing the most amount of hands. Zhu knows he can put pressure.
Early position.
Asian knows.
Does eventually find the fold. No hesitation.
In these ICM spots, it's really hard to play out of position properly more than in reality. Yeah, well, I was on the button with the queen 10 suited. I would have been playing in position, but if you mean it would have been harder for him to play out of position. But he also had like over double my stack. It's like he can see bet more. I can't stab as often. There's a lot of trickiness that's there as well. Like queen 10 suited, I flop one pair. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of tricky spots can happen. But yeah, for my whole notion of I'm here to fight, I want to get involved a bit. If it's close, I would have liked myself just to have called. Same with the Jack 2 suited now, but they're both like 0.01 in terms of like solver logic. Yeah, it'd be hard for Zhu to play. You're right, especially if he's opening freeze. Freeze is pretty loose, but there's a lot of flops where if it just comes king high and he just bluffs me, or he just triples off, or like an ace comes at some point and I have to fold.
Out of with his king jack, and now an ace six. He's slow to take one.
But yeah, at this point, this guy still was like a much shorter stack. He had like, even though he doubled up, he only had 5.7 million. So I'm slightly trying to outlast him, and then super ready for battle after that.
Flop, he has the right. He
is doubling his previous career earnings with this result.
So this is his city, huh? Prague.
Home court. Ooh,
shout out to having aces.
Situation as Hooney looks down.
Is that fourth or fifth aces of the day?
2.75. 2,750,000.
And this was such another horrible spot immediately. So he made it 2.75, and I know straight away eights is close, and I think eights have got all three options. I think jam is reasonable because it's like out the way. There's a lot of protection. Like he doesn't really necessarily want to get tens in pre, so his range might be like jacks plus ace king for value. If he makes the mistake of free bet and ace queen, he's gonna have to fold. If he has, ace 9 suited, ace 10 suited, king queen, ace jack, all these hands fold, that's great. If he has ace king, we flip. And then, yeah, it's just the concern of does he have that jacks, queens, kings, aces? Is he not free bet bluffing enough? So then my eights aren't playing that well. I'm out of position. I am getting a better price than necessary. He could have free X'd it. So yeah, I just thought this spot was really close. I was between call and fold, to be honest, but in hindsight, jam was completely valid here. I could have jammed.
Big decision here for Brandon Shields. I'm a bit worried for him. He knows Big Hooney can have bluffs here on the button.
So even Karai is anticipating that I might be jamming this spot.
He's thinking about jamming. He has fold equity, of course. He is relatively deep. He has over 30 bigs. Maybe he deems that a little too big a stack to get it in. He's thinking about calling as well. He'd be out of position though against the bigger stack. Yeah, he does call. We just talked about it. He's here to win. He isn't afraid to play pots. Deems that eights just play good enough against the range that includes some ace 5 suited as well, some king jack off.
Again, it is Hooney who's bringing that 3-bet. Not that the man is reckless, but maybe he's got more of an appetite, as demonstrated by the likes of Kuzmanis as well, to try to pick off some of these opens. King 10 deuce board.
So serious.
Problematic one.
So I'm going to have a quick look at the pre-flop first. I was playing 35 against 45, hijack. Not that it's ever going to be perfect, but just to see something. 35 against 50, although that's if he's chip leader. I mean, that's with average of 32 bigs. It's like we kind of need a much bigger average, really, which is going to be hard to find. 36 against 42, but the average is bigger. There isn't a short stack there. I guess, yeah, there was like a short stack when I was playing. 36 against 55, but there's a 6 big blind stack. Okay, let's have a look. Again, never going to be perfect. So yeah, even queens is mixing in this one. I think he's going to free bet every time. I was thinking even jacks probably tries to get it in. The sort of hands he free bets might be off. He might be more like ace queen, ace jack, king queen, like more of this stuff, maybe less this stuff, less of this stuff, maybe more suited aces, if I had to guess. What made you choose call over fold pre with the 8 since you don't randomize non-river decisions? I think Cooney's capable of free betting light. He gave me a decent price. I mean, here it's choosing between making it 5 or 8. It's like splitting sizes, but a lot of people just have a one size 3x once you're so deep, when 130 bigs deep. You could have 3x'd it. And then I would have been more like, do I fold or jam? If he went over 3x, I would have maybe I would have folded. But yeah, I'm essentially still, contending between these middle stacks, not wanting to make any crazy overfolds by any means. In this case, like 8s versus the 5 big blind is mixing all three. But yeah, I'm not randomizing, even though I'm thinking 8s can probably do all three. It's just like what's my perception in the moment. I've not played with Hooney before. I know he's won like 100k buy-in before. He's definitely not like going to be scared for the money. He's going to still be taking his spots. He doesn't think I'm as crazy as some of the other players do. So he's probably, more liable to have more free. He might have ace jack pure and king queen pure, which is just like a lot of combos, 12 combos of each. So yeah, good things can happen, or I'm just happy to play post and sort of make decisions. So yeah, eights I thought would be too tight to fold, which I mean, if the sizing's 5.5, it's not going to make a huge difference. But yeah, it's if his rate, I don't know if he's bluffing enough. I don't know if he's bluffing the wrong hands. I thought if he was over bluffing, it would be from the ace jack, king queen, ace queen, ace x suited sort of hands. So I call. And honestly, when I saw the flop, my exact feeling right now is I'm going to check fold. This is not my flop. He has ace king, he has aces, king queen got there. Like I'm just done. I'm over it with this hand, and I'm anticipating him to bet somewhere between 1.7 and maybe at a push like 2.3 million.
Broadway in nature for the 8s, but merciful insofar as they're always cooked against these aces.
Yeah. Yeah, this king 10 flop interacts with both of their ranges. Rooney will have more ace kings and aces. Said that before.
He bets 3 million, and yeah, I didn't expect it. I'm fully prepared to check fold here, and then he bet 3 million, and it set my poker brain off. That was like, why is he bet so big? And obviously, I always give myself permission to think about anything, even though my plan was check fold. I'm not just like, check snap fold no matter what. So then I was like, okay, why would he size up? Well, his value is like, aces and ace king. But then usually on a board like this, you want to kind of range bet. So you want to also bet ace queen, ace jack, pocket queens, maybe an ace 10. And you just bet most hands for a small size. That's like pretty standard sort of logic. And I know he's been around enough to sort of know that, but he's also a bit of a feel player. So I was like, okay, what reasons could he use for sizing up? And I just thought if he had aces or ace king, I can see now he has aces no heart, that he wouldn't choose that size, that he would just feel, snug, because that's how I would feel. I'm projecting a little bit. And maybe he just felt his hand was a bit more vulnerable than maybe I would think it is. But the sizing he's chosen, 3 million, he's going to make me fold straight away if I've got pocket jacks, if I've got jack 10, well, I don't have it, if I've got ace 10 suited, Like he just wants to create a different line of indifference. So it didn't seem logical to me. And then when it wasn't logical, I was like, why would he do it? Is it because he's got value and he's scared? Well, the value is aces and ace king. There's no overs to protect from when you've got these hands. Obviously, a heart, a queen, or a jack are still like not the nicest cards for these hands, but it just didn't make sense to me. I literally was just like, if you've got aces or ace king, obviously you can't have a set for this size because it's way too good. You just wouldn't need to do this. And even if you've got ace queen of hearts, ace jack of hearts, like you can still bet small because if I raise, you can jam, or like there's so many other things. Like you're never going to fold your hand anyway, unless he was like, I want to bet flop to just jam turn with ace queen of hearts. So I then was like, okay, surely that means he's over bluffing with the c bet because like queens and jacks, I don't think choose that size either. But surely it's now more ace free through to ace nine suited, which if he free bets them pre, is a lot of combos, and then ace jack offsuit, and then maybe ace queen offsuit, and then I don't know. I just thought there was a huge asymmetry in his bluff to value with the sizing. I can see now that I was wrong, and I did think I've got the eight of hearts on the off chance he's got ace eight of hearts. It's some sort of interaction in that sense. Uh, I just thought my gut is telling me this sizing is too big to be value. The context of the tournament is saying this is a huge final table. You know, don't take variance, ladder, wait for the Spanish guy to bust, don't play a big part, wait for good hands. Like that's like the fear in me wants to say that. But this whole tournament, I was like, fuck the fear. I'm doing what I think is the right thing to do. And I've gone with my gut so far, and it's got me to the final table, and it served me well. And it's been serving me well for the last 12 months, where I've had like the most success in my career. I can't back down now. I have to go with the things that I think are the right thing to do. Sometimes I get it wrong, sometimes I punt it, but most of the time it's right, and most of the time it yields to the best results. And my poker brain was just saying he can't have value for this size, at least not as much as he's going to have bluffs. So I did what I thought would be the most appropriate counter response if my read was right.
But Brandon can also have a lot of these Broadway combinations.
3 million into the 675. Things getting more serious.
I also got some discomfort vibes from him, which is probably that he just wasn't so comfortable with his hand because maybe he's thinking I can have pocket tens, or sometimes if I have a combo draw he has to get it in for a big pot. Maybe it is real discomfort, but even though he's got a hand which is probably the best hand, he still sometimes is like in a flip, or bad things can happen. So it might just be that he's uncomfortable playing such a big pot in a big spot, which is reasonable too.
And I think Shields can just fold right here.
Yeah,
3 million.
The issue is we call 3, the pot ends up at 12.75. We now play 1 SPR moving forward. And what do we do unimproved on the turn?
I like that he takes his time, though. He's thinking about the spot. He knows this is a big spot. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He wants to consider all options. He wants to think about raising as well. Maybe does it maybe make sense with the 8 of hearts? We're going to put a lot of pressure on jacks and queens. Although maybe they wouldn't have bet that big on the flop. This seems like a polarized hand here.
6 million.
3 into 6.7. Oh, he does raise, though.
Interestingly, what this does is solicit clarity.
Yeah.
Just a click up to 6 million.
So yeah, it's literally, I'm risking 6 million to win, 15.7. This needs to work less than 40% of the time. Say it needs to work 45% of the time in ICM. If my read is right, it's working 100% of the time because he's always bluffing. But then there's the what if my read is wrong? So I need if my read is that his size is a bluff, then obviously it's omega print, it works every time. But then my read only needs to be right. If my read's right half the time, this is still a print based on just the parts. I mean, there's some noise around like what would he do with ace queen if I'm giving him a good price. I still think he would fold personally if he has like ace queen offsuit here versus even 3 million more. Maybe my read is wrong on that too, but that's like another question. If he just has the ace 3 to ace 9, it's just like one and done. I bet I've missed the flop, I want you to fold, and then I'm going to give up the hand. If that's the sort of hand he's on, he is just going to fold. I guess the 8 of spades is bad for ace 8 of spades, but the 8 of hearts is good. I don't know. I could go around in circles for ages, but that was my reasoning. I didn't think, like, even if it makes sense or not, like the value hand I mainly have is going to be aces. That just called the free bet pre because it was too big to jam. Click maybe looks too strong, and he's like, okay, I want to get it on his board. So yeah, like literally the hand he's got is kind of what I'm repping. Pocket tens probably I would just call, but if it's perceived that I might have it, that's fine too.
He's thinking Big Huni can have ace 5 of diamonds here. Be one and done. He wants to steal the pot with that hand. He thinks when being
Yeah, exactly what Cry said. I think he might have just ace 5 of diamonds, ace 5 of spades, ace 5 of clubs, or like every single variety of those hands, and that just the sizing weighted him to that portion of his range.
Maybe I can hit a 2-outer with the 8 sometimes, but yeah, pocket ace is of course not going anywhere. Then you see holding it in.
Jamming, and Shields making no meal of things. If he was going to proceed, do you prefer the check min raise to the call?
I think so. I think we don't have enough equity to check call, and Shields did want to have some bluffs here. You cannot overdo it. You cannot do this every time at all, but he decided this is...
Yeah, it wasn't. I wasn't trying to make involve queens and jacks, and I didn't do it because I wanted to have bluffs there. I don't care about having bluffs in spots. I'll gladly have no bluffs in a spot. It was just an exploit. It's just that I think it's going to work too often. It wasn't. I mean, the eight hearts out. Like if I had a different hand, I still might have been like my hand is not serving me. But that's what I did at that time. I guess let's have a little look at this whatever the sim is going to say. If we AI solve it. First of all, I think I'm going to change the range a little bit because my range would have been a little bit different here. So I can change his range a little bit too. So I'm going to give him pure ace king. This is the button, right? Yeah, I'm going to give him pure kings. I'm going to give him 75% queens, 50% jacks. I don't think he free bets tens. Get rid of like this random stuff, and then get rid of this stuff, and then so I'm going to give him say 75% of like these ones, and then maybe 50-50 with these ones. Then ace queen, I don't know, 50-50. King queen, ace jack, 50-50, I'm not sure. And then I don't know, 25% ace nine, ace five, sure, just to give him, a smidge of some credit for those, or like these hands, I'm not sure. Maybe these, once in a blue moon. Something like this. Let's say 50-50 for all these, in fact, and then 25 ace two suited. I don't know, maybe something like this, and then random ones of these hands. Sure, something like this. And then my range, 50-50 ace queen. I never have ace jack. I don't have these suited tens. I don't have ace eight suited. A little bit of ace five suited, sure. A little bit of ace nine suited. I think, yeah, half of these maybe. And then pure. Say half aces. Probably zero queens. Probably more tens, but then less jacks. And then yeah, most eights, most nines, most sevens. Tiny bit of sixes. No fives. No king queen. This looks reasonable. Maybe. I mean, 25% queen jack suit, maybe even less. Something like this. Something like this. And then let's try to get the stacks right.
You're going to put a lot of pressure on Jackson.
Just deliver. Falls in line with.
Oh, it seems. Seems that eights just play good enough.
Pot's 13.5, and I am playing 30. And the solver likes to be 40. It likes to have checks. It likes to bet jacks and queens sometimes. So this kind of makes sense to me. So now I'm just going to plug in, you know, what I think based on his size was happening. I'll give it his size first. So he chose 3 million, which is 6 big blinds. B44. So yeah, the solver size isn't as far away as I thought. And I'm going to, because I'm only interested in the bet size he chose. So I'm just going to say that, you know, he always checks jacks and queens, or like it's more that he just doesn't bet that size with these hands. And he doesn't bet kings for that size. And not that he doesn't bet these hands, but that I just think he would choose a different bet size. And if I just leave the rest as it is for now, and then I'll come back to it. $254, 25%, yeah. I mean, I think if you choose 25%, it's just going to bet more often. But I just I want to see like you can make a strategy with any size you want. If I give it B100, it will make a strategy that's good, and the EV will be similar. But I'm only interested for now, at least in what happened, and then my perception of it and what it means. So for now, I just made it check a little bit more, and then I'm gonna play around with the aces and ace king suits and see if that makes a difference. And you can see you can give it multiple. Yeah, I know you can give it multiple sizes, but for the purpose of what I'm doing now, I'm just gonna look at the sizing that he chose, because I would play his strategy different, but I'm trying to play against the strategy he had. So yeah, my aces wants to raise. In this case, king queen, I wouldn't really raise with that. And the only raise size for here is going all in. So obviously I chose the min raise size, which is going to be different too. And yeah, the eights with a heart is being pulled in a little bit, and it's not obviously I can see reasons why the solver sometimes min raises my hand sometimes and why it being different, but that's the fact that it's already in there now is already reassuring for me. Not because I think, I want to employ this solver strategy where eights is a bluff. And nice to see, tens can be there. Tens and aces were the hands I was thinking. Ace queen, I guess it kind of makes ace queen with the ace of hearts could be reasonable too. But yeah, look, folding jacks, folding like some hands immediately. And when I min raise, in this case, it's like jamming ace queen offsuit, ace jack offsuit. So the other thing I want to do is, let's say, uh, that he I'm just going to look at the combos that don't have one heart and say that he checks. I know the combos that do have one heart. Is this the right ones? Yeah. And I'm going to say that he checks because I don't think he checks, but I think he chooses a different size. So I'm just trying to save time in what I'm doing now. So if he has ace king with a heart, maybe he might be happier to choose the smaller bet. Or king queen's an interesting one. I'm not sure. Leave that for now. So yeah, that was one change I wanted to make. And the other one was when I min raise that he folds more often. I say that he just folds half the time with oh, I've gone to the wrong one here. Have I? Oh no, I haven't. So he just folds half the time with between call and fold. Call fold with ace queen, and where these pocket pairs came from? No, so this is my range. What am I doing wrong here? Oh no, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong range. Min raise, this is the one I need to grab. So I'll say he he always folds ace jack, let's say, and he, I don't know, calls a quarter at the time with ace queen. I'll have to make him say he always jams ace queen of hearts. And then if I look at all of the heart hands, I'm happy to say, yeah, they all jam, all the nut flush draws. And sure, like ace king jams when it gets here this way. King queen, king 10, jam. Queen 10, I should have probably got rid of in the first place, but yeah, or the jack 9, and yeah, these, I think these hands fold if they end up there somehow. Queen 10 suited I don't think is there, so that's annoying. I should have got rid of it before, but sure. So yeah, this is kind of how I perceived it in my head. At least more like how I perceived it. And then if we unlock this strategy, so yeah, my brain in game is trying to apply whatever you're about to see now, basically, where it is saying to raise with the whole range. So the logic I used got me to this. It got me to this raise with everything because the way he's building his c-bet sizing range is wrong, and this is the best way to deal with it. But that's basically what I'm saying about percentage and your assumptions being right. If my assumptions are right and I know they're right, I don't think twice about this. It's only the fact that in hindsight I realized my assumptions were wrong that, I'm now like, oh, that's annoying. My assumptions were wrong. I mean, this is given that he's obviously doing the bits of both. I didn't think that he would have even aces or ace king without a heart necessarily, which it does here. But yeah, obviously I could keep going into this hand over and over again, and it's going to be a mega print or it's going to be a torch, and I'm just using my intuition in game to try and make the best decision.
Against a range that includes some ace-5 suited as well.
Sometimes you get it wrong. And I'm not going to look up how much money that 6 million chips was worth. Because yeah, I could have jammed pre as well. I guess then there's a chance I would have hit an 8, but that would have felt pretty bad. I'd felt a lot worse if I jammed pre. Yeah, we can see Hooney opening 8-6 suited in the cutoff into the chip leader button. I think the chip leader made a bad call here. So this guy's like an uber nit that now jams his ace king. And yeah, pairs do hold their equity pretty well, but this guy's range is just too strong. He's not. You kind of hoping for a flip. I guess there's a bit of dead money from the opener. Yeah, I just think I still think fours is just a fold here. You're hoping he's got like ace jack suited, ace queen off, ace king, and he just has all the like sevens plus. I mean, this guy might even fold sevens. Side note, I'm sweating this hand. This is like 65k I make if this guy doesn't improve on the river.
As well, the 7 is of use. Add it to the 9 before it as the path to counterfeit. Can Garcia make this ace king earn? Yes, he can. Running 7s. Wow, a fist pump.
Hey, yeah.
I would posit that is perhaps on the order of a subdued response to taking it down and doing it the hard way.
And now on the shortest stack.
So Antonio Garcia with some respiration. 30 big stack now. He's
To juice, stack now.
shifted gears, dare I say. It was the 8-6 suited last time here. Further.
Now our friend Bibov is going to go on a little tear. So Hooney's opening again, pretty wide, queen 8 suited. Bibov 3-bets ace king suited. And our very next hand, +1 opens, Bibov 3-bets again. So he's not deterred from the fact he 3-bet the last hand, and he had it last hand, and now he's bluffing in a spot he doesn't have to take. You could fold. Cutoff versus +1. This guy's opening as like he's covered by 2 people. Like queen 10 off, I think is actually a bad open. Now I'm seeing it. I think this is far too loose. And yeah, Bibov's 3-bet kind of close, can go either way. But he's taken a spot back to back. He 3-bets the button, now he 3-bets the cutoff. Now this is the very next hand.
King, queen for Zhu.
It's gonna pause and then make it 1 million.
Oh my
Ace king
goodness.
again for Bebop.
Now, I just set the stage
So it's the chip leader opens from the low jack. Bibov's in the hijack.
unwittingly for what is now going to be a
And now this guy just folds out a turn. And for all I know, this could be an angle. Like to me, it's pretty clear like this guy's tanking. And when you fold out a turn, you make it more likely that this guy's going to raise or there's going to be more collision. Like you're giving them free info, but it actually gives them info to be looser. So I'm not saying this guy's angling, but it could be. Like this guy should get a penalty for folding out a turn, or at least a warning. But I don't think that happened.
third straight 3-bet from Bebop.
Yeah, there was a fold out of turn here from our
And
Spaniard.
by the way, that's not going to help in terms of somebody's ability to actually give credit to Bebop because it only further incentivizes him, perhaps.
Yeah, just like the commentator said, now his free bet range can be wider because instead of being in the hijack, now he's in the cutoff because the cutoff folded out a turn. And he did free bet the last two hands. But my inclination would still be, the third one in a row, he's more likely to have it. For most people, that's true. For some people, that's not true. Bibov is loose, he's capable. But, I would, if I was a betting man, it was like an even money bet, I would say value. Not with 100% confidence, but that's the side I would lean.
Yeah, this kind of makes this a cutoff range compared to hijack range now for Bebop. And cheated ace queen.
It's really playing into the script. Imagine, if you will, being parked with an ace-queen offsuit here as shields. You got Zhu, who you expect to be active opening. You got Bebop, who you know knows that, who is now 3-betting a...
And now again, it's 20-second timers pre. So obviously I need a time bank here. And I know in this dynamic, it's chip leader open, it's looser guy free bet against the chip leader, and the guy folded out a turn. So that's reasons for him to be a bit looser. But it's 3 in a row, that's reason for him to be tighter. My gut, when I looked at my ace queen here, was like, that's a grim spot. This is going to be a jam sometimes. And I'm thinking, before I threw in the time bank, I was like, I'm leaning towards fold, but maybe I'm going to jam. That's where my head was at. And now I throw in the time bank.
Third straight occasion with a...
And you see I hesitate here. The chip leader who opened as the cutoff here just folded. And he actually folded so aggressively, he literally went, and a card went off the table, like flew off the table. So I again was like looking around like, is that card exposed? Like maybe he thought I was folding when I was putting in the timer. I don't know. Maybe he was angling. A lot of people think that he was angling. I personally, I don't. I like to see the best in people, but like as the chip leader, he's probably least incentivized to cause collision, but him folding out a turn makes it more likely that I go all in here, makes it more likely that I bust here, makes it more likely that he gets a ladder. Like he's kind of happy that I'm in, but the stacks are like, the ladders at this point are still huge. The stacks are still like, he's not like exactly super running away with it at this point. So it's still like him folding out a turn here should be a harsh penalty really. It should be at least like, miss. I don't know if it's miss free hands, miss an orbit. I don't know what it should be, but it should be something pretty harsh because of how much it influences the action. And it actually hurts Bibov the most. Like ironically, Bibov got the advantage from the first hand fold out a turn. And this fold out a turn gives him a disadvantage because it lets me play looser, which is going to hurt him in the long run. Because obviously, like just winning pre is always good, unless he's a super nit that only has aces. Like the spots where he'd much rather just win pre-flop. Even with ace king, if I just jam tens that I wouldn't have jammed, that's going to hurt him. Like, there's more hands that are going to be there. If I was a better man after 8-8, love the 8-8 when I watched it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the 8-8 hand was interesting. I couldn't I never would have guessed that I was going to do that in before he c-bet. So I just trust what my brain says. Sometimes it does that. Yeah, this ace queen, like I'm leaning fold. I'm probably like 55% fold, 45% all in at this point. I know I've still got fold equity because I've got over 3x the bet. I've got 8.2 million. He's made 2.7. It's a big pickup. I pick up. You can see 5 million if I get this through, which is like over half my stack. It's like a big pickup with fold equity. Or like sometimes he cycles it off with ace jack suited because of the price, and sometimes I'm against like jacks. So a few different things that you can play out. But yeah, this guy folded out a turn, the card went off the table.
Fold out of position behind him. You could very well think
That's the dealer reacting to the card going off the table.
this is yours for the taking.
Yeah, Shield is our short stack now. I almost forgot about him. He has 16 big blinds. Oof, this is close.
What are you doing?
Yeah, good question. I think he could get away from this.
That's me clarifying that there was no card exposed with the floor, because the floor picked up the card off the table, it landed face down.
I think I might...
And the sick thing is, like, the king, it's a king and a queen. And I was obviously looking for the information because it's information that might help me here. If it was a queen that was exposed, for sure I would have folded because that's only going to hurt me, right? If it was a king that was exposed, I would have definitely gone all in for sure. So like it's a 50-50 flip if that exposed card could have made me jam or not, which is kind of funny.
Lay this one down, but it's easy for me to say. I'm sitting here.
Yeah, you can see that guy's hand disappears now. The commentators don't know he's folded out of turn because the camera don't show it, so they're kind of like, oh, it must be a graphic error.
Seeing the cards, but the value range of bebop does.
King Queen Open, by the way, is still out there. Pardon the interruption. I know we flew it out from the graphics, but don't think to yourself we have another out of position fold.
No,
here
no,
on
no.
Shu suddenly.
We did have another out of position fold.
Yeah, and as we've said, the third consecutive 3-bet. Does it make it stronger? Does it make it weaker? This all goes through Brandon's mind here.
I mean, if this ace queen is my submarine, I've got myself an inward-facing torpedo right now.
Very close one.
It's a free time bank spot, and again, I'm very aware that like I've used so many time banks already today. I had a lot to go into the day, fortunately, but I've had like multiple 1 or 2 time bank spots, now free time bank spot.
Ace queen suited. We're in there for sure, I think. Maybe this is the difference maker. This being offsuit. Ace jack.
So you can see Karai is saying this hand is really close. I'm the shortest stack. The next stack up is the Spanish guy who's just a super nit. I'm not going to outlast him by folding. And then there's Bibov. Bibov is obviously like almost the next person at the bottom who I'm kind of fighting with, so he's like the nicest person to be against in that sense. Like damaging him, and is the most useful because it puts him closest to being out. So Karai saying like maybe it's ace queen suited in, ace queen off is just about a fold and it's close, but he doesn't know about the fold out of turn. So I think Karai would be saying ace queen off's always in. The only reason I'm not super in, like always in print every time once the fold out of turn is there is because my gut was saying 3 in a row he's more likely to have it, and I was leaning towards fold before the fold out of turn. So I'm still like reconsolidating myself, and now I'm saying, well, with that extra info, I don't think I can fold this hand. I just think it's like a bit of a clusterfuck that there's 2 folds out of turn, but it means a lot when the opener folds out of turn. It's actually crazy, like how useful that is to me in this sense. I mean, I can look at a quick something, but we'll have to say like hijack against cutoff, I guess. Hijack chip leader. Big blind has, I have like 16 bigs. I mean, this looks fine. Not perfect. He's going to be probably opening wider maybe. Yeah, this free bet size is a bit smaller, 4.5. He made it 2.7. He's made it closer to 5.5. So it depends on the range. It's either like it's a tighter range or there's more for me to pick up. Depends how you want to see it. You can see like king queen off, ace jack off. These are hands you could definitely see him taking every time in this spot. It makes sense. Some of these hands. In this case, ace queen is, I mean, it's doing this weird 8 big blind click. I'm not even going to get into that. I don't want to do that. At least not in the setup I had. But yeah, ace queen off is pure in without the fold out of turn. And it's like making a lot without the fold out of turn. So how much tighter does he really need to be for me to justify folding ace queen here? It needs to be pretty damn tight, to be honest. Like, that's often a really good way to gauge if you're making the right decision. If I fold and I'm wrong, or if I jam and I'm wrong, as in like, does it go badly? Which one feels worse? And if I folded ace queen here, given I had that extra info, I would be kicking myself. I'd be like, why was I like, why did I play so tight? Why didn't I take the spot with the extra info? Right, because like in some ways I feel guilty about the extra info. Like I don't want to win that way, but it's not my fault. In this case, it cost me, which is obviously really frustrating. But imagine how tilted Bibov would be if he was bluffing here and then had to fold. He'd be so mad with the chip leader guy, right? This time he's like, it served him, but overall, like, it's really bad for the game integrity what he did.
Ace king, of course, we're in.
Such a critical decision. He's shown restraint so properly before, but here he does say all in. The king-queen snap folds, and the bad news is shown to Brandon Shields, who has fought so hard that you cannot blame him for questioning whether or not this one wasn't a prime opportunity to take it down pre. Instead, the opportunity that is prime belongs to the Bulgarian in an 18 million plus pot.
Definitely the right play for chips, for Chip EV. He said he wanted to go for the win.
Back up against the wall, and he can't find help here. 10-9 4 board.
Looks like it was the right play in ICM as well, at least in that quick sim that I looked at. It's never going to be that far off, but I think it's probably one that always goes in most sims. And then if he's slightly tight, it still goes in now because of the fold out turn. It's just silly.
Bringing Bebop closer to claiming Upheld and leaving us seven-handed. Looking for something sweaty to Shields. No such luck on the turn. And only Lady Luck can spare Britain's Brandon Shields. Is she lurking? No.
Yeah.
Team Bulgaria erupts as the lava flow comes to a halt.
Brandon was played great all tournament. He's been fearless. He's been going for it. He's played some great hands. I respect that he went for it here with the ace queen.
I do too. I think everybody can really relate and understand. And just consider the promptness with which everyone is getting. I'm sure the 60k pay ladder, we're happy.
Aces.
But everybody.
Yeah, the big size. I was like, why does he size up with ace king aces already done? But okay, good luck. Thank you very much, guys. GG.
It's me asking what he had and explaining my thought process pretty succinctly and being like, yeah, of course you had bloody aces, you little shit.
Prompt to deliver genuine professional respect to that man who earned it throughout.
And we know one thing about him. He will be back.
Oh,
for sure.
We've not seen the last of Brandon Shields. Yet another World Series of Poker cash, but a bracelet denied. And I don't think we're going to hold him accountable for the outcome here. That was just a hand of poker that understandably he played the way he did. So a date with Jeff Platt is in his near future, along with, of course, the 8th place payout of 185,000 euros. Nothing to scoff at. The remaining 7 guaranteed 245,000, and the next ladder 75k. Bebop, by the way, big up for him.
Yeah. Well, that's all the hands. I'm pretty knackered as well. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now, just speaking poker. Yeah, I hope that was insightful. I'm sure there'll be some you can look back on YouTube for people that just saw bits of it live. Thanks to everyone that was in the comments, everyone that came along on this journey. Kind of bittersweet to relive that. The Jack 2 suited is the one I wish I called. That's like the only one where it was clearly like I should have called and it would have gone well. It's a bit annoying, but most of the other hands I'm still pretty happy with. Went with my read even if it was right or wrong, and that's what you got to do in this game. Fortunately for me, it's right most of the time, but it wasn't right in the pivotal moment. I could have just been dealt better hands at the final table. I could have just drilled a queen. I could have got aces like fucking everyone else did twice, or ace king like everyone else did, but card distribution wasn't on my side this time. Or that guy could have just lost the flip and I would have got the extra ladder. Like, easy to just focus on the stuff that could have been better, but I could have busted easily on day 1, day 2, day 3. I mean, I did bust day 1 twice. I could have busted day 1 a third time. I could have busted easily on day 3 when I got it in bad at one point. Yeah, it is what it is. C'est la vie. Any other info on the sweatshirt, like name other than being from TK Maxx? I'll try find out next time I dig it out. Message me on some sort of social media thing and I'll remember to look at the label. But honestly, I don't even know where it is right now. Probably in the wash. But yeah, for more poker and sweater advice, follow, subscribe, etc. All right, thanks for watching. Thanks everyone that's still here, and